Comes running in and bowls and let go by the left-handed Stoneman outside the off-stump, taken by John Simpson. No run. Now, one thing I haven't asked you, it gets so long since I've been here for a championship match, is that the ends are called the hotel end, or in comes McAndrew and bowls and caught at first slip. Wicket goes down in the first over. Catch taken there by the ever-reliable second slip, who is Tom Clark.
Yes, McAndrew comes in. It's a drive back past the bowler by Fletcher Middleton, and that's going all the way to the top end of the ground for 4 runs. That's nicely timed.
The European ones are bigger.
Yeah, but they're a lot blacker. As Carvelis comes in again, this time it's clipped all the way onto the leg side, and it's going to run away for 4. There is a fielder trying to chase, but he won't get there. That was well done by Middleton. In again, right arm over the wicket to Middleton. Bowls, good length this time, played into the offside, and it's run away. Slower outfield, but it has managed to get the 4 just at square leg.
In again, bowls, driven away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Thickish outside edge, not quite where he intended it to go, but he's going to get a 4, nonetheless, down 2.
Hudson Prentice in, 3 slips in place, and Middleton looks to turn this into the leg side, hits him on the back, and the finger goes up. And there is a breakthrough here, another one for Sussex, and Hampshire lose their 2nd wicket.
In comes Crocombe, bowls, drilled down the ground by Gubbins. That's a lovely shot. That's probably the shot of the morning, actually. It's beautifully timed by Nick Gubbins, straight down the ground, and picks up a boundary. He goes into double figures, he goes to 13.
That's pressed, lovely drive, bit of width, and he's just hit through the line. He's found the gap, and that's gone for 4 runs. 50 runs up for Hampshire.
Bowls, full length delivery. This is up and over the head of 3rd slip, and it is going to run away for 3. Yeah, probably had his heart in his mouth there for a moment, did Gubbins, but it did go clear over 3rd slip.
From the pavilion end, Prest drives pleasantly down the ground.
You'll love this.
In this nonchalant way that he plays, but times it nice.
Bowls shorter this time, and it's carried through to slip. And that's Prest gone. Oh, goodness me, Carvelos strikes again.
Into Gubbins, who taps his bat now, and it's forward. This one strikes him on the pad, there's a shout, and the finger goes up. And it's another wicket to go down here for Hampshire. Gubbins can't quite believe it. This one full of delivery, driven through the offside by Dawson, and he will get 4 runs for that. Overpitched from Jack Carson, and Dawson can just lean into it and open his account. Hampshire move on to 74 for 4. In comes Carson now. Dawson uses his feet down the track, lofts over the head of mid-on, and that will be another boundary. Oh no, he's got everything on that one. That's gone over the rope without a bounce. And the umpire raises both his arms. Carson in now, and Dawson this time forward and gets a thickish outer edge. It runs down towards the 3rd man boundary, and it will be 4 more runs as a fielder in pursuit, unfortunately, didn't get to stop that one, and he's ready to go again. A bit more effort as he turns over his front hip here, and this one will be blocked out by Ben Brown to conclude the end of the 29th over.
He's been in touch a couple of times this season as Tim. In comes McAndrew, bowls, and covering up his Liam Dawson plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
Right, the line down. Hudson Prentice bowls full. It's driven. It's not time, but it's going for 4. Square out on the offside. It was full and quite wide from Hudson Prentice. Hudson Prentice from that pavilion end in again. Better length. Brown plays that late. It's running down to 3rd man. That'll be 4 more. Quite deliberate play late there. Just opened the face of the bat.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Lovely play by
from the pavilion end. Left arm spin, flatter delivery, shorter delivery, and it's pulled away. And it's going to go all the way for 4 runs here. Ben Brown is not going to pay any respect to that sort of delivery, and rightly so.
In comes Crocombe, and he's bowled. Wow, that was a brilliant bowl. Absolutely took the off stump out of the ground.
On cartwheeling off stump has.
Yeah. And Dawson is going to have to depart.
And then bowled again. Crocombe in, and Toby Albert first ball, Yorker delivery. And that's taken the off stump out once again. Back-to-back wickets falling here for Hampshire. As in comes Crocombe now, and bowled again. Completely through the gate here of James Fuller. Henry Crocombe is on a roll here. And Hampshire, well, they lose another 7 wickets down.
Crocombe in again, bowled. Oh, what a nasty, oh, what a catch! What a grab that is by James Coles at third slip. That was fantastic. Diving away to his right-hand side. He took it shoulder high. A magnificent effort. Henry Crocombe picks up another. He's coming in very impressive figures of 4 for 17. Comes in and bowls to Barban, who, well, he's got no idea where that's gone. It's gone away over the head of keeper John Simpson. It's gone away for an extraordinary shot. He was going to pull that on the leg side. He's top-edged it over the top of the keeper. Crocombe in, bowls to Brown, and he drives, and he's going to get 4 runs. Oh, well, the ball rather plugged in the outfield again, and it's rolling towards the boundary edge. Tom Haynes in hot pursuit, and the bowl just beats Tom Haynes.
Goodness, I think about 4 more fell.
Coles bowled him, and there goes another wicket. And James Coles, there's me saying, I wonder if they might change the bowling and bring on a seamer.
Shorter delivery. This is slashed away into the offside, onto the leg side, and it will this time reach for 4. Shorter boundary, and it moves Hampshire onto 154 for 9, and that does bring up Ben Brown's 53.
You're normally told to field there, as this one is bowled by Coles. Turner goes for the big slog into the mid-wicket region. Well, unfortunately, he doesn't get anything on that, and that means his middle stump is out the ground, and he's going to have to head back into the dressing room.
Hampshire signed Mark Stoneman, who is an out-and-out opening batter. There's a drive on the up, and this time he has found the gap, and that's racing away for 4 through the covers.
In comes Wheel, bowls, cut off on his toes, takes one hand off the bat, but he forces the ball away through backward point. He's going to pick up his first boundary. Here's Ollie Carter, the ball races away.
Here's Abbott again. Bounce, edge, caught first slip. Tom Prest, who gets a big hug from Toby Albert, who's standing at second slip.
Sun has momentarily disappeared. Bowls to Ollie Carter, and Carter nicks behind, and the second wicket goes down, taken by Ben Brown. Good delivery by Brad Will. It's one that maybe Carter perhaps could have left, but he had a little nibble. Abbott again in and bowls. Also drives nicely down the ground. Nice looking shot by Tom Alsop. Will be keen to get runs against his former county. He's going to get 4 runs as well. Nicely played. Straight back past Kyle Abbott. Nice shot by Tom Alsop to get his way.
Wheel comes in again to Alsop. Alsop gets a thickish outside edge, runs to ground through gully, and that may go all the way. It does. Kept down by Alsop, so may not see one for a little while. Alsop again gets a thick outside edge, and again it runs down to third man, and again it'll be 4 runs.
Yeah, that was almost an identical shot to the one before.
In again to Coles, back of the length, and this time punched off the back foot. This flies past cover, and that will be 4 runs.
For 2, as in comes Will, bowls to James Coles, who's going to get an edgy boundary down to third man. Big thick edge, but it rolls away down just below us. And that's the 50 up for Sussex.
Runs in with 2 slips in place towards Coles. Ooh, and that's a bit of a freebie.
Well, it is a freebie.
And he's not going to miss out on that one, is Coles, as he flicks that away into the leg side for 4 runs. This one wide and short, and this one is pushed through off the back foot, just behind backward point, and that will run away for 4 runs. It was hit uppishly.
Here's Turner around the wicket. Edged, caught a second slip. There's the third one. It's Alsop. There you are, straight on, Amelia. Wicket. I'm going to put in my book, that's caught second slip, bowled Turner stroke Clark. Stephen Clark has emailed solarcricket@gmail.com as John Turner comes in. Clark edged to second slip, and Albert takes another catch there. And Clark goes for no score. Just as Stephen Clark says, too many Clarks around here. Good bowled. Oh, John Turner picks up his third, and this time it's James Coles who's driving a little loose, and the ball goes into the stumps.
That's faster and bowls. Bit of a bouncer, and this is pushed up over the head of point, and that's going to run away to the boundary on the offside.
That is in true Finn Hudson-Prentice style. Quite a flamboyant cut from him.
In again, bowls. Oh, Simpson's B. That's a cracking delivery. In fact, it beats everybody. It beats John Simpson, it beats the stumps, it beats Ben Brown as well, and they are 4 byes.
Here we go then. Dawson around the wicket. Hudson-Prentice pushes forward. He gets it off the inside half of the bat. It goes square on the leg side. They'll complete a single, and Sussex will close the day on 110 for 5 with 15 wickets falling on day one. Hudson Prentice is 8 not out. John Simpson is 15 not out.
pace in this wicket, and I think Sussex need to bat long here, because batting last on this could be problematic for them later on, which probably is why Hampshire wanted to bat first, but I think they might be ruining their decision a little bit, considering how this is playing out this morning.
Yeah, I think they will definitely be disappointed that they haven't been able to find a breakthrough. Fuller in here, bowls, block back.
He holds the pose, doesn't he?
Yes.
Sorry, that was my delivery. I completely got sidetracked.
No worries. You've been working harder than anyone else this morning. And we've got another technical whiz come up to find, and I had to.
We're technical whiz duo.
Yes.
Oh, we're working.
The dream team.
We're working. Are we on the stream? Let me check. This could be big news. If we are. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. So we are on the stream.
Congratulations, everyone. Welcome to the listeners on the stream. We're only an hour and a half late as Fuller comes in again. Defending is Hudson Prentice into the leg side, and there is no run. Whatever you have done, young lady that stood to my left, she's absolutely no offence to Wes, obviously, that's been trying his hardest for the last hour to try and fix it. But since you've turned up, it's
I think
seemed to be working.
What she's identified is it's actually two issues going on, and that was the main thing. She sorted one of them. Now she's just got to sort the other one.
That's okay. As long as we're on the stream and everyone can hear me, that's good enough.
Just you.
Just me. James Fuller turns at the top of his mark, runs away from us. They need a wicket, Hampshire. They need it fast. And he bowls a ball to Hudson Prentice that he clips off his hip nicely into the leg side, but can't get it past Gubbins at mid-wicket, and there is no run. That's the end of the 68th over. Maiden for Fuller. There hasn't been one of those today. First maiden of the day. Building a bit of pressure. One that went past the outside edge, but nothing else other than that of real note and expectation. There's been one from obviously the drop in the last over. That might, come back to bite Hampshire if this partnership extends any longer. And obviously the half chance from Dawson in the last over. But other than that, in the last sort of 20 minutes or so, there's been no real chances for Hampshire to even pounce upon. So they'll have to keep plugging away, and they're going to keep bringing the changes here, Hampshire, with their bowling attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels as though, Sussex are almost going into the same sort of decision and sort of play and tactics that they had yesterday, of just take the pace out of the game. They're not trying to go crazy. They're just trying to stay in for as long as they can. Maybe it's the next milestone is let's just the two of us get to lunch. We can go back in. We can reassess. We can go from there. And I think that's very much sort of the tactic they're going from. But Hampshire need to find a way through here, because Sussex are very much in control. They're not steam piling ahead, but they're very much in. As Prest comes in now to Simpson, that's swiped away down on the leg side, and they'll run through for two. Is collected way before the boundary. It did beat square leg. Pressed in once more. Right arm around the wicket. Well blocked back. That just pops up into the air and goes square the wicket again.
Kept a bit low, didn't it?
Yes, much lower than the previous delivery.
Yeah, they want those ones to be straight. The ones that keep a bit lower, they want to stay straight.
Absolutely. In once more comes Prest, and again blocked back a little bit lower. Sussex 200 for 5 off 68 overs. Hudson Prentice on 51, Simpson on 59. Sussex lead by 48. And that's a big shout for Abu Dhabi, but the umpire is unmoved. Positive from Prest, as that's just picked up by Hudson Prentice on 51, Simpson on 59. Back to him. Simpson still on strike, lead by 48. Prest comes back in, and that's a big time over the wicket. Field creeps with him. Renewed sense of energy there. Goes straight to backward point. No run scored. Sussex 202 for 5. The scoreboard just clicked over from the previous runs scored. Press straight in again, wastes no time. Bowls, well defended there, and that's just pushed off into the offside. We have a screen.
It's streaming from my laptop to the screen, so
Okay,
that's good enough for now. We're there. Now, if people can hear us on the live stream as well, then welcome. welcome to the listeners on the live stream. You should be able to see it. We've got people flooding in now. Arthur May says, hurry, hooray. I think it says hurry sound, but I think he meant to say hooray sound. Terry Lowe's been in touch as well from Malaysia, saying sound in Malaysia at last. Well, welcome to everyone on the...
From Malaysia as well.
Yeah, I know where I'd rather be.
Here.
Absolutely right here. So, yeah, welcome to those listeners. Obviously, we're on BBC Solent Sport Online, BBC Radio Sussex, and on the apps as well. And around the ground. And if you say into your smart speaker, you can say play Hampshire Sussex County Championship and they'll play it as well. That's a short delivery. It's smashed through the offside by Hudson Prentice. It's a poor delivery from James Fuller, who had a maiden in his last over and starts off with a real loosener in this one. And it's crashed through the offside for 4. And play Hampshire Sussex County Championship and they'll play it as well. That's a short delivery. It's smashed through the offside. Sussex extend their lead to 52 now.
You're on such a roll, but it was actually time for you to...
I will. Now we've got this sorted. What I'm going to say is don't touch the laptop. We're not touching anything else.
No.
It's just staying exactly how it is. And I'm going to swap out for Adrian, who's going to come back in alongside Amelia.
Yep, we've got Fuller coming in from the hotel end. Sussex 206 for 5 as Fuller comes in, right arm over the wicket. Bowls, good length delivery, and that's carried through to Ben Brown. Bit of a swipe at it by Hudson Prentice, but didn't get anything on there. Keeps well left. Hudson Prentice in the middle on 55 and Simpson on 59. Fuller walks all the way back to the top of his mark quite slowly. He's in no rush, it's 2 slips in place. Hudson Prentice on strike. Hi, Adrian.
Hello, Amelia.
Hello.
What a great morning for Sussex.
Oh, well, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, it really has been a wonderful partnership between these two.
Fuller comes in, past the umpire. Bowls. Well left there by Hudson Prentice.
And for those who had problems with the stream, those who haven't been listening, you know, we arrived this morning, it was cloudy, we had 15 wickets yesterday, and we were saying, well, crumbs, with these conditions, these look to favour the bowlers. But from the very first ball this morning, these two were really positive, weren't they?
Yes.
Pushing the 1s and the 2s, the scoreboard was ticking along, and you know, it's not an unassailable lead, but I think if you'd have said to Sussex when they were 83 for 5 last night, you'll have a lead of 52, they'd have snapped your hand off, to be honest.
Absolutely. Yeah, they really would have done. Fuller once more starts and then comes in, past the umpire. Bowl short of length. This is cut away, but they'll run through for 1. Score moves to 207 for 5. We've got to thank the very good techie people that have come and saved the day, so thank you very much.
Yeah, well done, techie people.
That's right. Yep, as Fuller heads back to the top of his mark, receives the ball. There's a little bit of shine there. It's a bit glary now. It feels like the sun's breaking through.
No, I agree. I mean, earlier on this morning, first thing we were saying, crumbs, perhaps the lights will come because it was quite gloomy, but it's got quite bright. I mean, there's no sun. Yeah, it's just sort of trying to come out, but it's the light's perfectly good now.
It's a squinty weather.
It is.
Fuller in, right arm around the wicket. Bowls, good length delivery, well defended, blocked back by Simpson.
I mean, I suppose the next landmark might be, I mean, of the new ball, which will be available, but not for another 10 overs. And I'd imagine that Hampshire will be, you know, wanting to hasten through and get that, really.
Yeah.
And hope that that will bring them some success.
Absolutely.
You know, maybe it's just a new ball pitch. I mean, yesterday we were saying Hampshire were bowled out in 52.3 overs. And there were a couple of good partnerships yesterday, but this has been, you know, quite, you know, a tremendous effort by these two.
Fuller once more in again. Round the wicket to Simpson. This time it's clipped away, absolutely, onto the leg side, all the way past fine leg. 4 more. Sussex, 200 and... Is the score moved? No.
It's going to go up in a moment.
5.
Yes, I think John Simpson to 63. Yeah, there it goes.
End of the over. So we have had 70 overs so far. Sussex are on 211. They lead by 57. Hudson Prentice on 56 off 129 deliveries, and Simpson on 59 off 135.
Absolutely. I mean, these two coming together last night when James Coles was bowled by John Turner for, where were we? 23. Sussex were 83 for 5 at that stage. And in real trouble, but these two partners are now 128 in 168 minutes. They've been together for, what, 2.5 hours now?
Yeah.
In fact, not far off of 3 hours. So, it is going to be Tom Prest around the wicket to bowl to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was dropped when he was on 51. Difficult chance to first slip. High to his left. Chance wasn't taken. Prest in, bowls. Hudson-Prentice clips that onto the onside. Picks up a comfortable single. Does Hudson-Prentice. He goes to 57. Sussex 212 for 5 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Adrian Harms, Amelia Clark and Charlotte Taylor, your commentary team here at Southampton today on an overcast day, which we thought might have favoured the Seamers, but that's not been the case.
And we are now also on the Hampshire picture feed as well.
Wonderful.
Live on there.
As Prest bowls and clipped away by Simpson through backward point, picks up another single, does John Simpson. He goes to 64. Sussex 213 for 5. The important statistic is that Sussex lead by 59. Hudson-Prentice waits. He's got a slip and a short leg to keep him company. And goes back on his stumps. That goes a little low, but Hudson-Prentice plays it to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Pressed in again, bowling his off-spin bowls, and Hudson-Prentice just eases that onto the onside, and Sussex just comfortably picking up the singles here. Hudson-Prentice to 58, 214 for 5. Field changes round for the left-handed Simpson. He waits, Pressed in again, bowl. Simpson forward, plays down the onside of the track, and Prest just bends down and picks the ball up off of his own bowling. And again, there is no run. Quickly in again, bowl. Simpson just nudges that one through point and picks up a comfortable single. There's plenty of ones. I'm sure Ben Brown's trying to sort of cut off these singles because the scoreboard is just ticking over nicely here for Sussex. 4 singles off the over without really a great deal of risk attached to it. Sussex 215 for 5 at the end of the over. Pressed 2 overs for 6. And the Sussex lead now is 61.
Yeah, I felt like you've sort of hit the nail on the head there. It feels like Hampshire aren't really trying to sort of give Sussex really too much to think about. You know, they're not making life difficult for them. They're not giving them big challenges to face. And although I know they're trying to find their, a way through, and they're sort of throwing everything they can at them, it just feels like maybe they need to try something totally different, because these two at the moment are incredibly comfortable.
John Simpson now 634 runs this season and an average of 79. 3 50s and 2 centuries in that, so what a season that John Simpson's having.
Looks like we can have Liam Dawson change of ends.
Yes, it's interesting.
Obviously getting no luck from the pavilion end, so going to try and come in from the hotel here. Got Simpson on strike. Dawson comes, right arm over the wicket. That's just pushed off. And they'll run through for 1.
Not really sure there should be a single there, to be honest. To backward point, he's I think Ben Brown's just he's not on the 1, and he might as well go back a little there, really. But either way,
Dawson to Hudson-Prentice. He's now going to come from the other side. He just walks up to the top of his mark, a much shorter mark, and asks the umpire just to take a step back. Comes in. Left arm around the wicket. Again, blocked, half shout, but nothing that much as it goes down to mid-on. Again, they run through for 1. So, yeah, as you say, they're leaking those singles in probably an area where it should be just a little tighter. Only a few overs until lunch now. It's 10 to 1 here at the Utilita Bowl. Sussex 217 for 5. Hampshire made 154 before they were bowled all out. Dawson in. As well left, carried through to Ben Brown, who's standing up.
That was a good leave, actually, wasn't it? I don't think I missed the off stump by very much. Ben Brown sort of whipped the bails off, but it was a very good. That is one of those. I mean, if it hits the stumps, you see, that was a bad error of judgment.
Yeah. Dawson once more, this time over the wicket to Simpson, who just blocks it and it dies at his feet. Ben Brown will come and throw that ball back to Dawson.
I just think they're desperate here, Hampshire, just to get through these overs now and get their hands on this new ball. They should be able to bowl another 2 or 3 overs before lunch, and hope that the new ball brings some reward.
Dawson once more in. Bowls, good length. Again played and just defended on the front foot. 217 for 5. 2 off the over so far. Dawson once more. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. Bowls, good length. This time push down to mid-on and they'll run through for 1. And that's the end of the over. So Sussex are on 218 for 5. They lead by 64 runs.
They do. I'm just looking here. I mean, they've got another 7 minutes to lunch.
Yep.
I mean, if Hampshire got a move on here, they could probably get, well, at least 2, possibly 3 more overs in, and they'd be pleased to do that. I think if they go to lunch knowing that they've got this new ball available shortly after the break. But from a Sussex point of view, it sort of couldn't have got any better, really. It is going to be Tom Prest who's going to carry on, bowling his off spin from the pavilion end to the left-handed John Simpson. Around the wicket, bowls and cut away by Simpson. Comfortable single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Hampshire now with 136 between these two. John Simpson goes to 68. 219 for 5. Slip and the short leg are still in place. Pressed in again, bowls. Hudson Prentice is solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track. And again, there is no run. The clock clicks round to 12:54, so 6 minutes to go until the interval. You can see on the concourse away to our left, there's some young lads playing cricket over there. They've got some bright green stumps, luminous stumps they've got set up.
Oh yeah, they've got much bigger ones now.
In comes Pressed bowls, and Hudson Prentice eases the ball down the ground too long on, picks up a comfortable single. Does Hudson Prentice? He goes to 60. Sussex 220 for 5.
Yeah, they were the same kids that we were talking about earlier, had the tiny little stumps. But
Oh right, they've got
obviously,
proper stumps now.
Yeah, someone's found some good stumps.
Pressed in, bowls. Simpson defends to backward point. Again, there is no run, fielded just down in front of us by Brad Wheel. Another dot ball goes in the scorer's book. Pressed bowls. Simpson cuts firmly through the covers, evades those one of 4 men who are saving one, only to the sweeper on the cover boundary, but Simpson picks up another comfortable single. 3 singles off the over. Simpson to 69, 221 for 5. The lead now is 67. In fact, John Simpson, he's quite canny here, John Simpson. He's just having a word to Finn Hudson Prentice. I think that's all about. Let's just let there be 1 more over before lunch. Although the clock is saying 12:55, so I think the rate that Liam Dawson gets through his overs,
They might put him in.
I think there might be 2 more here. So that'll be 75 overs. In comes Pressed bowls to Hudson Prentice. He uses his feet down the wicket, plays to mid-on. There is no run, so end of another over. Prest has bowled 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 9. Sussex 221 for 5. Simpson on 69, Hudson Prentice is on 60. We've got 4 minutes to go until lunch. Are we going to get another over from Liam Dawson? I suspect we will.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
And I suspect we might well get another over as well from Tom Prest, because I don't think Liam Dawson takes 4 minutes to bowl his overs.
Not at all, no. Let's see quite how quickly he does this one.
Yeah.
So we've got Simpson on strike. Dawson coming from the umpire's right. He's going to come left arm over the wicket. Bowls. And that's sort of, I think that might be given as a leg by, but that's running away down past mid-on and mid-off, and it has run away for 4. We'll see what the umpire signals. Yep. So that's been given as a 4. 225 for 5. 4 byes. As Hudson Prentice strolls down to the non-striker's end, he's in no rush. Ben Brown standing up to the wicket. Dawson already in. Left arm over, bowls, good length. This time it's just, again, kicked away, sort of on the middle of the pads, almost kneed away by Simpson. He likes that one. Dawson already collecting the ball, top of his mark. He's ready to come in, he's not wasting any time. 3 minutes until lunch, he wants to get over this over. As he comes in, and bowls, good length. This time just clipped up, but well defended. Slip will run round to collect. Sussex remain on 221 for 5. Hudson Prentice on 60. Simpson on 69. Dawson once more in. Good front foot defence from Simpson there as he comes in and blocks. Dawson already doing his own fielding, wandering back to the top. Gives the ball a quick shine, and he's ready to go again. Simpson waiting on strike. Hudson Prentice wanders up from the non-striker's end.
Cool, that kept low.
that was much lower there, didn't it? It was on a back foot defence from Simpson. They run through for 1. There'll be 1 ball left of the over. Dawson this time for Hudson Prentice is going to come left arm around the wicket to the umpire's left. One slip in place. Ben Brown now standing up to the stumps.
I think we will get another over, Amelia.
Yep, I agree. Bowls, good defence there, and it's gone down to mid-wicket, and they run through for 1. End of the over, Sussex 226 for 5, and they lead by 73.
They do, and we're going to get 1 more over before the break because the clock says 12:59. The umpire wanders in. He will be in position, I'm sure, before 1 o'clock. He takes the jumper as a
me throwing things around.
drops her phone. It's okay. And it's going to be Tom Prest. Is it going to be Prest? Yes. Who's going to? Oh no, it's going to be Nick Gubbins. So we're going to. I think he was a bit of leg spin, Nick Gubbins. So. John Simpson will know Nick Gubbins because they spent good parts of their careers at Middlesex together. So he'll know all about Nick Gubbins. And this is sort of the usual over just before lunch, just trying to break the batter's concentration, really. Yeah. It's something that Finn Hudson Prentice wouldn't have been expecting, and it's probably worth a try from Ben Brown. And after all the hard work, Sussex won't want to give it away here. So there's just 1 slip in place. Gubbins is going to come into bowl to Hudson Prentice's in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Finn Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. Gubbins again, he's not going to hang around. 3 or 4 paces in and bowls. Hudson Prentice stretches forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Sussex on 227 for 5. Hudson Prentice on 61. Simpson on 70.
In again bowls. Hudson Prentice works this into the offside. It's another dot ball. So these two resumed this morning on 110 for 5. So they've added exactly 117 this morning.
It's quite amazing, really.
Gubbins in bowls to call it 118. Hudson Prentice plays it away into the offside. And there is no run, which brings the Sussex skipper John Simpson on to strike. In fact, they've got a few overs this morning, have Hampshire, because we started off this morning on 43, so they bowled 32, so that's what they should bowl. So they've always good to see when over 8s are about where they should be. John Simpson surveys the field. Nick Gubbins throws the ball from hand to hand, comes around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, and he will not want to get out to Nick Gubbins. Not just because it's the last ball before lunch, but because he'll know him of old from his days up at Middlesex. So this will be the last ball of the 75th over. New ball will be available 5 overs into this afternoon session. In comes Gubbins, bowls, Simpson defends, and there is no run. End of the session. Sussex 228 for 5, with John Simpson on 70, Finn Hudson Prentice on 62. And Amelia, I think that's been a really good morning for Sussex.
I think it has been a really good morning for Sussex. From a Hampshire perspective, I don't think they'll be best pleased, but they have thrown as much as they can at Sussex. It was 1 missed chance, but really other than that, Sussex have been very in control, very steadfast and patient and watchful and all those fun adjectives. But yeah, I think Sussex very much in control, and Hampshire will need to go back in that dressing room today, and they'll need to have very much a regroup and decide how they're going to come out and attack. Yes, so we will be taking a break now for lunch,
Wonderful.
and we'll be joining you again after lunch.
for 5. They are after lunch. Oh gosh, there's wind taking my bits of paper everywhere. They lead by 74. They're a partnership at the moment between Finn Hudson-Prentice and John Simpson is worth 118, and they've batted brilliantly, the two of them, this morning and this afternoon, should I say, to build that partnership and to get them out in front of Hampshire. They bowled Hampshire out yesterday for 154, including 5 ducks in the Hampshire innings. Ben Brown top scored with 53 yesterday, and Henry Crocombe did pretty much most of the damage with 4 wickets for 27. And then Hampshire had Sussex on the ropes last night, 110 for 5, but after the first session this morning, Sussex have crawled their way back into this game. They batted brilliantly, these two. Only one chance for Hampshire, one clear chance this morning. Hudson-Prentice was dropped on 51 in the slips by Toby Albert, and this partnership remains unbroken on 118. So we find Sussex leading by 74 going into the second half of this day's play. The other grounds and the other games around the country, there's a few runs being scored at Surrey. Well, they've lost a couple of wickets actually. Surrey are 203 for 7. They're chasing down, Essex set them 217 in the first innings. They're chasing that down, trying to get a lead there. They trail by 14. Warwickshire are all out for 227. Worcester 115 for 5, trying to get close to that. They trail by 112. And where are we now? Yorkshire, they bowled Nottinghamshire out for 228, and they're 119 for 7, so they trail by 109. So very similar scores across the country, really, in this County Championship Division 1. And they're into the third innings at Chester Street. They Durham bowled Somerset out for 172. They then were 277 all out themselves, and they're 18 for 2 in their second innings, and Durham leads Somerset by 123. There's lots to play for. These two teams here, Hampshire and Sussex, are in the middle of the table, 5th and 6th, only a few points. I think there's 4 points separating them. So yeah, there's only a few points in it in the middle of the table, but it's quite evenly spread across the whole table. So yeah, it's all to play for here in this game, Amelia.
It is indeed. I mean, it's quite amazing to think that yesterday and today were sort of the same game, because they feel like two totally different realms to each other. I mean, yesterday we saw 15 wickets in one day. They were flying in clusters, and it was a really pacey game. It was a really sort of, kind of anything can happen at any moment game. Whereas today, it feels like the Sussex guys have come out with a very clear plan. They're just going to stay and they're going to bat. They're not going to take any major chances. And and they've just created, as you said, a really nice partnership, and they've just taken this game on.
They definitely have, and these two batters have done the majority of the damage. Finn Hudson-Prentice 62 not out, and right there with him is John Simpson, who's 70 not out. So the two of them are really making inroads in this lead. It's 74 at the minute, as previously mentioned, over Hampshire, and Hampshire with only that one clear chance, a drop in the slips by Toby Albert. They need to really sort of pounce on any chances in this second half. Create some more chances would also be quite good for a Hampshire point of view, but it looks pretty flat. Overcast conditions still here. That's been sort of the theme all day. There's been clouds overhead, not really looking very rain-filled, but they are quite dark, but they're quite high, and they are moving as the breeze sort of flows across the ground as well, so no real rain expected, but yeah, they need to take advantage of these bowling conditions. We're going to have Tom Press. We're going to open with spin. He bowled a couple of overs before the lunch break. He bowled 3 overs, none for 9. Didn't cause too many problems, but he's going to start again here to John Simpson. He's round the wicket and drifts that one onto the pads of Simpson. A little bit of a gift to get him up and away. They've obviously got to start again, the Sussex batters, because whenever you say, you've got to come back after a lunch break, it is a bit like starting again. So they've got to do that, and that was a bit of a gift for Simpson. Preston again on the back foot is Hudson-Prentice, pushes that up to long on, and Abbott's there, ran quite casually to go and collect it, and then realised that they might run for 2 actually, and decided that he might want to hurry up and field it a little bit quicker. They go through a singles, 2 singles to start. Preston again round the wicket. On the back foot is Simpson, and that is a dot ball. Preston once more. On the back foot again is Simpson, pushes it into the gap on the offside, and they'll get a single. And that's the end of the first after the lunch break. New ball available in 4 overs time. 76 overs being bowled with this current ball, so that'll be exciting. They'll just try and get through a few overs of spin here, and then it won't be long before you see Abbott back with ball in hand, and I presume Wheel, but they might go with Turner. They might even go with Fuller, who knows. But they'll be sort of waiting for that new ball to arrive for Hampshire and see if they can cause a bit of problem, a few problems with that when it arrives. Liam Dawson to bowl from the pavilion end.
So Dawson, again, just standing inspecting the ball at the pavilion end. Takes a step to his right, or left as we look at it. He's going to come left arm over the wicket to Simpson, who blocks and defends. And Charlotte, does it feel like it's got darker to you?
In literally the last couple of minutes, yes.
Yeah, since we've come back from lunch, it's suddenly as if the clouds have just thickened a little bit and they've just got a little bit darker. Dawson stands at the top of his mark, wastes no time as he comes in again past the umpire, left arm over to Simpson, who blocks, and that's just fielded by Silly Point. Everyone resets. Simpson has this very trademark thing. He just sort of, after every shot, he just takes a couple of strides out to his right, almost towards Silly Point, and just collects his thoughts and comes back in, checks the field. Dawson in, bowls. Good front foot defence there from Simpson as another dot ball comes in.
Yeah, he just takes his time, doesn't he? Simpson?
He does.
It's a trademark of his game in just taking his time.
Yet again, Dawson in, field creeps with him. Bowls and blocks again. There was a half shout from Ben Brown in the gloves, but no sign from the umpire of any interest.
Just making sure we're going out on the stream.
Good.
So
No, I like it.
that's happening, which is good.
Dawson once more in again, and this time driven down. They'll run through for one. And a nice bit of space in the offside there. And that puts Hudson Prentice on strike. That also brings up a 150 partnership between Hudson and Prentice from 297 balls.
It's a brilliant partnership, isn't it? It's something that both these batters would have known they needed to almost do at the start of the day. They want to get close to Hampshire first and then overtake them and get into some sort of heavy lead, and they're doing it with ease at the moment.
That they are indeed. So Hudson Prentice on strike. He seems to be doing up his laces, so that's the gloves off, and Simpson at the other end stands, as Nicky Chowdhury nicknamed it yesterday, like a teapot.
Yeah.
Hand on hip, just waiting for his counterpart, just takes guard and readies himself. Again, takes his time. There's no rush here. Dawson this time coming left arm around the wicket, and again blocks in behind, sort of on the left, on the back foot. That's the end of the over. Dawson begrudgingly takes his hat from the umpire and wanders off to find his new fielding position.
Yeah, they're just waiting for this new ball now. 3 overs to go. I think Hampshire are just biding their time, waiting for the new ball to arrive. And let's see if they can get that one talking, because they need to do something here, the Hampshire bowlers. Abbott would be chomping at the bit to get a new ball in his hand and use these overhead conditions. Press to continue, then round the wicket to Simpson, who's cutting and chops down on the ball, a bit of an inside edge into the ground, but luckily is nowhere near his stumps. This pitch is slightly slower than what we've seen this year so far. Pressed in again. Well defended, well blocked by John Simpson. Gets solidly in behind that one as well. Defends to the bowler. They're just being risk-free at the moment, these two. Just getting resettled, getting back into it. Lots of gaps on the leg side as that one trickles down the leg side by Prest. And they're going to collect 2 as the paddle sweep is opted for by John Simpson. And Dawson does the fielding. Change in field. I'm not really sure why there were so many men out, but long on's come up, which I think is a good move. Just try and urge them to not take as many free singles. especially on the leg side. There's a big gap still on the leg side. There's a fielder out at deep mid-wicket. Preston again round the wicket. Short and wide outside the off stump this time. There is a man in a floppy. That'll be James Fuller out at deep cover. Comes around to his left and does the fielding.
Sussex on 233. They lead by 79 now. That has shot up in the time before lunch.
Full delivery from Press. Somebody says get after it. I don't know if that was picked up by the FX mic, but I could definitely hear it from up here. No run though. They're hunting in the if there was a circle. That turned around by Press there. Finn Hudson-Prentice kind of just decides to leave it alone in the end. It just hits him really, and balloons out onto the offside. But no real danger. No run conceded. 236 for 5. The lead is 82. John Simpson 76 not out. Finn Hudson-Prentice 64 not out. 2 overs to go to the new ball. I'm going to keep saying this until the new ball arrives because that's all that's happening here.
Yeah.
They're just waiting.
There is some, you know, obviously we've got Dawson coming in from the pavilion here, but we do also have another game going on. We think we decided that was Hampshire, second team or the juniors?
Oh, the academy, I think.
The academy, yeah. They seem to be playing a very good game, and as Dawson comes in, and again, this is defended, and Ben Brown will chase, and they'll go for 1. Yeah, and at lunch, obviously, because there was nothing happening in this central pitch here, a lot of spectators were lining the fence just behind the scoreboard to our left, to the left of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand and our hotel, sort of in the middle there. They were all watching that game, and I think they really enjoyed it.
You get 2 for the price of 1, don't
Absolutely, and the players did as well. They were like, "Oh, we've got a really big crowd now." As Dawson comes left arm over the wicket, and this time Hudson-Prentice tries to use his feet to drive down the ground, but it's stopped at mid-wicket.
I'm just trying to see who that game is against. You have to go on to Play Cricket to find it. Because you get 2 games for the price of 1. If you come down here, there's very few grounds in the country that have 2 pitches
Well
next to each
defended
other.
there. Yeah, that's absolutely true, especially going on at the same time.
So we've got, to our left, we have Hampshire Academy against St Cross.
Right. What's the score? Do we know?
It is Hampshire Academy are batting, 107 for 1. So that was the 1 wicket we heard earlier.
It was.
It was very loud, celebrated by the St Cross fans.
Dawson in, blocks by Hudson-Prentice. They'll run through for 1. Yep.
Sam Ashman, 49 not out for Hampshire Academy. Ben Mays, 46 not out. Eddie Jacks playing over there. He's made his senior appearance last year, senior debut last year. Dom Kelly playing on the other teams, and Felix Organ playing for St Cross, who are Hampshire.
Yes, they are.
In the Hampshire ranks. They're playing against Hampshire Academy today for their club side St Cross.
That's just blocked into the offside. Yeah, I think there was one of the guys who comes and does a little bit of commentary sometimes for us. He plays for St Cross, and he said he plays with Felix. He was actually here when I think when Felix was playing, and he got his century, and then subsequently out. And shortly afterwards, he was commentating on it all. That was well defended. They think about 1, but they won't. It was hit straight to the fielder at square leg.
Yes, if you come down here this afternoon, you get 2 games for the price of 1. Especially if you place yourself on the, as we look at it from the hotel, the left-hand side of the ground, in between the 2 pitches.
You could stand and watch both simultaneously.
And to get 2 for the price of 1. And there's obviously little kids cricket going around the court. That's actually stopped.
It has, yeah.
Okay, they've obviously taken a lunch break. That's fair enough. They've been at it all day.
They have. They need lunch as well. They need a break.
239 for 5 here at Utilita Bowl.
Hudson-Prentice on strike. He sort of kicks something away as if there was maybe a bit of dust or dirt on the floor that he just didn't like.
The leg slip in place. Tom Press comes round the wicket to left-handed Simpson, who bowls a Yorker length delivery and pushes it into the gap at mid-wicket. And they pick up a single, takes Simpson onto 79, Sussex 240 for 5, the lead is 86. 5 deliveries left until that new ball is going to be waved by a Brenda-like figure, I'm assuming would appear somewhere for Hampshire. As Finn Hudson-Prentice is forward in defence to that one from Prest. Now, we don't have someone like Brenda down at Hove.
No.
Just appears with the ball. I think maybe if there's any volunteers that are listening right now that wants to volunteer to be that person, I'm sure that Hampshire would be more than happy to have you do that role. A couple of steps down the wicket from Hudson-Prentice, tries to push it into the gap on the leg side, but the fielder, Fletcher Middleton, I think that is, at short leg. gets nicely in the way of that one and stops any runs from being scored. Single and 2 dots to start this over from Prest. He's bowled 5.5 overs so far for 17. No wickets as of yet. That one pushes Hudson Prentice back in his crease a little bit. Again, defends quietly into the leg side. One slip awaiting. Preston again pushes that one back. It's in the air for a second as it goes past Middleton's left hand. They pick up a single, do Sussex. No real danger as Hudson Prentice just finds his way up the other end. Nicely played so far. One delivery left of this over, and then I'm assuming that new ball will be taken by Hampshire as the ball from Prest goes down the leg side and misses everything other than Ben Brown's gloves, which is good news. Otherwise that would have been trickling down towards the pavilion from Tom Prest. He gets away with it. So 80 overs have been bowled. There is somebody coming on the field. Are they delivering a new ball or... No, the umpire's waving and saying, yep, the new ball's been taken. So that's what the ground announcer has just suggested. The helmets are coming off, which means Ben Brown will be stood back, which means that the new ball and Kyle Abbott has taken his jumper off and his hat off, and he's got that new ball in his hand, which is exactly what the Hampshire fans and I think they were waiting for. Just a few overs of spin just to get them through, and then this new ball's been taken in the 80th over, and with Hampshire needing a breakthrough, Amelia.
Yeah, they do indeed. It's still feeling very much in the hands of Sussex as they're 241 for 5. Seems like we're going to have a change of bowling now from the hotel end. We're going to have Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, he'll be itching to bowl this new ball now, see if he can get it talking. Still overcast conditions. Bit of humidity in the air. It wasn't cold when we walked around to get our lunch earlier on.
Bit of wind, but no cold. Yeah, I know what you mean. As there are 2 slips in place, Kyle Abbott comes in, right arm over the wicket to Hudson Prentice, and this is carried through. There was a bit of a noise there, but I think, as you say, maybe it was bat going past pad. And
I don't really know. I think maybe it was just like simultaneously happened at the same time. Something else made a noise as something went through the bat. It was just very. I sort of stopped and thought that it was a massive nick, and no one moved. So
did I. I was like, why is no one moving?
But I think it was just coincidence that something made a noise that sounded very much like a ball on bat noise, just at the same time as the ball went past the outside edge of Hudson Prentice. But yeah, dot ball.
Abbott in again to Hudson Prentice. This time well left. Wafts his bat right up into the sky to get that well out of the way. Carry through to Ben Brown. It's carrying better already, this new ball. Yeah,
they'll be wanting to extract the most amount of action out of this pitch now with this new ball and get it talking. Abbott can move it both ways. He's very clever, very skillful bowler for Hampshire and has been for a long time, so he'll be wanting to do his utmost to make a breakthrough here. If they can get 2 or 3 wickets quickly here, Hampshire, they'll be back in the game.
Absolutely. Abbott in again past the umpire, right arm over to Hudson Prentice. Bowls again. Hudson Prentice lifts his bat out of the way, and that carries through to Ben Brown.
Yeah, they haven't bowled really badly, Hampshire. It's not saying that. I mean, there's been a few loose deliveries, but that's just to be expected. But they haven't really bowled badly. It's just
Sussex have batted well.
They've batted well, and they've just been patient. I mean, they're 79 from 170 and 66 from 157 respectively. Like
yes, it's almost like a Test cricket kind of approach.
Yeah, so they are just sort of biding their time and being really, really patient, and it's paying off for them.
Absolutely. Sussex 241 for 5. Hampshire made 154 all out. As Abbott comes in again from the pavilion end, bowls, this time pushed away past cover, and that will run away for 4 by Hudson Prentice.
That's a ridiculous shot, because he's not really tried to hit that whatsoever. He's just, like you say, just pushed at the ball, and it's flown off the bat and gone through the covers for 4. It's an unbelievable shot.
Yeah.
It just shows how good this pitch can be still. If you get yourself in, you know, Ben Brown showed that yesterday. He sort of stuck around a little bit and then was able to get in, and it just shows if you get through the tricky bit, you can just cash in a little bit later on. So, and it always becomes easier the longer you're there, and that looked pretty easy.
It did indeed. As Abbott comes in again A little fire in his belly this time. Hudson Prentice comes and very well leaves. That carry through to Ben Brown. Great line there. Hudson Prentice taking a little note from Simpson as he wanders off to his left. Just sort of moves his head around as if just to make sure he's comfortable and wanders back to his crease.
Did you enjoy your lunch, Amelia?
Did you?
I did. The moussaka was
it
off
good?
the scale. It was very, very good.
Oh.
I've always wanted to know how to make them. I know it's got aubergine and stuff in it, and
Yeah.
beef, and it's a bit like a lasagna, but I feel like I might have to give it a go.
Yeah. I had the world's biggest jacket potato.
It did look quite massive.
I only managed half of it as Kyle Abbott comes in. Bowls. And this time is driven to mid-wicket, who got her hand up in the air and dropped it. That was another big chance from Hampshire. It was driven straight over the head. I thought it was going to jump over the head of number 19.
That's Fletcher Middleton.
Fletcher
there.
Middleton, and he jumped. He did a brilliant jump. He got his left hand to it, and he sort of stopped it. But he just, similar to the drop catch in the slips earlier, he just couldn't quite hang on to it as he put his arm down. And that's another
That was a
missed
tough.
opportunity.
Yeah, that was a tougher chance actually because it
Yeah.
looped up. It wasn't hit hard. Hudson Prentice just didn't quite get under the ball as he just tried to flick it through the leg side. If you're watching again on the picture feed, you're going to see it once more as he flicks it over, and yeah, it just doesn't quite get the elevation and drop catch, but a much tougher chance. That's 2 times that Hudson Prentice has been dropped. I'm going to take a break, and you'll be joined by Adrian Hart.
Yep, we have Tom Prest is going to come in from the pavilion end. He's just having a quick word with Kyle Abbott, it looks like, who's just helping him warm up a little bit. We're just gaining his momentum. Hudson Prentice on strike. Hello there.
Hello, Amelia.
As a wheel, it's wheel. Sorry, apologies. And this is a big shout for LBW. The umpire remains unmoved.
I just thought that was slipping a little bit down, down the leg side, possibly. Just looking at this dropped catch. Yeah, it would have been a good catch when
Yeah.
he got a hand to it, got his right hand to it, but. I was talking to the guys who got
Yeah,
a
I
better
think
view
it
from
was
us down in the
all
press room at lunchtime, and they were saying the catch that was put down at slips was a straightforward chance, apparently.
Yeah. And Wheel's going to come back in again from the hotel end. Ball right arm over the wicket, in and well left there by Hudson Prentice.
Well, this is getting a sizable lead now, isn't it?
Yeah, 92.
92, and if these two can get themselves through this new ball, and Sussex have got batting down the order. Jack Carson has got a century to his name this year, and Nathan McAndrew. So Sussex are in a very strong position here, which didn't look likely when they were 83 for 5.
That is
Funny how
true.
games change, isn't it?
Absolutely.
We haven't seen a wicket all day.
No, Wheel in again. Right arm over, bowls. Maybe they're just thinking, that carried through nicely to Ben Brown. It was sort of had to be jumped out of the way of Hudson Prentice. Maybe they're thinking that we saw too many yesterday. So
Well, possibly. They've addressed the balance. Just looking at the... I think the forecast for tomorrow is good. Just have a little look where we
Yes,
are.
it's Monday that's not.
Yeah, Monday's not good, is it? I'm just looking here. Yeah, Monday doesn't look... Well, it sort of says sunshine and showers, actually, from sort of 11 o'clock. But quite a high chance of rain, according to the BBC website.
Wheel in once more. This time driven down to mid-wicket, but good stop there.
But tomorrow's a lovely day.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
That's
sunshine all the way tomorrow.
Wheel walks all the way back to the top of his mark. Both batsmen come down the wicket and do a bit of gardening.
Charles got a very healthy looking lunch.
Yeah, she's got some mango. She's tucking into there.
Did you get that? I don't know where they get their baked potatoes from here, but they're huge, aren't
We
they?
were just talking about that.
Well,
yeah.
yeah, they're great, weren't they? I enjoyed mine.
Wheel in once more. Long run in, past the umpire. Bowls, good line. This is clipped off down to third man. They'll run through for 1. They think about 2 and think better of that.
I'm not a big fan of baked potatoes when they're cooked in the microwave.
Right.
I think you've got to have crusty,
Yeah, like
crunchy skin.
a crispy skin.
Crispy skin, that's the word I'm
Crispy
looking for.
skin,
Yeah, not crunchy.
absolutely. I'm with you on that. 100%. There's nothing worse than a non-crispy skin.
Yeah.
on a jacket potato. Just like to add. So Will is now Simpson facing, so Will's going to come right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. As he comes in, bowls, and this time again worked around the corner, down square of the wicket on his leg side. End of the over, that's Sussex 247 for 5. They lead by 94.
They do, and it goes without saying that Hampshire will just be desperate to get a breakthrough here. If these two feel they can get through the new ball and Sussex can get well, who knows where this lead might go from here. But already Hampshire are going to be under a good deal of pressure when they come to bat second time around. Now, has the pitch flattened out to these two just batting extremely well? Will the new ball do the trick? Is it a new ball pitch? So many questions, but at the minute Sussex are in the ascendancy. Almost feels like it's about to rain, doesn't it?
It really does.
Look, the clouds are much lower than they have been all day, and it's quite gloomy actually. In comes Kyle Abbott round the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who I think he did pull the bat inside the line at the last moment. Through to keeper Brown. Yeah, it's just got that feeling now that there may not, that the rain sort of could be around. I noticed they're off for rain in Cardiff, which I know is a long way from here, but it's. I think most of that rain is sort of in the west of the country. Just see that replay of this one from John Simpson, see if he did leave it. No, I think he played it.
Yeah.
Abbott in again, bowls. Simpson takes a step down the pitch and plays into the offside. There is no run. John Simpson surveys his bat. I think it's as gloomy now as it has been all day, to be honest.
Yeah.
You always get a bit of a clue from the ground staff, who don't seem overly bothered, to be honest. At Hove, the ground staff sit at the far end of the ground. So when it's going to rain and you see them walking or anything, oh, here they come.
Yeah.
And they've always got their phones on with the app
Yeah.
for the weather, and you think, because they just know when it's going to happen. But there doesn't seem to be any sign of any movement from the ground staff. So.
No, they don't seem to.
Abbott in bowls, and Simpson glides this beautifully away through square leg. It's going to run away for at least a couple of runs to John Simpson, who's going to go to the 80s. He goes to 81. And the applause is for the 250 up for Sussex. So a first batting bonus point, which I have to say, the prospect of any batting bonus points in this game look remote. But not so.
Yeah, Sussex have done really well. They've just kept batting. They've just not rushed it. It's taken what 80 odd overs, but actually they've just bided their time, and they're reaping the rewards now, as Charlotte Taylor said earlier.
Abbott in bowls to Simpson. I think that came off the 5-pad, but we'll wait for the umpire's signal to tell us. Yes, indeed. Leg by signalled. 251 for 5. If John Simpson were to go through for 100 in this innings, and that's still a big if because he's a little way away from doing so, it would be his 18th first-class 100.
Wow.
And his 8th in Sussex colours.
Wow.
So he's made 800 since he's come to Sussex, which would be extraordinary.
Yeah, that is.
Here comes Abbott bowls. Hudson Prentice plays a loose shot outside of the off stump. Taken by Brown, and there is no run. Yeah, so he has made, let me have a quick look here, so 17 so far. This season for Sussex, he has made, let's go back one, this season for Sussex he's already made 2. So I think I make it 5 that he got last season. But either way, he's just in an amazing run of form, and averaging 81. In comes Abbott down the leg side. He's rather missed out there as Finn Hudson Prentice. He looks heavenwards. He's like, why didn't I hit that for 4? Either way, no damage done as far as Sussex are concerned. 251 for 5, and the lead for Sussex now up to 97. As for Finn Hudson Prentice, he has yet to score a first-class 100. His highest score was 99 when he was playing for Derbyshire. So both of these two will have half an eye on hundreds. I'm just having a look as well to see, because I think this knock will probably take John Simpson to the top of the batting averages.
So his wheel comes in again from the hotel end. Past the umpire and bowls.
Or bowled.
Well left as well by Simpson. That was a great line. Simpson has to do quite a work to get out of the way of that. Wheel saunters back to the top of his mark. Yeah, that was well bowled, just watching the replay of that.
Yeah, it was well bowled. Well, he deserves a little bit of luck. John, say not luck, I mean, he's batted beautifully, but I think he did play at that.
Wheel in once more, past the umpire and bowls. This time much straighter, and it's worked straight out onto leg side. Straight to the fielder, so they won't run. Yeah, again, the spectatorship very heavily slanted to the right-hand side as we look at it, because the field is very heavily slanted to the right. So
Yeah, more people watching. If you're watching on the left-hand side, you're a long, long way from the action. There's a couple of guys sitting over
yes.
where the groundsman hut is, and they're miles away from the
I
action.
think they've got kids, and the kids are playing behind, so
Ah,
that may
right,
be why.
fair
This
enough.
wheel comes in again, bowls. This very straight, making Simpson play that ball. Good defending. Yeah, I think they're the sort of family with the kids, so they've sort of placed themselves there so the parents can watch and the kids can play.
That
good,
sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? So wickets really are tumbling in other matches in the First Division. Surrey 228 for 8,
Wow.
leading Essex by 11. Worcestershire 130 for 6, still trailing Warwickshire by 97, and Yorkshire 158 for 9, which is better than it looked like it was going to be, but they're still trailing Nottinghamshire by 70.
Wheel once more in a game today that we haven't seen a wicket yet. Bowls, and that's just pushed to leg side, square the wicket.
I'm just seeing how many wickets Mohammed Abbas has got for Nottinghamshire. Yeah, 17
All
overs,
of them?
4 maids, 5 for 44.
Wow.
And who's has served Hampshire very well. He played county cricket at Leicestershire as well. He's a fine bowler, Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah. Wheel walks all the way back to the top of his mark, collects the ball, just observes it. It's a new ball that Hampshire have got in. They need to get it to do something and get it talking. 2 slips in place. Wheel bowls. This is played leg side. There's 2 fielders chasing. They will get there before the boundaries. It's such a huge boundary. They've run back for 2. It was Kyle Abbott who turned and decided, I won't bother throwing that one back too quickly because they're already in.
I noticed Rian Ahmed in the runs for Leicestershire. He's been pumped up the order this season. He's 95 not out for Leicestershire, who lead Division 2 of the County Championship. 219 for 2, Leicestershire, leading Lancashire by 13 runs with 8 wickets in the bank.
Simpson in once, Wheel in once more to Simpson. Very good. Getting that ball just dead on that money and making Simpson play the shot. End of the over, 253 for 5.
And you listen to live cricket on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Amelia Clark, Charlotte Taylor, commentary team. You may be watching via the YouTube channel on the Hampshire Cricket Club live feed. Wherever you're watching from, lovely to have your company this Saturday afternoon. If you want to send an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. It's a grey overcast day. In fact, I think since lunch the clouds have definitely got lower. There were times this morning when the sun almost came out, but I would say that the clouds are lower. They look well, slightly more rain-bearing. Let's hope that isn't the case. In comes Abbott, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who lets a delivery that's just short of a length go through to keeper Ben Brown, and there is no run. So just for those of you joining us for the first time today, these two resuming on 110 for 5 this morning, with Simpson on 15, Hudson Prentice on 8. So they have added today 143. John Simpson now on 83. Finn Hudson Prentice on 72. Abbott in bowls. Hudson Prentice again, just shoulders arms. There's that one go through to Ben Brown. And again, there is no run. Finn Hudson Prentice with a couple of lives. Before lunch he was dropped at slip, we think by Toby Albert, when he was on 51 when the score was 196. We didn't have a great view of that, but our colleagues in the press box were telling us it was a relatively straightforward chance. Since lunch, a far more difficult chance dropped at mid-wicket when he was on 71. But John Simpson so far hasn't offered a chance. Aberdeen bowls. Hudson Prentice nurdles this one down to fine leg. They've taken one, they'll think about two. He's coming back for the second. They need to get over a move. That's really good running by Finn Hudson Prentice, showing the virtue of running the first run fast. He was always looking for the second run. Although Brad Will got to the ball quickly, he was under pressure because Hudson Prentice was herring back to complete his second run. He goes to 74.
And that moves the lead for Sussex to over 100.
Indeed it does, well spotted. A lead of 101. Which in any game it's putting the batting side under pressure in their second innings. Abbott, a tall strong man, races in towards us, bowls wide of the off stump. Hudson Prentice just watches it go by, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. I can see John Turner is warming up away to our right hand side down at third man. The spectators, actually, I mean, there's one or two spectators down here in shorts, which looks quite brave. One or two others are more sort of wrapped up, really, sort of fleeces and, you know, an anoraks down to our right-hand side.
It's cloudy, but as soon as I walked out the house today, it's not cold.
No, I must admit, at lunchtime, I
That's
walked around, I had
odd.
my coat on, and I was sort of thinking, why have I got my coat on?
It's 19 degrees,
Yeah.
it says. It's quite bonkers, really. Humid, I think.
Abbott in bowls. Hudson Prentice is forward to a ball of good length, punches it into the offside, into the covers. There is no run. Ben Brown is trying to keep on the attack as much as he can. He's got two slips in place. A third man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. But he'll know they Hampshire just can't. They just desperately need a breakthrough with this new ball.
Yeah, Ben Brown's been very good at keeping his bowlers' sort of spirits high. He's been, you know, trying to and yeah, and you know, cheer them on at every opportunity, just to try and build that confidence a bit and just try and find a way through this partnership.
In again, bowls short is Kyle Abbott, but Hudson Prentice has plenty of time just to duck underneath the ball. The ball bounces over the head of Finn Hudson Prentice, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. It is the end of another over. 2:55 for 5, so this new ball is now 5 overs old. No breakthrough so far for Hampshire, and I think we're going to get a change of bowling. John Turner was warming up. And no, we're not. We're still going to carry on with Brad Will. I thought for a moment that we were going to get a change of bowling.
Maybe he's trying to convince Ben Brown to let him have a go. But
maybe, yes.
Ben Brown's going, no, we'll stick with Will for now with this new ball.
Stick to what we've got.
Sussex 255 for 5. We've had 85 overs. Hampshire put up a score of 154. Current partnership is 172 between Hudson Prentice and Simpson, as this ball is pushed away late square of the wicket, and they run through for 1, bowled by Wheel. It was well done by Simpson. And Hudson Prentice now is on strike. The field just changes slightly because the right and lefties. Ball gets worked through the field. Brad Will waiting to collect the ball. He's sort of sauntering up to the top of his mark. As soon as he's got it, it goes. If I will gain speed halfway through, just past the blue, and he's in bowls. It was a good line, good bowl there, right at the stumps, making Hudson Prentice play that shot. Good block there.
So Sussex with one batting point securely in the bag, to add to the 3 bowling points from yesterday. Batting points awarded once you get to 250, then thereafter the denominations of 50 up to 450. But only within the first 110 overs. I think that'll be the least at the mind. They just want to keep batting and getting as big a lead as they can.
Wheel in again.
Oh, that's close.
Oh, that's a big shout from
Yeah,
there.
he's
And it's
given
been given.
Yeah.
And Hudson Prentice is going to have to be dismissed. Hampshire have finally found their way through. Hudson Prentice on 74 after 175 deliveries has finally been dismissed by Hampshire. Wheel getting the breakthrough. It was a great ball right in line of the stumps. He tried to play the shot and he didn't get it. The ball crashed into his pads and they were dead in line. It took the umpire just a moment just to make sure it wasn't going down leg, but the finger did go up and Hampshire have their breakthrough.
Yeah, let's just watch this again. Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I think Finn Hudson Prentice knew that he was gone. He's annoyed with himself because it was a well-pitched up debut. He was looking to clip that one away through the leg side, but he was rather playing across the line. But it's a lovely innings by Finn. It's just disappointed because I'm sure he would just love one day Finn Hudson-Prentice to make a first-class 100, but it's an excellent innings by the Sussex all-rounder. He's put his side in a very strong position, but he would have just hoped that maybe today was his day. However, that partnership between those two, by my very poor maths, is that 178?
I think so. It came up with 172 just at the beginning of this over. So I think so.
Well, it's, oh, no, sorry, I'm talking rubbish. I'm sorry, I'm talking rubbish.
I think it may be slightly low.
Yes, so, yeah, it's 256 less 83, so let's do it the old way, Adrian. I think it's 173, the partnership.
Yeah, I had that as well. We've got Carson coming in now to join Simpson in the middle. Simpson, who still remains.
Well, Jack Carson's been in great form with the bat this season. Just looking at his average this season, the average is 40. He's made 326 runs. So he's a very fine number 8. And Sussex just need to eke out as many as they can from these. Sorry, am I off?
You are in a moment after this over.
Right, sorry, I was just looking at Charlotte.
So Wheels.
Immediately a third slip kips in place.
Yep.
So Ben Moran going on the attack here.
Wheels standing at the top of his mark. He's just waiting for Carson to be ready. Now we've seen wickets do tend to fall in a flurry, so can Wheels strike again? Bowls, bouncer, and this is defended. Wow, that was a bit of a... Had some venom on it.
The pitchers behaved very well today, but that one really got up, didn't it? And what a ball to get for your first delivery. Poor old Jack Carson, that was spearing in towards his head. Let's just watch this again. Oh yeah, well, he did well to keep that down. Wow, that really did get up. And when you've got a lead of 102, you don't mind seeing too much of that, to be honest.
As Wheel comes in again, right arm over the wicket, bowls, this time defended, better square of the wicket, down to the offside. 3 slips in place, looking for a second wicket. Hampshire finally have their breakthrough. They've been waiting all day. We start at 11 o'clock and it's only taken, what's that, about 5 hours to break through.
Just to say a very good afternoon, welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra. It's here to the Aegeus Bowl, myself Adrian Harms alongside Amelia Clark and Charlotte Taylor. Hampshire at long last with a breakthrough.
Wheel comes in to bowl to Carson, who defends that nicely. Yes, on day 1, Hampshire won the toss. They chose to bat. They came in and it's the first match between these two in about 10 years after Sussex were re-promoted back to Division 1. Yeah, as I said, Hampshire won the toss. The Sussex bowlers were on fire. Henry Crocombe took 4 for 27. And Hampshire were all out on day 1 for 154 with 5 ducks. Sussex came into bat and went to 83 for 5 due to great bowling from Hampshire, and especially John Turner, who took 3 of the 5 wickets. Sussex started today on 110 thanks to a great partnership of 173 between Hudson-Prentice and Simpson. And Hampshire have just taken their first wicket today, an LBW dismissal from Brad Wheel of Hudson-Prentice. There was a chance earlier from the slips, but it was a dropped catch, and myself, Amelia Clark and Charlotte Taylor will be taking you through as Abbott comes in, and this is turned by Simpson. And he went to turn the ball, and I don't think he sort of completely lost sight of it, and it actually just fell to his feet. Sussex are currently on 256 for 6. They lead by 102. Hello, Charlotte.
Hello, Amelia. Sorry, I almost lost my voice there.
That's all right.
I was so busy celebrating. I'm just joking. They had to fight hard, didn't they?
They did.
For that first wicket. Hudson-Prentice batted really, really well, and there's an unbelievable partnership of over 170 between the two of them. There's conversation happening between umpires and John Simpson. I don't know whether he's struggling with something. He's down on one knee at the moment.
Just Carson's just handed the umpire something. I'm not quite sure what it was.
There's something.
I mean, it can't be light because the sun's come out. The sort of sun's breaking through for the first time this afternoon. It's actually lighter than it has been most of the day.
I don't know what
an issue.
There's something in front of the stumps that was picked up and given to the umpire. So I don't know whether
is that the medic coming on, the physio, to talk to Simpson?
Yeah, that looks like John Morale. Yeah.
The
what's his name? John Morelli. I always say Morale, but I always get it wrong. He's the sports science and medicine lead at Sussex. He's having a conversation with John Simpson about something.
They've also brought a sub-fielder on.
I don't know whether it's something to do with the ground around in front of the stumps, whether it's breaking away or something. I don't know, but they're not calling for the ground staff, but they were definitely just watching the replay again. If you're watching on the live picture feed, he's just.
Oh, I think he took that last ball where he turned and didn't know where it went. I think he took it in his arm.
Yeah, excuse me. I think it maybe have hit his hand, ricocheted up and hit his helmet, and maybe part of his helmet was what was picked up off the floor, because they were looking in front of the stumps, and I think John Simpson himself was looking around saying he's missing something maybe off his helmet, like a clipping or maybe something that fixes on the bottom. It got him on like the chin strap and not towards the dangerous or the back of the head area, which is where the stem guards are and stuff, definitely on the front. But anyway, plays back, and Carl Abbott will continue from the pavilion end. He's driving, nothing wrong with that. John Simpson drives on the up through the offside. Bird gets out the way to let it go to the boundary rope for 4. There's nothing wrong with him.
No, absolutely not, no.
He creams that one through the covers for 4. He moves on to 88. Sussex 260 for 6. But yeah, I think it was just caught him on the arm and disrupted him for just a second. So if it's hit him anywhere on the helmet, and then the physio's got to come on and do a bit of a concussion test, just check everything's okay. And obviously he's passed all those relevant tests. And yeah, honestly, nothing wrong with him, because he just creamed the next one through the covers for 4.
Shot,
so
yeah. Even that bird wasn't expecting it, jumped out the way. It was like, goodness me, there's a ball flying at me.
Abbott in again, tries a bumper this time, ducked underneath it is John Simpson, and it was way above the head of him, so you didn't really have to worry too much about that whatsoever.
Sussex on 260 for 6. The last wicket of Hudson Prentice falling to Brad Wheel, the first of today that we've seen, after 15 wickets yesterday falling. Simpson's still out there on 88.
Well, we've got an email here, silentcricket@gmail.com, if you want to get in touch, from Greg. Good afternoon, Amelia, Charlotte and Adrian. I'll come back to that in just a second. And Abbott comes around the wicket and leaves that one alone and goes through to Ben Brown. Listening in from the north of London, where the sun is trying to break through here as well. Unfortunately, it's not too much ebb and flow as ebb and ebb for Hampshire. It's an impressive partnership from Simpson and Hudson Prentice. He's obviously sent that before the wicket fell, so sorry about that. A bit delayed in reading this one out. But Greg says they're taking the game away, and I can't see this game going into Monday.
Well,
I don't know if he's a Sussex fan.
yeah.
Probably not. But he just thinks that this is going to continue on, and they're just going to keep batting here, which is what everyone wants Sussex to be able to do at the moment. If you're in that camp, as he's solidly in behind that one, Simpson. But yeah, if they can go on and extend this lead, so it's 106 at the minute. If they can bat for the rest of today, most of tomorrow, and they probably want themselves the best part of a day and a bit to bowl them out. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how far they will go in terms of into tomorrow, whether they bat all day, try and bat all day tomorrow if they can as well. Obviously, there's still a long way to go. Hampshire got to take 6 wickets, but, you know, it all could change very quickly. Abbott in once more, runs towards us, and again left alone, not challenging Simpson on that occasion, goes through to Ben Brown behind the stumps. 260 for 6. Sussex, they lead Hampshire by 106.
Yes, the Simpson on 88 off 187 deliveries. Carson just joining him on yet to get off the mark, but he's faced 3 deliveries. We've got a minimum of 52 overs left today. Myself, Amelia Clark, and Charlotte Taylor joins me as well. We're taking you through today's play of Hampshire versus Sussex. And we're waiting for Brad Wheel at the top of his mark. The seamer just taking his time. As he comes in, Carson on strike. The field creeps in with him. 3 slips in place. Bowls, good length. That's played all the way back down to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, I'll be wanting to bowl as many deliveries as they can at Jack Carson. I know he's got 100 this year. It was a brilliant 100, actually. Down at Hove a few weeks ago, where Sussex were really in the pit of misery, to be perfectly honest with you. They're about 88 for 5. And Jack Carson managed to score a wonderful 100 and get them out of a really tricky situation. down there a few weeks ago. So to have a first-class 100 under your belt, it's a good place to start. As Will's in and bowling full-length delivery, defending back to the bowler. Brad Will with the breakthrough, the only breakthrough today for Hampshire. Dismissed Hudson Prentice earlier on for 74. Scored a really good 74 of 126 deliveries. And he was dropped a couple of times, Hudson Prentice, in that innings, but eventually Will was the one to make the breakthrough. He's in once more, bowling to Carson, who's defending back to the bowler. And there is no run. Just having a conversation with Amelia about how far will Sussex go with this lead? How much are they willing to put their foot down? Only 4 wickets to play with, of course, but if they can try and extend this lead and give themselves the best part of we're on day 2 now, so battle day tomorrow, or most of the day tomorrow, give themselves a day and a bit, maybe day and a session to bowl Hampshire out, get it through to Monday. It's a drop to opportunity. That's been it's Ali Orr actually on the field, I think. Substitute fielder. It's a shorter delivery by Wheel on the hips of Carson, who tries to work it leg side and hits it straight to Ali Orr, who's diving forward. It would have been a good catch, but maybe one that should still have been taken. If you're watching on the live picture feed, you might see that one again. Yeah, well, you don't really see it again, to be honest with you, but yeah, it's a tough chance, but one that should have been taken anyway. Wheel in again, and on the back foot is Carson, pushing down on that one tentatively into the covers. I'm not sure who Ali Orr's on for. Have a quick scan round the ground and see. Abbott's still on the field. Stoneman's there. You've got Dawson. Maybe Middleton? No, Middleton's down there at 3rd. I'll come back to you when I figure it out. Brad Will past the umpire once again. Bowls to Jack Carson, who's solidly in behind that one and defends back to Will in his follow-through. I think he's a bit disappointed, actually, that he didn't get another breakthrough in that over. It's another good over from Will. It's a maiden. It's well received by the Hampshire fans here at Utilita Bowl. And I think he feels he should have 3 for 48 rather than 2 for 48 at the end of that over. There's a drop catch from Ali Orr. Was put down at mid-wicket. There's been a theme of today. A couple of drop catches, one by Toby Albert earlier on in the day before lunch, and 2 since lunch. Both of them at mid-wicket, actually. One considerably quite difficult from Fletcher Middleton over his head, and would have been a bit of a goalkeeper-style grab. As Carl Abbott starts a new over from the pavilion end, and John Simpson is solidly in behind that one and defends into the offside and picks up a comfortable single. And then that one just a moment or two ago, as Ali Orr, still got his head down, bless him, as he should have taken that one diving forward at mid-wicket and to get rid of Jack Carson. So Hampshire's catching needs a bit of work, I think, and I think their bowlers will agree. Carl Abbott just turning slowly at the top of his mark. Just waiting for a moment here. Ben Brown's having a conversation with him from a fairly long way away, but decides that everything's right. There's a ring of fielders on the offside. Abbott comes over the wicket, chopping down on it is Carson, outside the off stump, and goes into the offside, and Ali Orr does the fielding at cover.
Is on 89, just 11 runs short of what will be his 3rd century of the season. Finn Hudson Prentice has just been out, though. Wonderful partnership, 173 between Simpson and Hudson. A
little bit of buzz around the Hampshire fielders. You can hear them just trying to gee on their bowlers. They're just trying to see if they can extract another wicket or two. If they can get rid of John Simpson now. That would be really, really vital. Obviously, they could do with Carson as well, because he's got 100 under his belt this year. As he's turned round a little bit by that one as Jack Carson and defends back to mid-on. James Fuller's waiting there. I'm still trying to figure out, Amelia, who's off the field and why Ali Orr's on the field.
Yes.
I still can't figure it out.
Let me get my book. 1 second.
Is it Stoneman? No, Stoneman's there. Gubbins. I reckon it's... Oh no, is that Gubbins there? I have no idea. This is really foxing me. As Kyle Abbott comes in and fishes outside the off stump does Jack Carson. And doesn't get a run as that drops into point.
So Fletcher Middleton's there, yes. Mark Stoneman, yes. Nick Gubbins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom Prest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ben Brown, yes. Liam Dawson is Dawsey. Number 8. Is he over there on the right hand side? Is that him?
I don't know, you know.
Okay, Toby Albert.
Could be Dawson.
15, Toby Albert's definitely there. James Fuller.
Yeah, he's there. He's at
Yeah.
mid-on.
Kyle Abbott, yeah, because he's bowling.
As that one strays down the leg side. Good take from Ben Brown, low to his left.
Brad Wheels down here.
Yeah,
and John Turner.
John Turner's down there to our
So
right.
it must be Liam Dawson.
It must be Liam Dawson.
Yeah, he's up, maybe just gone off a scheduled break. Hopefully no injury there.
Okay, that took us a fair bit longer than I thought it would to actually figure out that out. He's quite a key member of this side. Has been here for so many years. But there we go. Figured it out in the end. Yeah. Sometimes it's quite hard to actually figure it out.
It's harder when they're facing you because you've got no number reference and you're just like, you all look the same.
And so far away. Abbott then running towards us, bowls, and on the back foot is Carson. He thinks about pulling the ball, decides not to, just drops it into the leg side. James Fuller picks it up at mid-on, shines the ball on his right thigh, and that concludes the 90th over. Sussex are 261 for 6. They have a lead of 107 over Hampshire. It's just seemed to settle. Since that, there was a few runs flowing when Hudson Prentice and John Simpson were together, and since that has been broken, it seems to have just settled a little bit.
Yes, yeah. Hampshire would have much rather have sort of gone and got another one, especially if they could get rid of Simpson. That would be very much handy to them. So yeah, it would be one that they still feel like they need to strike, and the game
This is the man to do it, Brad Wheel. Strike while the iron's hot.
He's got the first one today. Can he get another one? As he stands at the top of his mark from the hotel end. He starts running, current partnership on 5 runs, and he wants to break that as he bowls in, and that's worked down to leg side and all the way down to third man. They'll run for 1, think about 2, and they decide against it.
It's a horrible throw, James Fuller.
Yeah.
The worst ones when they land by your feet. So, not that I'm a wicketkeeper, but even if I was collecting the ball as a bowler, you don't want the ball to land
At your feet.
Literally at your feet, because it's really horrible to try and gather. So I'm sure Ben Brown would say, "Oi, look, mate, got a hard enough job as it is. Don't make it any harder, James."
The wind, as you probably hear on the effects mic, definitely picking it up a little bit. It swirls around.
No, we've got coats.
ground.
We're ready.
We're
ready for it.
Batten down the hatches.
If it turns.
Wheel comes right arm over the wicket to Carson. That's very well blocked back down to mid-wicket. Field reset. Still 3 slips in.
Yeah, that wind has really picked up in the last couple of minutes. Blowing across the ground, left to right as we, right to left, sorry, as we look at it. Will needing to break this partnership.
As he comes in again, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and this is again defended straight down to mid-wicket there. By Carson, taking no chances. He's faced 15 deliveries, Carson, and is yet to get off the mark. So very much following the game plan of don't rush anything too much.
You know, this is one of the ones that Adrian says will be on sort of the England Lions list in years to come. Him, James Coles, who I've seen a lot of, and I like James Coles. I think he looks in good order and offers with both bat and ball.
Wheel turns and runs in. Bowls. This is just clipped off and straight to square of the wicket. No run.
It's just testament to the success of Sussex over the last sort of year and a bit from being, fairly, average in Division 2. In county championship cricket, always been good at white ball cricket, but struggled in red ball, and now really thriving. And it's some of these young players that just figured it out in the last couple of years, and now being able to cash in and make big contributions to go alongside their sort of bigger players in Simpson and their overseas signings and Ollie Robinson with the ball when he's fit.
Wheel. That's just bowled and driven to mid-on, but there was a diving attempt at a stop, but he didn't manage it. I think that's run away for 4. It has. Good shot there by Carson, who opens his account with a boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just clipped it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Nothing more than a clip. It's a good batting surface if you get in. I think that's really testament to the Sussex batters, and Carson obviously only just fresh to the crease, but definitely the two that decided they were going to stick around this morning. They didn't rush, they just cracked on with it. They had to grind phases out at times, but they've done brilliantly well. And yeah, they've deserved to be in this position, really, Sussex.
Yeah, absolutely. 266, Brad Wheel comes in again, right arm over the wicket, bowls. This time defended by Carson. Clips it square of the wicket, and they run through for 1, moves it to 267. Lead of 113 are Sussex. And that's the end of the over. Good one for Wheel, only 5 off of that. He's on 2 for 53.
Yeah, he's bowled well. He has bowled well all summer, to be perfectly honest. I mean, we're halfway through the county championship season, but he's definitely bowled better than most bowlers for Hampshire this year, and I think he was fairly close to being not the top of the averages, but definitely up there. Brad Wheel. Let's have a little look. And see. That's the batting averages. He won't be the top of that, I can confirm. Liam Dawson's back on the field, which is good news, because he's now got the ball in hand, so he obviously wasn't off for very long.
Yeah, maybe he just needed a comfort break.
Where is he, Brad Wheel? Let's have a little look. Most wickets in the county championship this year. He's got 21 wickets this year. He's about middle of the table at the moment. Players above him
And
we're playing in this game.
Can have a little commentary change, and Adrian Holmes is going to come and take my place.
So players in this game, only Kyle Abbott above him, second of the table. He's got 32 wickets so far. With only, is that George Hill from Yorkshire above him? As that Dawson starts a new one, left arm round the wicket, and bowls to Carson, who's just defending that one down on the offside as Adrian rejoins me.
Well, I have to say I'm a little surprised here with the new ball having been taken, that 10 overs into the new ball, we've got spin into the attack already. Maybe they're trying to make use of the ball being nice and hard for the spinners.
Is it how does Jack Carson play spin? Is it specific to him, do you think? Or?
I wouldn't have thought so, but he's been in excellent form with the bat. He made his maiden first-class 100 against Worcester a couple of weeks ago. And I think he's developing into a very good all-round cricketer, Jack. So I don't think it would be specifically because he's facing the spinner.
Dawson comes in again, round the wicket, and that's an outside edge taken. No,
Is that
drop
another
short.
drop? Do you think it dropped short?
Well, Tom Press has got it in his hands.
Well, Jack Carson isn't going anywhere. I wonder whether we might see a replay of that. They've put down some catches. That was a definite chance that Ali Orr dropped earlier on, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether it didn't carry. I'm going to see it again on the live picture feed. No, it didn't carry. Bounced in front of him. Forward in defence this time is Jack Carson. And there is no run. But yeah, that just sort of lack of pace at times, isn't it? Just the ball not carrying, and one's not getting through to the keeper as well. Change of field. James Fuller's going to drop back on the leg side. He's the only man out on the fence. He's not even on the fence as that one beats out the outside edge of Jack Carson's bat. He's hovering out there, ready for a miscue from Jack Carson. See if he can tempt him into playing the ball over that side, or whether it's just to get out the over to to make sure that Brad Will's bowling against Jack Carson the next over. That's probably more like the plan rather than a wicket-taking option, as Dawson comes in and Carson's defending and they don't get a single, so they don't want to take it, so that will be John Simpson on strike for the next over. The maiden from Dawson. He's bowled 6 of those so far in his 24 overs that he's bowled in this innings.
Has indeed. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent, Adrian Harm, Charlotte Taylor and Amelia Clark with you. The story of the day has been an excellent day for Sussex, beginning the day on 110 for 5. Now 267 for 6. They've added 157 runs today, just for the loss of Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was LBW to Brad Will for 74, just after the new ball had been taken. Now, John Turner's coming into the attack now. I would say he's the quickest of the Hampshire bowlers. Picked up 3 wickets in the innings so far. And the lead is well, it's not an insurmountable lead, but it's a very useful lead for Sussex of 113. And Sussex trying to eke out just as many as they can here.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they could sort of bat for the rest of today, in an ideal world, how long do you reckon they'd bat for tomorrow? How much would you want to see this lead increase?
I think they would just bat and bat and bat to as much as they can and just keep going. Yeah, the bigger lead they can get. I mean, lots of people talk about weather and well, the weather isn't going to be, but I tend to think in Championship cricket they just don't take any notice of weather forecast, because you can come horribly unstuck if all of a sudden it doesn't rain or it does rain. Here comes John Turner around the wicket, bowls to John Simpson, pulled away onto the leg side. He gets a single down to fine leg. His 91st run to John Simpson. If he gets his 100, it will be his 18th first-class 100. It will be the 3rd of the season for Sussex. I think he is now top of the batting averages in the whole of the county championship for this season. It's been a wonderful year again for John Simpson. And what a shrewd signing he's been. The lead now 114. Yeah, I mean...
I mean, I always think about, I don't know why, but I always think about, weather, and
yeah.
If it is coming around on day 4, I was thinking, do they want to just sort of maybe bat until halfway through tomorrow and then give themselves the best opportunity if they can bowl Hampshire out twice and get a win in sort of 3 days?
Yeah. In comes Turner. Bowls. That's not a great delivery. It's a good stop by Ben Brown, actually, down the leg side. Jack Carson rather missing out, and there is no run. No, I'm with you completely, and I mean, I think. If the weather forecast said it's going to absolutely hose down on Monday and there's no chance of play, and you knew that was definite, then perhaps you would have a slightly different thought and think, well, but I think at this stage at the minute it's too far out to think about that. I mean, there are still, 47 overs remaining today. In comes Turner, bowl short, Carson up on his toes, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
And it's just one of those forecasts that's like a bit of sun, a bit of rain.
Yeah, whereas tomorrow is wall-to-wall sunshine. So I think Sussex here will be just thinking they're just bat and bat and bat.
See where they can get.
See whatever happens, Hampshire will be under pressure because they're going to be behind.
But probably from where they were yesterday, they think they're in a brilliant position.
Well,
from where they were.
Totally. 83 for 5. And the ball was doing plenty. Turner in bowls and Carson defends to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So and coming into this game as well from a Sussex perspective, your leading strike bowler Rory Robinson is out the side. Daniel Hughes, your overseas opener, is out of the side. Sussex are coming with, in inverted commas, a weakened side, because those two would definitely have been in the side had they been fit. Lose the toss. So it seems like it's going against Sussex, and all of a sudden they find themselves in a good position. Turner in bowls down the leg side. Again, Jack Carson misses out, looking to clip that one down to fine leg, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run. But that being said, 114, it's a good lead, but it's not necessarily a match-winning lead when Sussex have to bat last. And
we've said that could be potentially problematic.
Yeah,
this pitch is invariable in pace. And
definitely.
It might break apart a little bit later on.
You suddenly find Liam Dawson gets a load of Turner in bowls, Carson back on his stumps and punches that to mid-on. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 268 for 6. Carson on 5. Simpson on 91. John Turner's bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, taken 3 for 43. The lead is 114. So yeah, I think that'll be the tactic. And I must admit, coming into this game, because Sussex have been excellent at home ever since Paul Farbrace took out. They haven't lost at Hove in the Championship, but away from home this year, they struggled up at Trent Bridge, lost by 9 wickets. Lost down at Taunton last week by 5 wickets and drew at Edgbaston. They haven't won away from home. So I was slightly concerned coming into this game, particularly because Hampshire had a good win at Warwickshire last week. So I think Sussex will be, if Sussex could get a win here, they'll be absolutely thrilled.
Absolutely.
But it's a long way off yet.
Yeah, we're only on day 2, everyone.
We are, yeah, don't get too excited.
As we tend to.
Yeah.
John Simpson, is ready now to face Liam Dawson, who's coming over the wicket with his left arm spinners, and he works that into the vacant gap at square leg. And Alior is back on the field for somebody else now. So it does the fielding, and they collect 1 more to the total. Sussex 269 for 6. Simpson is now into the 90s. He's 91 not out, 92 not out rather, as the scoreboard just ticks over. Dawson in once more to Carson, who's defending solidly, comes all the way forward and defends that one into the offside, and there is no run. Being very watchful here, Carson. 5 from 30 balls.
Yeah.
He's taking his time, but we've said on many occasions that if you get in, you can stay in. Dawson pushes Carson back a little bit.
Yeah, leading run scorers in the county championship this season. Hamid 707, Adam Lyth 684, John Simpson 660. So he's 3rd in the run scorers at the moment.
Dawson in once again to Carson. He clips that off his legs nicely up to mid-on for a single. John Turner does the fielding. And 1 more run is collected. There's 2 sub-fielders on. Alior is now at deep square leg, and there's a fielder just in front of us, number 9 is back. I'm not quite sure who that is that's on the field as well. I know Brad Wheel's one of the men that are off the field, as that one's tucked into the leg side, and Jack Carson says a firm no, and sends his partner John Simpson back, and the single is turned down. So yeah, there's 2 sub-fielders on. Alior's one of them for Brad Wheel. And then I think Tom Prest might be off the field as well at the moment for a sub-fielder that's in front of us wearing number 9. We're not quite sure who that is. As Simpson's forward, and that one balloons into the leg side. I'm not sure whether they hit that with the pad, but nonetheless it doesn't bring a run. And that's the end of the over. 93 overs have been bowled. There's 46 remaining in today's play. Sussex find themselves 270 for 6, a brilliant position from where they were yesterday afternoon. The lead is 116, Adrian.
Yeah, and as I say, not necessarily a match-winning lead at this stage, but a lead that's going to put Hampshire under pressure when they come to bat. The lights improved quite a bit. I thought it was quite gloomy after lunch, but it's got a little brighter now. The forecast for the day is that it's not going to rain, which is good news. Elsewhere in the Test match, Zimbabwe 218 for 5. They trail England by 82 as Turner is on his way, running in from the hotel end here in Southampton. Bowls to Jack Carson, who covers up and plays defensively into the offside. There is no run. At the Riverside, Durham is 63 for 3, leading Somerset by 168. Surrey bowled out for 279 at the Oval, leading Essex by 62, who have just started their second innings. Worcestershire 150 for 7 down at New Road, trailing Warwickshire by 77. Turner bowls, and lovely shot by Jack Carson. In fact, I thought he'd bisected the 2 fielders on the leg side, but he picks up a single back to square on the leg side. Does Carson? He goes to 6, 270 for 6. Chris Wokes in the wickets there, 3 for 43, and 4 for Chris Rushworth, who didn't play against Sussex at Edgbaston, the former Durham seamer, but playing today and picking up 4 wickets. Headingley, Yorkshire bowled out for 159 today. Nottinghamshire, the leaders in their second innings, 28 without loss, so leading by 97. Turner in, bowls to Simpson, who defends And to the offside, there is no run. The Kent bowlers have had a bit of a mauling at Derby. Derbyshire 587 for 5. Kent have just started their first innings. They're 6 without loss. Raining down in Cardiff, where Middlesex are 20 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 383. And Leicestershire's excellent season continues, 272 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 206. Rian Ahmed, 122 not out.
Opening the batting, was he?
Coming in 3. Turner in, bowls to Simpson, who cuts to Backwell Point. There is no run. Batting at 3, 128 not out. And Lewis Hill not out, 108. Those two coming together when Leicestershire were 24 for 2. Now 272 for 2. I'm really glad to see Leicestershire doing well. They've had some miserable times. Well, say miserable times. They won the One Day Cup a couple of seasons ago, but they've had a difficult time, and it's really good to see them doing well. Conversely, Lancashire having a shocking season.
Yeah.
In comes Turner again, round the wicket. Oh, Simpson's hit on the pad. There's an appeal, well, a stifled appeal from the slip cordon, but not supported by keeper Ben Brown or by John Turner. Final game, Northamptonshire made 469 against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 17 without loss in reply. Saif Said making 159 for Northamptonshire. Back here at the Aegeus, not the Aegeus Bowl, it's Utilita Bowl now, isn't it? Get it right. 271 for 6, the lead 117. Turner wheels around in front of us and runs away around the wicket. Comes in, bowls to John Simpson. Simpson back and plays that one firmly through the covers. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Ali Orr. I didn't see the chance that was offered by Jack Carson, but it looked to me like a reasonably straightforward catch, would you say, at this level?
Yeah, I think so. He's diving forward. I don't know how long he'd been on the field for, but it can't have been very long.
No.
So whether he's just not quite adjusted and was in the game straight away. But he was in a catching position, sort of a forward, mid-wicket, kind of close catching.
Yeah.
And had to dive forward, but yeah, probably should have been taken at this level for sure, and would be disappointed. His head was down straight away, bless him, and yeah, he would probably have wanted to held on to that one.
272 for 6 are Sussex. At the end of the over, Simpson 93, Carson is on 7. BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio Solent, Adrian Harms and Charlotte Taylor on commentary.
Liam Dawson to start a new over. This is over number 26 for Liam Dawson. No wickets yet for him in this innings, as that one's defended by Simpson back to him in his follow-through. There's an email here from Ian Ross that I'm going to read out in just a moment that talks about the Sussex lead, comparing it to Southampton Football Club. This can't be good. Dawson just waits for a moment. Forward short leg, waiting for that catch as Simpson comes down the wicket and misses a wide-ish delivery. I don't know whether he comes down and actually leaves this crease. I don't know whether it's a missed stumping opportunity or what from Ben Brown. We're just going to have a look at it once more on the live picture feed. So a wide delivery, so it gets a big inside edge and doesn't hit the stumps actually. Comes in and hits the boot of Ben Brown behind the stump. So half opportunity for Hampshire. That one turns and bounces past the outside edge of John Simpson. It's not looking easy out there.
I tell you what, when I think when you've got a lead of 118 and you see Liam Dawson doing this with a hardish ball, Sussex may think that they're in a decent position in this game. Absolutely. Jack Castle will be enjoying this, watching from the other end. Bowling into those footholes created by Wheel and Turner. And that's turned and angled into Simpson, who's solidly in behind that one. He's 93 not out. I'll come to this email in just a moment. Dawson gets through his over way too quickly for me to read out an email and to do it justice. So, Ian, if you're listening, just bear with us. We will read out your email in just a moment.
I'm being told that the Carson, that it wasn't a drop.
Oh, okay. Maybe just bounced in front of him. Forward in defence again is John Simpson. Covers the spin on that occasion. So maybe just died just in front of him. Or maybe I was a bit harsh then. Looked like everyone just sort of looked disappointed.
We thought it was from here. Everyone looked disappointed, but clearly it wasn't. So thank you, Graham. Much appreciated.
You're closer to us than we are to the action. That's a square drive. Nicely played by John Simpson. Goes away from James Fuller. He's not going to get there. It goes through backward point for 4. All the way along the floor. It's a beautiful shot. A bit of width offered by Dawson. He grabs his hat and walks off because he's probably disappointed that he's let a brilliant over like that sort of go to waste and concedes 4 off the last ball and gets John Simpson, into the late 90s. He's 97 not out at the moment. Sussex 276 for 6. The leader's 122. Ian Ross says, I'm sure the Sussex tail will be delighted with your talk of batting until late on day 3. Unless it rains, there's more chance of Saints putting 5 goals past Arsenal tomorrow, which is very, 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 very slim. A lead anywhere over 150 should be plenty for the Farby army on this pitch, and 200 would be utopia, says Ian. And I think we all agree that that would be the case.
Well, John Turner is coming in to bowl the next over from the hotel end. He's in on bowls to Carson, who that one came off the 5 pad. It rather ballooned in the air. They're going to come back for a second run, or they're thinking about a second run. Indeed, there's a comfortable second run. Let's just wait for the umpire signal. And it is a second run. That goes up by 276 for 6. The lead to 124.
Yeah, it was indeed leg buys.
Yeah.
Jack Carson providing good support for John Simpson at the moment.
He is.
Going to rush him towards that 100.
Carson waits. Turner is in. Oh, that kept a little bit low. I thought Jack Carson would be able to keep that out, to be honest.
It came back in a little bit, the angle from Turner. Directing it back into the right-hander and then trying to get the ball to move away, and it did stay a little bit low.
Yes, it did.
Carson did do very well to keep that one out. He was a little bit relieved after playing it that he's still there.
Turner. Right up in the buckle, good delivery, and equally well played by Carson, who plays to mid-on, and there is no run. 278 for 6 for those just joining us. Sussex resuming this morning 110 for 5. The only wicket to go down today, that of Finn Hudson-Prentice. It was LBW to Brad Wheel for 74. And John Simpson closing in on what would be the 18th first-class 100 of his career.
Not bad going, is it really?
Turn it in. Bowles took Carson, pulled onto the leg side, and is that Ali Orr out there? Yes. Prevents the ball going for a boundary. Not the greatest throw, but Ben Brown makes light of it. And Simpson is now on the strike, needing 3 for his 100. A little bit of gardening. I think he's pretty unflappable, John Simpson. He'll not be worrying too much about that at this stage. I mean, just be very, very keen here that Sussex just press on and get as big a lead as they possibly can. Now, there's a leg side trap being set here. There's a fine leg. There's a deep backward square. There's a man just in front of square on the leg side, and then a ring of 3 saving one. Look at this field. Extraordinary.
Waiting for that catch, aren't they?
There's 3 men on the leg side for the chip onto the leg side. On the offside, there's no slips in place, and this new ball is only, what, 15 overs old. In comes Turner, bowls to Simpson, short, and Johnson wanders away to say, well, I'm not going to fall for that. You see this tactical lot. Yeah, you do. You see this a lot in cricket these days, don't you? You know, let's set the field back. But I mean, who knows? I may have got this wrong, but I just can't see John Simpson falling for that. Not at this stage.
No, it's whether he's got he offers him up a waist high. You know, one that he could quite easily clip away. Is he just going to try and play it down, or he's going to try and take on the delivery?
Turner in bowls to Simpson, who nudges that one down to third man. They've taken one. They'll think about coming back for a second. He's coming back for the second. He's going to move, and that's really good running by John Simpson. Excellent running between the stumps. 2 more to Simpson. He goes to 99, and Sussex are 281 for 6. With Carson on 8, John Simpson is on 99. Good running by Simpson. Immediately he played the shot. He was looking for the second run. Charlotte is having a breather. Amelia Clark comes back to join us.
Hello, hello.
And Sussex going on and on. 127 the lead now.
That they are. I think that's definitely the way to describe this. It just goes on and on. But yeah, from a Sussex point of view, they've done absolutely brilliantly. They've put a lead of 127 on the board just today. Or just sort of since about just before lunch, really.
Well, as I say, I think when they were 83 for 5 yesterday evening, they'd have taken that. Liam Dawson is coming in to bowl the next over. He's going to bowl to the right-handed Jack Carson, who's on 8. He's in and bowls, and Carson is forward and defends down the offside of the track. Dawson fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. There are 2 slips in place, a backward point, a point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. As Dawson just waits, he's into his 27th over. Been very economic, but hasn't picked up a wicket so far, because of 0 for 50. He's in and bowls. Carson is solidly and soundly forward. Plays back down the offside of the track. There is no run. Removes a little bit of debris that was on the pitch, does Jack Carson. And just waits again. He comes, bowls. Carson stretches forward, plays into the offside. It is another dot ball. The only consolation here for Hampshire is that at least Sussex aren't scoring quickly and really getting away. That's probably the one crumb of comfort
That is the big thing.
Ben Brown's got at the moment.
Yeah, they still haven't quite matched the lead that Hampshire put on yet.
Dawson in bowls, and Carson drives down the offside of the track. Dawson fields of his own bowling, low to his left-hand side. And again, there is no run. Dawson wheels around quickly. And will be in again. Bowls. Carson defends into the offside. Played to extra cover. It's another dot ball.
Elsewhere in the county championships in Division 1, Durham and Somerset. Durham are already into their 2nd innings of 70 for 5. They lead Somerset by 175 with 5 wickets remaining.
Dawson in bowls to Carson. Carson nudges onto the onside, but it's a dot ball, no run, end of the over. Dawson has bowled 27 overs, 7 maidens, no wicket, 450 at the end of the over. The scoreboard has just disappeared momentarily.
Surrey and Essex are also playing. Essex are also into their 2nd innings. They trail Surrey by 47 runs with 10 wickets remaining. Worcestershire and Warwickshire are playing. Worcestershire are 162 for 8. So they trail Warwickshire by 65 runs with 2 wickets remaining. And Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire are also in their 2nd innings. A lot of games around the country moving quickly on. Nottinghamshire are yet to lose a wicket this innings on 44. They lead Yorkshire already by 113. As in comes Turner, and that's pulled onto the offside. That's well done. That's going to run away. Was that a catch? What?
No, it wasn't a catch. It's gone over him, and John Simpson's gone through to his 100. A wonderful 100 by John Simpson. He pulled it away. I thought for a moment maybe he'd been caught at short fine leg. He hadn't. And John Simpson goes through to what is his 18th first-class 100 of his career, his 3rd of the season. Another magnificent innings by the Sussex skipper, and he's put Sussex in a great position on 285 for 6.
Yeah, I did think that's why I stopped for a moment, because it did look as if it would been caught at short fine, and we both sort of stopped and looked at each other, but it had rolled away, and we just watched the fielder go and retrieve it. It was a great shot, right over the head. It was a bit of a tight one, but he sort of pulled it away. The Turner comes in again. He needs to find a wicket here. To Simpson. This is going right down on the offside. Is it going to be a wide? That looked wide.
I think you just hit his backside as it sort of... It's a strange field, isn't it? With
it is.
Very defensive. I mean, having said that, John Simpson wouldn't fall for the trick of the short delivery. Very nearly did, didn't he? With the ball being pulled away down towards fine leg.
Turner, the top of his mark again, past the blue spray paint, and he comes in very fast. Gains even more speed as he comes in past the umpire and bowls again. This time going down the offside. So Simpson just jumping out of the way as it carries through to the keeper. Sussex on 285 for 6. And Hampshire still not really able to get anything going, but Sussex also not moving along at a huge pace, but they have put a lead of 131, so it's definitely something for Hampshire to think about. As Turner comes in again, bowls, and this is a short bouncer, and it ducked over the head of Simpson as he crouched to get out the way of it. Simpson's on 103 off 209 deliveries. He's been out there an awfully long time. Turner wanders to the top of his mark again. A very long run up he's got. Subfielder just coming round with some water just to check everyone's all right as Turner comes in again. Past the umpire and bowls. Short again, and Simpson has to duck out the way of that. Simpson takes more strides than normal out to our left, his right. He just does a bit of gardening once he returns to the wicket. Turner collects the ball and shines it. No slips in place for him now. As you say, Adrian, a very odd field, but one heavily slanted on the offside, or the leg side, sorry. As Turner comes in. This again worked down the leg side. That's the end of the over. Just 4 off the over. 285 for 6. They lead Hampshire by 131.
Yes, indeed. Still 41 overs to be bowled tonight. So actually, with the amount of spin we've had today, particularly Liam Dawson, Hampshire very much up with the over rate. But they'll be disappointed, Hampshire. They haven't made really the breakthrough they'd expected with the new ball. They have made the one breakthrough. That of Finn Hudson-Prentice. It was LBW to Bradwell for 74. When the score was on 256, but Sussex just going about their business. The leaders, Amelia was saying, up to 131. It's going to be Liam Dawson who's going to carry on. He's into his 28th over, bowling from the pavilion end. Bowls to Carson, who plays firmly to short extra cover, and there is no run. Still 2 slips in place. There's a backward point, almost a short third man really, and a cover extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a short fine leg as Dawson, under cloudy skies, in on bowls to Carson, who with a high left elbow punches the ball to mid-wicket. And again, there is no run. Again, the light is not the best. It's playable, but it's not the best that it's been. Quite low cloud just scudding across the ground. In comes Dawson again, bowls to Carson, who's solidly forward, plays to mid-off. And again, there is no run. Ben Brown claps his gloves behind the stumps.
Yeah, you'd really think by all accounts this would be a perfect sort of bowling condition, but Hampshire have not been able to find a breakthrough today.
They haven't. So just the one wicket's gone down. In comes Dawson again. Quicker delivery, and Carson was slightly deceived by that. Manages to almost a leading edge. He was looking to play that away on the leg side. The ball dribbled out into the offside, and again there is no run. So very tight bowling from Liam Dawson, but without picking up a wicket so far. Round the wicket, bowls, Carson solidly forward, plays onto the onside. And again, there is no run. In fact, I can see at the bottom of the scoreboard, the Hampshire over 8 shows as +3.
It does, yep. There's a big shout over at the nursery end where, the nursery grounds where Hampshire Academy are playing. I think there's just been another wicket.
In comes Dawson again. Carson back, thumps that one away through the covers. Good shot by Jack Carson. A little too short this time by Liam Dawson. He doesn't bowl too many deliveries like that, and Jack Carson very quick to accept that and punches the ball away through the covers for a boundary. He goes to 12 and Sussex to 289 for 6. The lead extends by 4 to 135. Simpson and Carson have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. Ben Brown wanders down to the far end of the ground. I'm sure they'll be ruining their decision now, Hampshire, to bat first, because Sussex have battered themselves into a really strong position here.
Yeah, and they don't look like they're going away anytime soon either.
No, they don't.
So Turner in again from the hotel end. Right arm over the wickets, and that's again left down. Carries through.
Looks like England are closing in a victory by an innings in the Test match up at Trent Bridge. Zimbabwe now 236 for 7. Shoaib Bashir has picked up 4 wickets, 4 for 70. It's strange, really. You know, he's playing for England, and yet he can't get in the Somerset side ahead of Jack Leach. But he's doing well for England.
In comes Turner again, bowls, this time defended well into the leg offside. They run through for 1 by Simpson. Gets Carson on strike. It's quite amazing, really. That it doesn't feel like that long ago that Hudson Prentice departed, but it says that, you know, Carson has already faced 51 deliveries. He'd only scored 12, but 51 deliveries.
Yeah, it's been, and I think, you know, it's another important knock from Jack Carson because, you know, the new ball was relatively new when Hudson Prentice was out, and all of a sudden with the new ball you can lose 2 or 3 very quickly, but he's provided just the sort of innings that John Simpson would have hoped he would play.
Indeed, wind swirling around us, and Turner stands at the top of his mark. He's going to come right arm over the wicket. Carson, as he bowls, and this is shorter, and Carson sort of rises to block it down and get his bat over the top and push it into the ground. No run. Sussex on 290 for 6. They lead by 136. Carson on 12. Simpson just got his century and is now on 104. Still a lot of people here in the ground, especially in the Shane Warne stand and the pavilion end. A few people jostled around the ground underneath us as well at this hotel end, so from the gantry we are. Turner comes in and bowls, and this is defended well and just pushed down into the ground. Here we're at a very high viewpoint, right at the top, sort of above the, almost above the hotel here. And we can see, we're not quite square of the wicket, but we can see a good line. As Turner wanders back to the top of his mark.
A couple of emails we've had that I'll read at the end of the over from Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk from Ian and for Simon. I'll get round to those in a tick, but thank you for sending them through, gents.
Turner in once more. Bowls again shorter, this time played into the offside and square of the wicket. Deep backward point will have to come and collect. End of the over.
I mean, it does say something about this pitch, Amelia, that you do wonder whether it's just completely flattened out and it's now going to be incredibly difficult to take wickets. Kevin was saying in the game here against Durham that that's what happened. The pitch was very flat and the game drifted towards a draw. But you know, all Sussex can do here is to build a bigger lead as they can, and you know, hope that pressure will lead to wickets when they come to bowl second time around.
Apologies, that was one more of the over as Turner comes in and carried through on the leg side to Ben Brown.
So Ian says, hi Adrian, Sussex's batting point is only the second by any team in the current round of Division 1 matches. A lot of low scores around the country. It's certainly a lot more interesting than 600 against 500, but how many of the 5 matches will reach Monday? Says Ian. Well, agreed, and actually we were talking about that yesterday, Ian, and saying there's been a big change because personally, I think that when you get these games when it's 500 against 600, it just drifts into a draw. I don't think that's of any good to anybody, really. I think it's poor for the spectators. I don't think that's any good for the county championship. By the same token, you don't want games that are over in 2 days, but I would much prefer a game of cricket where the bowlers have got a chance and they're not bowling on a road. So,
yes.
So thank you for that, Ian. That's a great stat. Liam Dawson's about to carry on from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Jack Carson. I'll read your email in a minute, Simon. Don't get much time there when Liam Dawson is bowling. There's a slip and a silly mid-off as in comes Dawson and bowls. Carson is forward, plays to that man at silly mid-off. There is no run. Simon says, hello Adrian and team, just a quick hello from Lewis. I'm tuning into the game on YouTube for the first time after following the test match for the last few days. Looks a fascinating game. What a change from yesterday. In comes Dawson bowls and Jack Carson very nearly plays on. Ben Brown collects behind the stumps. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, incredible, Simon. 15 wickets yesterday, and today we've just had 1. Sussex lead by 137, which probably didn't expect that when they were 83 for 5 yesterday. Dawson again bowls to Carson. They're going to need to be quick here. There was a slight hesitation, but good backing up by John Simpson. In fact, I think Simpson called Jack Carson through. He prodded the ball onto the leg side. A little bit of hesitation, but in the end it was a comfortable single. Carson goes to 14, 292 for 6. The lead extends by 1 to 138. And John Simpson just retakes his guard. 38 overs left in the day after this, also 6 more before tea, so we're well on course for tea at 22, which should be the normal time. As in comes Dawson, bowls to, and he's caught. Is he caught at slip? He is. I think And John Simpson's innings comes to an end.
It didn't look as though the...
Well, Liam Dawson is... they're just waiting here, John Simpson. He's just waiting to make sure that he is actually out. And the umpires are conferring. So he nicked the ball. It looked like it went to slip. Let's just wait and see. I think John Simpson is just saying, was it a bump ball? Now, let's just wait and see. I'm not sure he's out, you know. Let's just wait and see what happens. Well, I don't think he has been given out. Because John Simpson immediately wandered off and was just asking the umpire. Now, I wonder if we'll see that again. Simpson asked the umpire, and he's quite within his right to do that. There's a discussion going on between himself and Ben Brown. Let's see this again. In comes Liam Dawson, bowls. Well, John Simpson...
I think it might have been off the floor.
Well, it could well be hit the ball it went into the ground first. Either way, John Simpson is not out. The umpires conferred, and they decided it wasn't out. Dawson in, bowls to Simpson, who's forward, played into the offside, and there is no run. John Simpson looks at the bottom of his bat. Well, you're quite within your right to ask the umpires, and the umpires' decision, they came together, they conferred, and decided that it wasn't out.
Yeah, watching the replay, I do think it sort of came off the bat and the floor at the same time. I think it without sort of ultra or anything like that, it was too close to call.
Dawson. Bowl. Simpson plays into the offside. There is no run. So another over slips by. 292 for 6. I think I'm going to make way for Charlotte, who's going to come and join Amelia. And I suspect that will get us through till tea, because we've only got another 6 overs until the tea break.
Indeed we do. Yes, so Sussex on 292 for 6. Hampshire were all bowled out for 154. There was a half chance there that's just happened, but we think it's, it was, as Adrian described it, a bump ball, and it came off the floor and was actually given not out in the end. Sussex lead by 136, with Carson and Simpson in the middle. As it looks as though we are going to have the return of James Fuller at the hotel end.
Well, when it's your day, right?
Quite.
It's John Simpson's day today.
Isn't it just?
We've all got to have him. He's chosen today. That's fair enough.
He's chosen today. I love that. That's brilliant. He has chosen today.
Could have chosen tomorrow or the day after, but he's chosen
None
today.
of the Hampshire guys chose today so far. They all chose yesterday, see.
Yeah, they all chose the same day. Bit of a field change.
Yep.
Third's coming up to point. Everyone's shuffling round. Gubbins has moved into the mid-wicket gap that was open, and now it's plugged by him. John Turner to start a new one from the hotel end. But it's not John Turner, it's Fuller. I keep getting them mixed up.
It's all right.
Bowls a full delivery that's defended by Carson. I don't know why I was getting them mixed up, because James Fuller and John Turner bowl so differently. But maybe they look a little bit similar. I don't know.
Perhaps, yes. From this to this. I mean, from here, it is incredibly difficult to...
Do you know what I don't have the excuse of? That it literally says Fuller on the scoreboard. That I can fully see in my eye line all the time.
2 as well.
Yeah, I know. Just to rub it
There's
in.
2 scoreboards.
But there we go. Get it right eventually. And he shuffles. James Fuller. He doesn't really run. He just sort of like shuffles and bustles past. Anyway, number 26 on his back. He bowls a ball to Carson. That beats the outside edge. And
It looked like it might have been swinging a little
yeah, it
bit.
swung a little bit, didn't it, away from the batter, and Ben Brown takes it low to his right. It's got a bit colder in the last 15 minutes or so. The jumper...
It has that.
Well, I've had the jumper on all day, but I'm saying the coat might have to go on next, but I'm just sort of waiting a little bit longer.
Yeah, that ball definitely started moving. Just watching the replay there. Maybe Fuller can get it going the other way.
Turns at the top of his mark, runs away from us. He's got 2 slips waiting. And he bowls a ball to Carson. He leaves that one alone. It goes through to Ben Brown. Watchful from Carson. Doesn't want to... He's been out there for a while now. Faced 60 deliveries and doesn't want to give it away. So he's 14 from 60. He's being very careful, very watchful. Needs to stay with Simpson and try and usher Sussex up to a lead. I mean, they can get up to, well, first job is to get a lead of 150 plus, and then if they get up to 200, well, that would be a really good position for Sussex to be in compared to where they were yesterday afternoon. Fuller in once more, bowls and clipped off the hips. Quick single taken by Carson, gets it comfortably. Stoneman does the fielding, doesn't do it cleanly, but they said yes straight away. Well, Carson said yes straight away, and he was off. He was always making it As he picks up another single, he moves to 15. Sussex 293 for 6. A few people still in the ground, it's nice to see. Saturdays are always a bit funny, I think, because lots of people that watch cricket also play cricket.
Yes.
On Saturdays and Sundays. As you can see, there's a game going on to our left. So, yeah, Saturdays are always a bit funny for crowd sizes, I think. Fuller in once more, over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. He thinks about single as he drops that in front of him on the offside, decides against it, as Jack Carson says no. Dawson and Fuller just having a high five to say, stick at it, mate. That's all you can do at this point. Just keep on plugging away.
Absolutely, that was exactly the words I was going to say. You
Were
took
you?
them actually
Sorry.
out of my brain. No, that's freaky how you got that.
Don't ask me what you're thinking next.
No.
So I'm going to do it again. Comes in again. Type to the stumps this time. Does Fuller push it across the left hander, trying to tempt him into a drive, but Simpson's too good for that, really. Leaves it well alone outside the off stump. That's the end of the over. 37 overs left in the day's play. Sussex 293 for 6. They have a lead over Hampshire of 139. There's also a test match going on today. One-off test against Zimbabwe, between England and Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Just give you a little bit of an update there. Obviously, England batted first on day one, where the top 3 batters all got big hundreds. And Zimbabwe were forced to follow on yesterday by Ben Stokes. They're now 244 for 8. So 2 wickets for England to win. Put on their pads to chase 2 or 3, so I think they'll be wanting to get the job done sooner rather than later.
Indeed, yes. As Dawson's going to come in from the pavilion end.
There's a long wait here, isn't there? Trying to get in the field right. Heavily packed on the leg side.
As Dawson comes in. And this, is a bit of a shout for a catch, but I don't actually think that he touched it. So that's trailed down to fine leg.
Yes, pitch is misbehaving a little bit. That really turned and bounced quite sharply, and came off the handle of the bat, I think, as we watch it again on the picture feed. No, he's padded it away. It's not a catch. He's padded it away as it was outside the line of leg stump, so it wasn't an LBW shout. And I don't know how they've said that he's tried to play that either. I think I'd be calling them back to say no shot play, but we won't talk about that one again, because I've already been in that mess once today.
Dawson once more and again. This time, that was a bit of a catch there, but unfortunately no one quite near. Again, I think it maybe just bounced off his hands. I think, the pitch is maybe just misbehaving slightly. Just suddenly Dawson's being able to create something.
Yeah, it's bouncing.
Sussex, something to think about. Dawson stands at the top of his mark. He's ready to go already. Simpson on strike. Once more in. Goes for the sweep, but isn't able to, and it carries through to Ben Brown.
That's the first I think I've seen a sweep today.
Yeah. And maybe it's just a sign that suddenly Simpson and Carson are just a little bit maybe on edge of the way the pitch is behaving, and they're trying to just move the score on a little bit more, but
generally when the pitch is turning, you tend to be able to play with the spin, so you're just opting to go for that rather than trying to play down the ground where both edges are in play. Thought maybe a sweep's a better option.
This again clipped off into the offside. Go square of the wicket. They'll run through for 1. Lead is 141. Sussex on 295 for 6.
Yeah, it's interesting how Dawson's getting it to turn and bounce, and whether they'll be tempted to bowl another spinner. I mean, they've got Prest as an option as well. He's not an out-and-out off spinner like Dawson is, but nowhere near the skill and control of Dawson. But could he do a job if that's sort of becoming a bit problematic? Or
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be interested. I want Abbott to have another little go, because I think he was quite threatening earlier on. Whether he can get, because if it bounces for the spinners, it should be able to bounce, and if you hit the seam, which Abbott so often does, We're wanting to see another introduction of Abbott would be quite interesting. Maybe before light comes into things and they can't bowl seam at all. That's become a problem in the past. They don't turn on the lights. What's the point in having lights? It's all. That's another debate I do not want to get into, by the way, because I've been there before as well.
Well,
so I'm going to firmly be quiet.
Dawson was all ready to bowl then, and then they decided that they're going to bring in.
It was me. I was distracting him from all the way up here, chatting rubbish and saying, "Shut up, Sean."
I'm going to bring Salimidon in.
Another wicket in the Test match. Zimbabwe 255 for 9. England on the brink of victory.
Yep.
Another field change for Hampshire. Just making them wait, getting every fielder in the exact position where Liam Dawson wants them to be. Just figuring out what the plan is here.
Looks like Dawson is ready in. He bowls. And that's gone down leg side. And they're going to run through for 1.
Yeah, not quite where Dawson probably wanted it to go. Down the leg side and came off the pad of Jack Carson, picks up a single. Amelia's disappearing to do an update for BBC Solent Sport. She'll be back alongside me shortly. Dawson with 1 ball left of this over. Bowls to Simpson, who's defending it into the offside and drops just in front of Tom Preston's slip. That ends a pretty good over from Dawson, actually. Created a few opportunities and got some turn and bounce out of the wicket. He's bowled 30 overs for 7 maidens, not for 57. It's quite impressive, really. I mean, his economy rate is always quite brilliant. But he's in the last since lunch, really, been able to extract a little bit of turn and bounce since he's come on with this new ball, which of course is now, I say it's new, it's not that new anymore, it's 23 overs old. James Fuller's going to continue from the hotel end. He's going to want to challenge the outside edge of Jack Carson's bat. 16 from 63 deliveries, he waits and Carson turns that into the leg side when Nick Gubbins collects the ball at mid-wicket and there is no run. If you're just joining us, we're here at, I think the Test match has just finished. We might pick up a few more listeners. England win by an innings and 45 runs. If you are jumping on to this game now after watching England's success over Zimbabwe, welcome. We're here at Utilita Bowl, day 2 of this game between Sussex and Hampshire. Fuller in again to Carson, who's hit on the pad. There's a big appeal and given James Fuller full and straight, and that's the end of Jack Carson. He's have to walk off this time. Targeting the stumps was James Fuller. Full delivery, can't go wrong really. He's just trying to play the ball back past and played the wrong line, did Jack Carson, and squared him up a little bit. Plumb as you like, James Fuller. That's Carson gone for 16. Sussex are 296 for 7. Gosh, that was a good delivery from James Fuller. So Carson was dropped on naught. Well, we think it was dropped. Maybe not so much of a drop from Ali or earlier on. He was dropped on naught and goes for 16 now. So not a major problem for Hampshire. But he's gone now, LBW, to James Fuller for 16. Amelia popped off and a wicket's been taken.
Absolutely. Just as I'm doing my update live, I'm going, and I've just had an update.
Yeah.
And that was a great little moment. But it does maybe show that the pitch is maybe doing something a little bit. It is getting to move, and Hampshire are having breakthroughs. They are.
I think you're just having to be patient, aren't you?
Yeah.
Like the batters are having to be patient with how they're playing, and you stay in. And you can sort of cash in a bit later, as Simpson and Hudson Prentice have done, and the bowlers, if you keep plugging away, you know, you just get something that does something for you. It's misbehaving just enough if you stay in the game for longer. So yeah, that was a pretty straightforward dismissal for James Fuller. He'll be pleased that he's picked up a wicket to get rid of Jack Carson. But they do keep coming at you, Sussex. I mean, Nathan McAndrew can bat. He's over from Australia, from New South Wales. And yeah, he can definitely bat. So
yeah, Hampshire still have work to do, and also, you know, let's not forget skipper Simpson is very much still in the middle here, and we all know the effects that he can have. He's already got his century, and he's done that off 224 balls as Fuller comes in again from the hotel end. Bowls, and this is swept away, but well stopped at mid-wicket. That was a very good stop there. I think that's by Liam Dawson. Did very nicely. Elsewhere in the county championships, Durham are 108 for 7. Durham lead Somerset by 213 runs and 3 wickets remaining. Surrey versus Essex. Essex trail Surrey by 14 runs with 10 wickets remaining. Worcestershire and Warwickshire, they both are all out. It's tea there at the moment. Worcestershire trail Warwickshire by 46. So I imagine they're going to their next runs as Fuller comes in. Oh, and the off stump is bowled by Fuller. That was a brilliant bowl, and McAndrew will have to depart for a golden duck. That is quite the disappointment for him. But for a Hampshire point of view, the wickets are tumbling now.
yeah, that was a brilliant delivery. Kept a little bit low. I think that's why McAndrew sort of just stayed around for a little bit. Off stump goes cartwheeling. He looks at the pitch, but it might have stayed a little bit low. I mean, I think he needs to get used to the fact there's not Aussie pitches. These are going to stay a little bit lower over here, Nathan. Yeah, but you bowl full, you bowl straight. James Fuller gets the rewards. We'll look at it once more. Yeah, maybe a little bit low, but just played down the wrong line again. Did the Sussex man?
He sort of stood there looking at it as if, did that really just happen? Like, is that really how low it just came at me?
Yeah.
But a brilliant bowl by James Fuller, and this is a double wicket maiden over. I mean, this is one that he'll remember if he can carry it on. It's a brilliant one. So it looks like we have Carvelos, and the way we remember this is thinking of Barbados, but with a car. And that's how Kev taught me to say it, and for a dyslexic, very helpful.
Harry Carvelos comes out at number 10. Not known for his batting, obviously, in the side as an out-and-out seamer, but he's got to support John Simpson here a little bit if he can. See if they can get their lead up above 150 and see if they can eke out a few more runs out here before tea. They've got a good lead over Hampshire, which is more than what they thought they were going to have at the beginning of the day or late last night.
Yeah, it's not quite what the lead that Hampshire put down on them, but the way they've been batting, it's great. It's only, what, 12 off the lead that Hampshire had at 154 when they were all bowled out. Sussex are 142. Fuller in again. Right arm over the wicket, comes in to Carvelos, who stands waiting. And this is carried through to Ben Brown. Carvelos managed to get his bat right out of the way. Definitely a little bit colder in the air. My hands are now a bit chilly. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm doing all right.
Coat not on yet?
No. I don't even know where he is. It was over there. I could go and get it. I'm okay at the minute.
She's so warm, she doesn't even know.
You don't
care where the coat is.
You don't really want to put it on too early. That's the problem. Otherwise, if you commit to the coat, you're not taking it off. And then if you get colder,
yeah,
I've got nothing
stuck.
else.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You've got to wait until you're absolutely freezing, then you put the coat on.
Field goes out then to keep Carvelos on strike for the next over. They want to keep John Simpson away from the strike and bowl at this tail.
3 slips in place, Fuller in. Bowls, that's well defended. And they don't get the single.
They don't want it. I don't blame them. John Simpson wants to face as many deliveries as possible.
Absolutely.
And whether he's going to play a few more shots, I don't know, as that was a wicket maiden for James Fuller.
A double wicket maiden.
True. 2 for 37.
That's amazing.
Off 13 overs bowled. It's a good over from Fuller. The last delivery was good as well, but Carvelos was not interested in that single, nor was John Simpson. I think he was stood on his bat, so not moving anywhere, as he needs to face the majority of these last few overs. Ben Brown having a conversation with Liam Dawson about what the plan is here to Simpson. I think the plan is probably just to get him off strike. Whether he'll take a different approach now he's batting with Carvelos, and it will be Henry Crocombe to come in at 11, that both aren't known for their batting.
And test match wise, it's all over.
It is all over.
Yeah, have you already given that out?
I did just
Sorry.
say that earlier. That's okay.
I
You can
must have
say
been
it
away.
again. You can say it
Must have
again.
been away. England have won by an innings and 45 runs.
Dawson then to start a new over. Bowling to John Simpson. Comes over the wicket to the left-hander, who's carefully playing it on the offside. Thinks about, or he thought about a single first of all and just was dawdling, and then got to about a quarter of the way down and thought, oh no, maybe I could get back for 2, so started to sprint, and then realised that all of that was wasted because he dawdled the first bit. So he might have had 2 in him if he thought about it when he first hit the ball, but there we go.
Yeah, from a Hampshire point of view, they really should have been a little tighter on that. They weren't very quick to snap up that ball to.
I don't think they wanted to, because this is the man they want to bowl at.
Yeah,
they want to
that is
bowl
true.
at Carvalho, so it's probably a deliberate plan
Yeah.
just to let him have one. But I think John Simpson might be a bit brave to
Yes.
allow it to happen. Now he's got to potentially face 5. Carvalho's got to face 5 balls from Dawson and try and survive him. He doesn't get anything on the first as that goes, spins and bounces past the off stump. But Dawson will want to get rid of him in this over. He's got 4 deliveries at him. Carvalho's weight pushed forward on his front foot. Bat hovering as he comes forward, and again it beats the outside of Carvalho's bat. Dawson looks disappointed it didn't hit the outside of his bat. He's got to trudge back and try again. They're almost mirror images of each other, those 2 deliveries. Dawson waits. Hands together, clasp around that ball. In now and edged and caught. Turn and bounce. 3rd time lucky for Liam Dawson. This time goes a little bit straighter, gets the turn and bounce that he wanted. Carvalho ends up getting a touch on that one. Good catch by Tom Prest at first slip. He's had a torrid time in the slips over the last few weeks and has taken a good one there. Had to watch, it was low to his right. Brilliant catch. And wickets are falling in a bit of a cluster now. Carvalho goes for naught.
They really are, and I mean, I think it comes back to that single that you were saying earlier, and you know, it was deliberate by Hampshire to let them have that single, and it was brave for Simpson to let Carvalho get on strike to Dawson, who was bowling very well, and we've seen that he's able to get the ball doing a little bit out there, and yeah, and you know, Dawson just obviously saw his opportunity, as you say, 3rd time lucky, and went for it and was able to strike. And I think suddenly the momentum has just switched, and it just shows how quickly that can happen in a matter of sort of a few overs. There's been 3 lost, well, in the space of 1 run. So yeah, we'll have the last man coming out.
Henry Crocombe, not known for his batting.
Did, however, bowl fantastically in his first innings. He got 4 for
It
27.
might not be too long before he's got the ball in his hand again, Henry Crocombe. As he's got to put his pads on for now and face Liam Dawson. Liam Dawson has 2 balls at Henry Crocombe here. And that vital single that was taken by John Simpson off the first ball of the over has allowed Liam Dawson to bowl at the tail. And he had 3 balls at Carvalho and got rid of him, and now he's going to have 2 more at Henry Crocombe and see if he can get rid of him as well before tea.
Well, speaking of that, I've just been told by Adrian that apparently they will now keep going until this wicket falls for at least another half an hour, so they won't have tea.
Right,
so
okay.
it will be whenever this wicket falls is tea.
Because 9 wickets are down.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Adrian, for that very nice bit of information.
Reinforcements coming into the slip cordon. There's a second slip with the helmet on. It's now Toby Albert. There's a forward short leg as well. Dawson's in on the hips of Henry Crocombe, who plays that quietly onto the leg side and doesn't get a run. He's got 1 more ball at Henry Crocombe in this over. And they'll be wanting to. Everyone's taking a couple of steps back and just trying to convince Henry Crocombe to take a single. If he wants it, it's there. It can be anywhere in the ground, pretty much. And he's got hits on the stumps, dead in front. That's brilliant for Hampshire, brilliant for Dawson. He's taken 2 wickets. He's had 5 balls at the tail of Carvalho and Crocombe, and he's got rid of them both. Off the last ball.
That was absolutely brilliant. Adrian just looked at me and just went, tea, with his hands in his hair. But yeah, so we don't need to worry about the next 20 minutes because that is tea. Sussex are, well, all out for 297. They lead Hampshire by 143, and we will now go to an early tea and see Hampshire at a second innings from the bat.
Yeah, it's been brilliant, this little passage of play from Hampshire. I don't know if you can hear, I'm just going to pause for a moment. That's a brilliant applause from the Hampshire fans. They're really appreciative of Liam Dawson and how the last few wickets have fallen, all for 33 runs. No, 43 runs. The last 4 wickets have fallen for Sussex, and they've just managed to put the brakes on their lead. They lead by 143 going into an early tea as the players leave the field. A brilliant comeback. 2 wickets for Dawson in that session, 2 wickets for Fuller in an over in that session, a couple for Brad Wheel as well. 3 wickets for John Turner, obviously, yesterday. Sussex 297, they lead Hampshire by 143, and when we come back in around 20 minutes' time, Hampshire will be trying to chase down this deficit of 143.
in the middle, and Mark Stoneman, I think.
Yeah, Mark Stoneman's going to take the first ball. I think it is going to be Nathan McAndrew. So he's on a pair, actually, is Mark Stoneman. As in comes McAndrew running in from this hotel inn around the wicket bowls to Mark Stoneman, who clips that nicely away through square leg. They've taken one, they'll come back for the second one. Probably they won't, actually, because Jack Carson is the most enthusiastic cricketer I've ever come across. He throws himself around the field, he's incredibly determined, and that was probably a very wise decision just to take the one run from Mark Stoneman. So he's off a pair, and he'll be very relieved about that. I know he's played a lot of cricket in his career, but it's never nice when you want to get a couple of ducks in the same match.
All of Division 1 matches are now into their second innings of the first team that bats, so all moving along at really the same pace.
McAndrew comes into bowl to Fletcher Middleton. He's in and bowls, and Middleton lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run.
So Durham are playing Somerset. Durham are they lead Somerset by 236 runs, 3 wickets remaining. Surrey versus Essex. Essex leads Surrey by 6 runs with 10 wickets remaining. Warwickshire lead Worcestershire by 68 runs with 9 wickets remaining. And Nottinghamshire lead Yorkshire by 172 runs with 9 wickets remaining.
McAndrew, the wicket bowls wide of the off stump, let go by Middleton, went down low to John Simpson, who takes it down by his bootlaces, and there is no run. I can see Ari Cavelas is warming up just down below us, doing a bit of flexing of the knees. He's got his sun hat on. Sun hat's not needed today because it's been grey and overcast, just the odd glimmer of sunshine this morning, but mercifully it's been dry. The other sun hat wearer is always James Coles, who's in at third slip. McAndrew just mops his brow and runs away from us. Number 43 on the back of his shirt. He's in and bowls right on the stumps and clipped by Middleton to mid-on, fielded by Cavelas. And there is no run. So the field, there are 3 slips. There's a backward point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance, who I suspect is Henry Crocombe all the way down there, who bowled very well in the first innings. In fact, he's warming up as well, so I did wonder whether Crocombe might open the bowling, but Carvela seems to be doing the more vigorous of the warming up, so we'll... And in fact, Crocombe did bowl and took all his wickets from this end, so maybe that'll be the plan again. McAndrew. In and bowls. Middleton drives down the wicket. Another good delivery by Nathan McAndrew that would have hit the stump, so he's right on the money here as the tall Australian. As I understand it, this is his final championship appearance for Sussex this season. So he's just playing the 2 championship matches, then some T20s before it goes back to Australia. So he'll be very keen to make an impression in this game. Moves around in front of us. Runs in and bowls to Middleton, who clips this nicely away down towards fine leg. They've taken one, they'll think about 2, but it isn't there. Good bit of fielding way down in the distance there by... In fact, it's Finn Hudson-Prentice all the way down there. End of the over. And Hampshire are 2 without loss in their second innings. It means they are effectively... Well, not effectively, they are 141 behind.
Yeah, in Division 2 of the County Championships, Kent trailed Derbyshire by 524 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Middlesex trailed Glamorgan by 313 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Leicestershire lead Lancashire by 119 runs and 5 wickets remaining. And Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire trailed Northamptonshire by 428 runs and 9 wickets remaining. Looks like we are going to have Carvelos coming in from the pavilion end. Also had the Vitality T20 Women's Cup. Kent women were playing the Blaze. Kent women were 71 all out, and the Blaze have claimed that win as Carvelos comes in, and that's just blocked well by Middleton. And the Blaze got 177 for 4 won by 106 runs. Yorkshire women were also playing the Bears. The Bears need 135 runs to win off 18 and a half overs with 10 wickets remaining. So lots of cricket elsewhere. As Carvelos stands at the top of his mark and begins to run in again. Bowls are good. This is played leg side. It goes past the umpire and they'll run for 1. They think about 2 and they decide against. Moves the score to 3 for no loss. Hampshire are in a deficit of 140.
An email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk from Teddy, who says, what a great 2 days of cricket I've been watching on the stream. It's going to be a thriller. And I think it'll be over by the close tomorrow. And he's enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Teddy. Well, possibly. There's so many twists and turns in county championship cricket, you know, who knows, maybe Sussex will get a load of wickets tonight, maybe Hampshire will post a really big score and Sussex will be on a turning wicket on the 4th day. It's the beauty of county championship cricket.
As Carvelos comes in again, this time right arm round the wicket, and it's blocked well by Stoneman. What
is for sure is that Hampshire will want to bat better this second time around,
yes.
And if they... And as I say, so much could happen in this. If Hampshire get through to the close of play today without losing a wicket, or maybe 1 down, and they've cleared a substantial amount of these arrears, they'll feel they're still very much in this game.
Absolutely. Carvelos coming in again. Stoneman waiting on strike. And well left there by Stoneman as he lofts his bat up in the air just to get it out of the way.
That was a good leave, actually.
Hampshire still trail Sussex by 140. They posted a score of 297. Hampshire were able to bowl the final 4 batsmen of the Sussex out for 4 wickets for 1 run. It all suddenly tumbled away right at the very last minute as Carvelos comes in again and bowls, this time well blocked by Stoneman, and it trails off into leg side.
Yes, I'll be interested to see what happens over the next couple of days. And you're right, all these games around the country where wickets have fallen. I mean, the first few weeks of the season, there just seemed to be a lot of games where there was a lot of runs being made and wickets were flat, but it certainly hasn't been the case in this round of games.
Carvelos once more in again. Bowls round the wicket to Stoneman, who does well to block that, as it was a Yorker heading straight at the stumps. End of the over there, so 3 for no loss are Hampshire, and they trail by 140. They did also manage to pick up another 2 bowling points, so Hampshire now have 3 points and Sussex have 4, so they clambered that back.
Yes, they did, and amazing really at the end when we'd had all day with just 1 wicket going down, and then all of a sudden 4 wickets went down for 1 run. It was crazy, wasn't it? What was Sussex at one stage? They were 296 for 6 and 297 all out. 3 ducks at the end of innings. McAndrew, Carvelos and Henry Crocombe all with a duck. If you're just joining us, in comes Nathan McAndrew. Bowls clipped away nicely by Middleton. That's nicely played down towards deep fine leg, but Hudson Prentice has to race around almost a square leg to field, but not before Middleton comes back for a couple of runs. He goes to 4 and Hampshire to 5 without loss. The innings of today coming from John Simpson, who made an excellent 106 not out. He had a partnership of 173 with Finn Hudson Prentice, which lasted till midway through the afternoon session when Hampshire took the new ball, and that did the trick. But thereafter Jack Carson and John Simpson added another 40. In comes McAndrew. Bowls. That's a good delivery. Beats Middleton outside the off stump. There is no run. In fact, they added exactly 50 for the 7th wicket. And there was that little mini collapse at the end. Sussex spun up for 297. I'm sure they'd have liked the tail to have eked out a few more. By the same token, if you'd have offered Sussex a lead of 143 when they were 83 for 5 yesterday, they'd have bitten your hand off.
Absolutely. Yes, they would have done.
McAndrew runs away from us. Slips go down, he's in and bowls. Middleton is going to pick up 4 runs. Well, I think it's a fair enough shot. It was wide of 3rd slip. There's a backward point and a risk-free shot really by Fletcher Middleton. He goes to 8 and Hampshire to 9 without loss. We'll sort of see this again actually on the replay. Let's just watch this. I think he guided that one wide of. Yeah, let's watch it. Yeah, that's a perfectly legitimate shot. Nicely played.
Yeah, it was. And Hampshire are 9 without loss now.
Yes.
Trail by 134.
Look, Andrew waits. Literally just down below us. In and bowls, and Middleton to get more runs here. Clips this one on the onside, but Kendrick's got his hands on his head. Carvelos is chasing towards the boundary edge. Well, it's a good tumbling sock by Ari Carvelos, which drags the ball back. It does save 1 run. Middleton goes into double figures. Good chase by Ari Carvelos. I think we were saying this yesterday.
Yes.
It'd be interesting to get Charlotte's take on this, because you watch a fast bowler who's got a key part to play. He's chasing towards the boundary, tumbles over, he nearly hits his head on the advertising hoarding. You think you don't need to get injured for the sake of 1 run. I sometimes think in a T20 game you think, well, okay, but so hats off to Ari Carvelos, brilliant chase, but
Yep.
I'm just glad he didn't hurt his shoulder or
his head, as he nearly.
or his head. Yeah, absolutely.
Nearly sliding head first into those advertising boards.
12 without loss. McAndrew in again. Bowls, forward comes Stoneman, placed into the offside. There is no run.
That's why I was quite interesting, because like on this side the boundary is practically right up against the advertising boards, whereas on the left hand side, say if you were to slide over that, you just keep sliding. You'd have to slide
Absolutely.
for about
Yeah.
6 meters before you'd get anywhere near the advertising boards. And if you're sliding that far, then the pitch is far too wet. You shouldn't be playing on it anyway. You're on a slip and slide.
McAndrew. Runs away from us. In bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery and a good lead actually by Mark Stoneman through to wicket-keeper John Simpson. Mark Stoneman and John Simpson would know each other very well from days at Middlesex. In fact, there's quite some Middlesex connections in this game with Nick Gubbins as well in the Hampshire lineup. James Fuller playing Middlesex. I think he did. Yeah, so there we are. So there's 3 Middlesex players and John Simpson as well. So a bit of a Middlesex contingent in this game. End of the over. 12 without loss are Hampshire. Middleton on 11. Stoneman is in 1. We've got 31 overs left to be bowled tonight. The deficit for Hampshire down to 131 as Ari Carvelos.
Comes in from the pavilion end, and Middleton waits on strike. He bowls, and this is a half shout, but no interest. Mainly the slip's interested there. Carvelos didn't even really shout too much. Just watch the replays. That comes in, but there is no lift of the finger from the umpire. Just watch it now as Carvelos has come in. Yeah, far too high. That would have jumped right over the stumps. And he puts his hands on his head straight away. He knew that was too high. Carvelos in once more. Middleton waiting, this time better, and it's clipped off. Very nice, onto the leg side, and that's going to run away for 4. There are 3 chasing fielders, but they've just not been able to quite get there. And that is 4 for Middleton. Moves his score up to 14 for 13 deliveries. And also already drops the deficit to 127.
Nice shot that, wasn't it?
Great shot.
Nicely clipped away.
Indeed. Hampshire very much moving ahead. I think they've got to get a bit of a wiggle on here. Not taking the same Sussex approach yet. Yeah, I am just noticed there are 3 groundsmen sat on the hover just down to our left, which is not a good sign, as that one is again clipped to the leg side, but it's not going to reach the boundary. They've run through for 1.
That's a really good spot actually, because I was saying earlier on how down at Hove, when the groundsmen appear, you suddenly think, oh dear, here comes the rain.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look, in fact, I would say it looks less threatening at the moment than it has done for much of the day, to be honest.
I do as well. Maybe they just wanted a better view of the game.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
We're going to go with that.
But they are there. They are sort of poised, aren't they?
Yes.
Just slightly worrying.
Carvelos again coming into Stoneman, so he's going to come right arm around the wicket. Bowls, he tries to sweep this down, but doesn't actually get a take on it, and it carries through to the hands of the wicket-keeper. Carvelos starts his walk all the way back up to the top. Simpson in the gloves in the wicket-keeping position. Lots of encouragement from the Sussex crowd. A bit from the audience as well. I think a few Sussex fans have made the trip along the coast. As he comes in again, does Carvelos, and this time big half shout as that dribbles away and is a run through for one. Down to third man. Carvelos has got one ball left of the over. Hampshire on 18 for no loss, deficit of 125. Middleton on 16, Stoneman on 2. As he comes in again, right arm over the wicket to Middleton. So wow, that was swept away. The umpire to tuck right out the way on square leg, and that's pulled away for 4 runs. The umpire at square leg did a good job to get out the way of that one. Yeah, there was no way Fletcher Middleton was hanging around. So that does move the score for 22 for no loss. That's 121, the deficit of end of the over.
I'll just read this this email from Martin Mahoney, who says, "This is county championship cricket at its best. Enjoying the commentary. Never thought Sussex would be in this position yesterday afternoon." Thank you, Martin. I'm going to disappear. I'm going to leave you with Charlotte and with Amelia.
Yes, so from the hotel end here, it looks like we're going to have McAndrew back in. If you're just joining us, Hampshire managed to bowl Sussex out. The final 4 batsmen for 4 wickets for 1 run just before an early tea. Hampshire are now in. They are 22 without loss. Deficit of 121. They need to catch a Stoneman comes in. Right arm around the wicket to Stoneman, who blocks and defends this. Hello, Charlotte.
Hello, Amelia. This is good to watch, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Middleton flying.
Yeah.
20 from 15. I don't think we've seen a strike rate of above 100 in this whole game.
No,
so
it's quite amazing, isn't it?
He's striking 133. Brilliant to watch.
Good to see.
Stoneman's definitely more careful out of the 2 of them at the moment.
Yes,
but
yeah. Middleton's kind of got the that use of hitting big and hitting on, but it would be nice to see him actually kind of really get a big score individually here.
he needs it.
As McAndrew comes in to Stoneman, blocked back. Nicely into the offside, lots of noise from the slip cordon. 3 slips in place.
Yeah, in the first innings, Stoneman went for a duck, and Middleton got a start in the first innings. He's 34 from 50. You'd really think he'd want to kick on from there and go and make a half century and cash in even more than that. So
Indeed.
And in the last game, up at Edgbaston, he made 4 in the first and did come back with 76, but again didn't go on in the second innings.
McAndrew in, and this is now defended onto the leg side. No run.
So both of these two in need of a big score,
Yeah,
rather than just starts.
they need to really prove themselves with big scores.
We've got Alior waiting in the wings, not playing. Obviously come from Sussex. There's other people that could come in and open the batting for Hampshire. So they've got to prove themselves, these two.
They really do.
Joe Weatherly, he's done it before.
Middleton on 20 or 15, doing well though. McAndrew in, bowls and defended by Stoneman. Kept a nice straight bat on that one.
So Gubbins lacking a score in the last game as well, and not coming to the party in the first innings. So yeah, lots of talent that's in need of some runs for Hampshire.
Stoneman walks all the way back up to the top of his mark. Turns to face and carries on shining the ball. Begins his run up in. Stoneman tapping the ball, bat ferociously on the ground, and this is half shout, but only really from third slip, as this is sort of trickled down to a short third man.
James Coles liked it, but no one else did.
Yeah.
It was mainly because it was pitching outside leg stump and going down to miss leg stump, and lots more that wasn't in its favour. But he liked it, which is good enough, I suppose.
Stoneman
There's definitely a feel that they want to score, these two.
Yes. Yeah, I think obviously the tactic coming from Hampshire is get out there and hit big. McAndrew in, and this is blocked. Maybe they've said Middleton, go for it. Stoneman, you know, be the maybe, or maybe that's just naturally how they
It's probably
feel.
a bit more, naturally how they play and suited to sort of their way of batting in general. That's a maiden from McAndrew. That's his third. Over bowled, one maiden, 0 for 11. But so that might be just naturally plays into their sort of the way that they play. But I think it's probably more to do with the situation in the game and how easy it looked at times for Sussex to bat. And just thinking, well, if you just stuck around, it become quite easy to bat. And at times when it looked flat and there's nothing really wrong with the pitch, and so just to be positive and go out there and trying to make an indent in this lead that Sussex have got. It's 121 at the moment that they trail by, and the weather might be in the back of their minds for Monday as well, trying to get ahead of the game and get Sussex back into bat and at some stage tomorrow, and trying to bowl them out, just try and force a result. I mean, there's all sorts of different sort of tactics that come into it, or Middleton might have just genuinely had a couple of half volleys and one pitch halfway down that he's just managed to put away. Hudson Prentice to replace Carvelis. He just bowled a couple to start at the pavilion end, and the ball's been thrown to Hudson Prentice. No sign of Henry Crocombe at the minute. That's got 4 wickets in the first innings. It's a good start from Finn Hudson Prentice with number 33 on his back. Runs towards us and bowls a ball to Fletcher Middleton, who's defending that back to the bowler in his follow through. That's a good start, full and straight. That's how Fuller got his 2 wickets towards the end and bowled full and at the stumps. There's nothing really much more complicated other than that, to be honest with you. The ball didn't do an awful lot. Hudson Prentice in once more and gets a leading edge. That's caught. Or has it just dropped just in front?
Yeah, the umpire's not.
There's a couple of times this has happened. Well, Fletcher Middleton definitely didn't move. He caught the outside edge of his bat. It just rose on him a little bit from Hudson Prentice, but it did just drop just in front. And I think the fielder at second slip did sort of acknowledge that. Tom Alsop, I think that is. At second slip did just sort of hold his hand up and go, no, that did bounce just in front of me. Good bowling, good start from Finn Hudson Prentice. He's in again and gets the hip of Fletcher Middleton. Keep wanting to say Finn now. Finn's on my brain. Who comes back for a second as he clips that one off his hip down to fine leg for 2, sorry. 2 more to the total. He moves to, well, he's got the wrong, he moves to 22. 2 dot balls and a 2 so far off this over. Good start for Finn Hudson Prentice. Comes in again here to Fletcher Middleton, who waits and kicks that one in the air. Oh, it was in the air for a moment in front of square on the leg side, goes past mid wicket. They're going to come back for a third. That's good running from these 2. And they might have been excited for just a moment, the Sussex contingent, because it was in the air for a couple of seconds and it just evaded the left-hand side of the fielder at mid-wicket, who ends up having to go and chase after it. And gets pulled back in about a metre or so inside of the boundary rope. But 3 more to Middleton. He's flying. 25 from 19.
He really is. He's on form, and he's still in those 100. He's sort of 131. Quite amazing.
Defending this time is Stoneman. Much more watchful from him. 3 slips are waiting for Sussex. Point, man in the covers, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg or a deep backward square, depending what era you're born in. Not many people say long leg anymore. I'd say that was deep backward square. Hudson Prentice round the wicket, bowls to Stoneman. Full delivery, left alone, comes back and goes over the top of probably middle and off stump in the end, but it was a good lead from Stoneman, goes through to John Simpson, It's a good over. 6 overs have been bowled in Hampshire's second innings, 27 for no loss. Their deficit is 116, so they're 116 behind the score of 297 set by Sussex earlier on today.
They scored 27 off just 6 overs. Mainly Middleton, as they've been doing most of the legwork there, as Stoneman's been very defensive. That was close, watching on that replay. Stoneman was lucky it didn't nip just a little bit more, as it may have taken just the outside stump off there. As McAndrew comes in once more, right arm over the wicket, and Middleton this time just being defensive and jumps out the way.
It's good delivery. Good from McAndrew, actually. If this is his last game, he's going to be a bit of a miss, but I suppose they have Robinson to come back in for Sussex, and they've definitely got big shoes to fill. But that would be if he's fit next game, that would be a straight swap, McAndrew for Robinson. He's got some work to do here though, McAndrew, in past the umpire bowls. A full delivery, defended by Middleton solidly. You can hear that on the effects mic, the solid bat behind the ball in defence. Prudently played by Fletcher Middleton. As I was saying before, I'd love a big score here in the second innings for Hampshire. A combination between Stoneman and Middleton hasn't really been on fire yet in the last couple of games. Losing wickets early. Coming back into the game, of course, but they'd love a big score, one of these two, to go on today. McAndrew bowls, and again, defence is Middleton. They go for a quick single, shy at the stumps, would have been close. Fletcher Middleton was slow to react to the call of yes from his partner Mark Stoneman. Dropped it into the leg side, just in front of square. The fielder did have to move in and round to his right to pick up the ball. There's a definite single on offer, but Fletcher Middleton was slightly delayed in his reaction to the call of yes from his partner, who was running to the so-called danger end, but he makes it home in the end. He's quick between the wickets, Fletcher Middleton. But yeah, he was more focused on his technique, I think, rather than getting through for the single. 115 behind now, Hampshire. 28 for no loss. Stoneman waits, left-handed Stoneman. Round the wicket comes McAndrew, bowls and defends up to mid-on. Carefully, quietly. No run is taken. Still a fair amount of people here this afternoon. A little splattering of people up in the members' pavilion. They had a nice talk from Roland Butcher in the lunch break. I'm sure that was enjoyable and insightful. From the England legend. And there's a few braving the outside in the shame-worn stand and down below us. Considerably less in the CAM stand, but that's okay. Round the wicket again, McAndrew left alone, way outside the off stump on this occasion. Goes through to John Simpson. Not challenging the left-handed Stoneman at all with that delivery. Was Nathan McAndrew. Over here from New South Wales. Plays for the Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash. And will play in the T20 Blast campaign for Sussex as well. He's been good in the Big Bash. He's from South Australia, sorry. Balls round the wicket to Stoneman. He's forward in defence and squares him out up a little bit, but nothing really to be too worried about for Mark Stoneman. Just the one off that over. I assumed that, and that's a really bad assumption from me, that McAndrew, because he plays for Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash, he'll come from New South Wales. So that's obviously not the case. He's playing for South Australia at the minute, 31 years old. And he'll be a really good asset to the T20 team as well during the Blast for Sussex in their campaign. It'll get started in the next week or so. And Hampshire's the same. We'll get started next week. It's blast off time, as they all say. They'll get the yellow kit on rather than the white. As Finn Hudson-Prentice beats the outside edge, goes through to John Simpson. That squared him up. That's a brilliant delivery from Finn Hudson-Prentice. It really hurried Fletcher Middleton. and properly squared him up. As it goes through to the keeper at a nice height. Good carry. That was a really nice delivery. Angled in, a bit of shape away. Really want that one to nick the outside edge if you're a Sussex fan. And if you're Finn Hudson-Prentice, those are the ones that you just want to carry through to the keeper. Comes in again. That one's left alone. Good carry as well. Through to the keeper. You can hear them, the Sussex fielders. You can hear them shouting to each other and encouraging each other, feeling that they can take a wicket here. As Middleton's looking to play a few shots. 26 from 24, Fletcher Middleton. 2 from 20, Mark Stoneman. They're 115 behind Hampshire. Hudson-Prentice in once more, past the umpire. Goes past the outside edge of Middleton. Has he nicked the outside edge? He hasn't. Sussex were interested, the umpires weren't. It's a brilliant over so far. 2 that have really challenged Fletcher Middleton, 3 that have gone past him and into the hands of John Simpson, but that one really challenged the right-handed Fletcher Middleton. He wasn't phased. Hudson-Prentice stares him down a little bit, but he wasn't phased at all there, Fletcher Middleton. Just scratched his mark and carried on. He knew he hadn't hit it. On the hips this time, he looks for a quick single, doesn't take it, as it just balloons into the leg side. About 2 metres away from the strip.
Every time I nip off, there's an almost chance or a wicket. There's a very...
Amelia goes off to do an update, and there's always something that's happening.
Midway through my update, I'm going, actually, no, this is happening. But no, it's good to see. It's exciting today.
Hudson-Prentice in once more from the pavilion end. Bowls to Middleton, a shorter delivery this time that Middleton's solidly in behind and drops it into the leg side. No run taken, 28 for no loss. I haven't checked our emails for a while, let's see if anyone's...
Yes, solentcricket@gmail.com. Please do send us an email. There is one here. I'll let you read that.
From Greg. Greg Thornett emailed earlier on. Good afternoon again, all. Hampshire, Dawson in particular, did extremely well to wrap up the Sussex tale. Agreed. Finally, a bit of flow. Realistically, though, we need a score of around 350 to set a chase north of 200. So that one's played up to mid-on by Fletcher Middleton. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you there, Greg.
And since I questioned it on air, Greg's just confirming that he's very much a Hampshire fan.
I like that. I like that. He is.
I never thought otherwise. I was just checking. Made an over for Hudson-Prentice. 8 overs have been bowled in this third innings of this game. The second innings for Hampshire, after they were bowled out for 154 in the first, and in reply Sussex made a very good 297. I've been wanting to see that little bit where it says 28 for naught. The naught needs to stay naught for a decent length of time.
As
Greg says he wants to see 350.
Well, they need to be listening as McAndrew comes in from the hotel end, and that's well left alone by Stoneman. It's about right out of the way.
Yeah, I agree. They need a decent third innings here, Hampshire, if they need to set something challenging for Sussex to decide whether they're going to go after or whether they're going to see it out for a draw. But they need to do it quickly, because if there's rain around, they need to decide whether they're going to stick or twist.
Sounds like Bop It.
I used to love Bop It.
That was great, wasn't it?
My dad completed Bop It.
I didn't know that was in...
If you get to 250 points on Bop It, you complete it, it stops.
Wow, I never knew that.
You never got there.
No, McAndrew comes in from the hotel. Well defended by Stoneman. No, I didn't know. Oh, God, no, I enjoyed it. I wasn't that good at Bop It, but wow.
It gets to a point, though, and my dad was a bit like this. If he's listening, sorry, Dad, I'm going to sew you up the rhythm here, but he used to just get obsessed with things and need to complete them.
Right, okay.
So Bop It was one of those things. It was like, I need to beat my high score, I need to beat my high, and then you get to a point he's thinking, oh, completed it. Did the same with Toy Story on the PS1. Wow. Anyway, not the point.
Other gaming things are available.
Games consoles.
Absolutely. As McAndrew comes in, bowls. This is well left alone again by Stoneman. very much taking the watchful approach. He's faced 24 deliveries, he's scored just 2. Middleton, his strike rate's just dropped a little bit to 92 because he's 26.
Quite a polar opposite between 92 and 8.7,
Honestly,
isn't it?
it's quite amazing, isn't it? It's like, are you sure?
They're just playing 2 different games at the moment.
Yep.
Like yin and yang, isn't it?
It really is. The kids off to our left under the scoreboard have resumed their match as well.
They've played a proper test match over there.
They
They've been going
have.
all day.
McAndrew in once more. Long run up in past the umpire and bowls right arm over the wicket. This is well defended by Stoneman as that was heading straight at the wickets or even a possible LBW. 3 slips in place, causing a lot of noise. Both geeing up their bowler, but also maybe just getting in the head of Stoneman as he wanders down and does a bit of gardening. See a little divot or something he's just not quite happy with. Middleton as well. Stands well outside the strip, off to the umpire's left, about 3 paces away from his crease, but he's well in behind. And Stoneman, McAndrew comes in again, Stoneman waiting. Oh, and this is worked onto the offside. No run scored. Deficit still 115. Hampshire are 28 for no loss.
He's been very careful here, Mark Stoneman. Watchful and careful.
Indeed, he is. I suppose he wants that big score. He thinks he's absolutely, as you said.
He's got it in front of him to do. I mean, if they
Yeah.
can get up and if they can bat for the rest of today, so they've got just a touch over 25 overs left to bat, get a good platform and then cash in tomorrow. He's got every opportunity to go big.
McAndrew in, and this is played to the leg side, square of the wicket. And that signals the end of the over. It's a maiden over from McAndrew.
He's been deathly accurate since he's been on. 5
He
overs,
has.
2 maidens, none for 12. How long these spells will be, I don't know. If it's not working, they might look to change it up. I mean, Finn Hudson-Prentice has been brilliant, really,
But
since he's come on.
I'm going to make way for Adrian.
Change in the comms box, or the comms gantry, or whatever you want to call it. Adrian's going to come back alongside me, take you through the next 20 minutes or so. 25 overs left in today's play. Hudson-Prentice to start a new over from the pavilion end, runs towards us and bowls to Fletcher Middleton, who's driving on the up but can't get it past the bowler in his follow through. Hits it with no real timing, and there is no run. He's bowled brilliantly since he's come on. He's only bowled a couple of overs, but he's looked really challenged Middleton in the last, which was really quite exciting to watch. Genuine all-rounder, Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Indeed. Hello, Charlotte. I think he's been excellent in this game. I think he's bowled well all season, actually, and batted well as well. He's had a good season so far.
Bowls to Middleton, who's forward and plays out in front of him.
Yeah.
Dangerous when that ball's angling back into play in front of you with front pad like that.
Well, definitely, and with that one there, had he missed that, he was absolutely plumb. So it's a good little spell by Hudson-Prentice. Eric Cavalis didn't quite get it right, did he? And John Simpson's very quick to change things around. Yeah, very quick to do that.
Is that sort of a nature of his captaincy?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
very much so. If he's not going well, changing around. He's got plenty of options. He's got loads of bowling options for Sussex in this game.
He's in again, Hudson-Prentice to Fletcher Middleton, who's solidly behind that one, defends it. It's exciting stuff from Finn Hudson-Prentice, challenging the batter every delivery.
Yeah, I mean, the game is an interesting stage now, isn't it? Because from a Hampshire point of view, they'll feel if they can get through to the close, maybe one down, they're going to be, with another 24 overs to go tonight, they may not be that far off being level, so they'll feel they're in it. But if Sussex could nip out 2 or 3 here,
They'll feel like they're on top. So
totally, and a great chance tomorrow.
Hudson-Prentice in once more to Middleton, who's solidly in behind that one, drops it into the vacant point region. We'll pick up a quick single and he'll go through to 27. Hampshire 29 for no loss, the deficit of 114.
I guess from a Sussex perspective, well, though John Simpson and Finn Hudson-Prentice played in that big partnership 173, you just sort of feel that maybe the pitch is a bit more benign now, and if Hampshire, I'm sure Hampshire will look at it thinking, well, if they can do it, we can do it as well.
Absolutely, and that's probably where they've started to be especially Middleton's come out here and been really positive, and that's the exact same that Simpson and Hudson-Prentice came out and looked to do as well, as Stoneman angles that one behind square on the offside this time. There's fielders after it, 3 of them in fact.
Oh, good
and
start.
gets pulled back in.
It was Nathan McAndrew who pulled it back in. Oh,
And
the
then
big fella.
There was a couple else there as well. Allsop, and who's that there? Is that Coles?
It was Tom Clark and James Coles.
Yeah, Tom Clark putting it back in, and 3 of them combining together to get the job done.
Yes.
Middleton picks up. Stoneman, sorry, picks up 3, takes him to 5, brings Middleton back on strike. Hudson-Prentice with 1 ball left in this over. Bowls to Fletcher Middleton, who works that nicely off his hip, backward a square on the leg side. I think Hudson-Prentice was a bit annoyed of himself, actually, that he didn't challenge the batter a little bit more from that final delivery. 24 overs remaining of today's play. Hampshire 33 for no loss. Stoneman 5, Middleton 28, and the deficit of 110.
Yeah, and what have we got? 24 overs. So if Hampshire were to score 4 and over, which nobody's really done on this, that would be another 100 tonight, wouldn't it? And that would get the arrears down. They'd be virtually level. But I think considering a change of bowler, I think they're bringing Henry Crocombe into the attack.
I was going to say, how long are they going to wait before they introduce him, considering how successful he was in the first innings against Hampshire? Took 4 wickets.
He did.
For 27 runs.
And at one stage had something like about 3 for 1. So, spoke to Henry last night. Good to see him back and fit. It's never nice when you see a young cricketer with an injury, and Henry was saying how frustrating it's been, and particularly frustrating because it was, you know, trying to get the various diagnoses from various specialists, etc. But the good news is he's back and raring to go, and certainly bowled very quickly, I thought, in that first innings. He's coming into bowl to Fletcher Middleton, who's 28 not out, 33 without loss. Hampshire, Crocombe in bowls, and Middleton right in behind that, plays it into the offside. Fielded by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. You
So
look like you're about to make a...
Well, only because I was looking at Crocombe and Turner in the lunch break, and they were both in the England Lions sort of fast bowling camp. With Dale Steyn as their sort of lead, so, and both of them obviously doing really well in this game. And although John Turner wasn't as successful in the last innings, but have shown real sort of come on leaps and bounds, really.
Crocombe in bowls. That's a quick delivery, and just surprised Fletcher Middleton, who played it down into the slip cordon under a bit of discomfort. There is no run. Absolutely, and Henry spoke about that last night. You know, being out there with Dale Steyn, and you know, how much he enjoyed it and how much you learn. And I think that's the great thing about Lions cricket, and James Cole said very much the same at the beginning of the season, that you just realise, you know, how hard you have to work, what the standard's like if you want to really get to the top level.
Yeah, you've got to want it, and
totally, yeah, absolutely. Crocombe.
It's good to learn for such a man like
in bowls. Oh, he pinned him in front. There's a loud appeal. My feeling was that was probably just going down the leg side. We'll see the replay in a moment, but he was on the back foot. It was a good shout from Crocombe. I think just this little bit of extra pace from Henry Crocombe has just bothered Fletcher Middleton in the last couple of deliveries. Let's just watch this delivery here. And he's in.
Or maybe a bit high.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it was a good shout, but he's just.
If we had the ability to go to the third umpire, I'd be considering that one.
He's just sort of roughing him up a little bit here. Is Crocombe. The light has improved considerably, and the ground staff have gone from where the hover cover is, bowls to Middleton, who's back and across and steers that down the onside of the track. There is no run. A couple of overs ago, the ground staff had made their way towards the hover cover, and we wonder whether there may be some rain around, but they've now left the hover cover, and they're back sitting on their roller and in the dugouts, which they use for T20 cricket. I mean, possibly there was no sign of rain at all, but often that seems to be the case. Certainly at Hove, when it's going to rain, that the ground staff, they suddenly appear. Ben Gibson and his team of suddenly appear when you think, oh dear, it's going to rain.
Because they know.
They do know. Crocombe in bowls. Oh, Middleton is caught. Now they're waiting to see. It was taken low down by James. The umpires are conferring. Middleton is not going anywhere. They're just waiting to see whether that's... I thought there was a slight lack of conviction there from the Sussex fielders. This happened with John Simpson earlier on today. The decision went Sussex's way, and he is given not out.
Yeah, I've just seen it again on the replay as well. It looks like it bounced just in front of the fielder.
Well, it was Fletcher Middleton, I think, was absolutely convinced that it wasn't out. I just wonder whether there was a little bit there with the dismissal with John Simpson earlier on. We'll see this again in a minute. I haven't seen a replay, but they're just waiting. Let's see that again. In fact, it was Tom Clark who took the catch low to his right-hand side, but Middleton wasn't going anywhere at all, was he? He immediately, he didn't look to walk off. Anyway, Crocombe in again, bowls to Middleton, short, pulled away, and hits the stumps. He was looking to pull that away through the leg side, was Fletcher Middleton. Didn't time it at all, and in fact it hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. And there is, no, right, he looked a bit annoyed there, Middleton, wasn't it? He was looking to absolutely hammer that one away through mid-wicket. Anyway, end of an eventful over, a maiden over from Henry Crocombe, and I have to say, I think his extra pace just caused a few problems there.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely got... I've not seen him bowl live, I don't think, in the last couple of years. I might have seen him once before in a T20 a couple of years ago here, but not recently, and he's definitely put on a yard or two of pace since I last saw him bowl. Obviously he gets older and fitter and stronger and all the rest of it, but obviously with the help of someone like Dale Steyn and being on a fast bowling programme and being out with the Lions, it's obviously helped him leaps and bounds, and he definitely ruffled a few of Fletcher Middleton's feathers in that first over. And it's a bit of a yin and yang, because now you've got a different sort of matchup with a slower, more restrained Mark Stoneman. He's taking more of a back seat in this partnership and playing a bit more carefully, and going to deal with the swing and the seam of Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's down the leg side to start as it goes through to John Simpson. So it's almost a battle of the youth from one end and a battle of a bit more experience at the other at the moment. There's conversations going on between McAndrew and Crocombe, which is great to see that they're having a conversation between an experienced fast bowler and a young gun. Turns at the top of his mark. Finn Hudson-Prentice runs towards us, bowls one round the wicket to Mark Stoneman, who leaves that one alone as it goes over his off stump this time. Good leave. As it goes through.
He does ask questions, doesn't he, Finn Hudson-Prentice? I think he's just always there or thereabouts, isn't he? He's always... And, I was talking to James Kirtley, actually, and indeed to Finn, because he's bowled really well this season, got career best figures the other week against Worcester, and he's just altered a couple of little things during the winter months. It's clearly helped.
Yeah, sometimes it's only a couple of things.
Yeah, no,
isn't
totally.
It? Really small, minor details, and it changes everything. Then you just down the leg side once again. Does Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's bowled two down the leg side in this over. Not quite got his range right to the left-hander.
And works really hard at his game as well. So it's good reward for Finn for all the effort that he's put in. Yeah, what have we got left tonight?
Just a touch over 22 and a half.
Yeah, so we're going to do a bit of overtime, you know, because it's coming up to 5 o'clock. Well, probably looking at 6:30, you know, by the time we're done and dusted today.
Around the wicket, Finn Hudson-Prentice bowls to Middleton, to Stoneman, sorry, who's forward, defending to Henry Crocombe, who picks up the ball and polishes it on his t-shirt. Trying to keep the ball in best condition for when he gets it back in his hand in a couple of deliveries' time.
Levo's been in touch. Hi, Levo. He says, good afternoon. It's been mentioned that facing a dot ball, John Simpson walks approximately 5 yards away from the crease and 5 yards back. He does. He walks out to square leg after every ball. And Simon says, I wonder how far he walks.
Yeah, he needs a tracker on him.
Yeah.
Another one from Finn Hudson-Prentice round the wicket. Better angle this time into the left-hander and challenges him, brings him forward.
Well, I've no idea how many dot balls he's faced this year, but he's batted a lot. So I would say...
Quite a few.
Quite a few.
Quite a few yards covered.
Yeah.
And then he's got to run at least 22 yards in a bit every time that there's a change of over when he's keeping wicket.
Yeah, I mean, he's very fit. You know, he's... You know, you wouldn't believe he's 37 this year, John.
Hudson-Prentice round the wicket to left-handed Stoneman. Works that quietly behind square on the leg side. They're going to come back for the second, I think. He turns, thinks about it, ball in hand. And Stoneman says no. quite rightly so. Single off the last prevents that from being a maiden over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Hampshire 34 for no loss. The deficit is 109.
Yes. Completely lost the thread of what I was talking about.
We were talking about how old.
Yes, he's 37 in July, John. So you score 100, and then you've got to go and put the pads on. There's no respite.
Yeah,
You can't sort of
no.
think, oh, I'll go and have an easy couple of hours down at fine leg or something. You can't do that. Henry Crocombe, I thought, bowled a very good opening over. A maiden over as an aeroplane makes its way out of Southampton Airport. Away to our right-hand side. He's going to bowl to the left-handed Mark Stoneman, who's 6 to up. Been a battle, though, hasn't he? He's faced 33 balls. And Crocombe's coming around the wicket. 3 slips go down. Crocombe in, bowls. Stoneman lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Yes, I think probably with Henry, I think for the last couple of seasons, with the exception of Jayden Seales, he has been the quickest Sussex bowler. I would say if you had to be, it was inconsistency that was the problem with Henry. You know, he bowled a couple of good leaves, and he bowled a wide one, and you know so he would sort of tend to leak a few runs, but he certainly tightened up his lines and lengths. And really good to see him back in action. And clearly caught the attention of England. In he comes, bowl, Stoneman right in behind that, plays it to extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to jinx him now, but I mean, he's barely bowled a loose ball. He's not conceded a run since he's come on to bowl, and he hasn't even looked like it. He's really just challenged the batters. Both, you know, it's not easy with being left and right-handers. I mean, they make it look easy, but it's not to keep adjusting especially when you're bowling that quickly. So he's doing a really, really good job for his team here.
Comes in again, bowl. Good judgment again by Stoneman, taken by Simpson, there is no run. I say good judgment, it's one of those, isn't it? He loses his off stump and you say,
Yeah, you think that was what?
so
Oh no!
what on earth was he thinking of? Why are you offering
You can say
no
good
shot?
judgment if that doesn't happen.
I know, I'm just sort of looking at the replay here. Yeah, I mean, it is quite a way wide of the off stump in fairness, but it doesn't look great if you suddenly lose your off stump.
Yeah.
Crocombe.
Got to know where they are.
Yeah, in again, bowl. Stoneman defends into the offside, no run. Stoneman scratches away at his crease. Good cricket this, good competitive cricket. I just think this is a really important last sort of 20 overs of the day. You know, Hampshire will know, they get through this, they're right back in this match. And Sussex will know that with this new ball that, you know, this is the time to pick up 2 or 3 wickets. Crocombe wheels around in front of us. 3 slips go down. And Crocombe is on his way. Around the wicket, bowls. Stoneman again. Good judgment. James Cole's appeals for something. Not entirely sure what.
He's appealed for a few things. I'm not really sure.
Yes, he sort of put his hand up. So he sort of wanted to go to the loo or something, didn't he?
Hopefully that's not the case.
No, I'm sure it isn't. He's clapping his hands now. Maybe he thought there was a little nick or something. He's just standing down below us.
Or maybe just some trying to get on somebody's skin or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's somebody in Sussex blue. I'm tied in. I can't see who.
I don't know if there's Ali Orr down there. In comes Crocombe Bowl. Stoneman is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. So end of a second consecutive maiden from Henry Crocombe. 2 overs, 2 maidens. I don't know if there's Ali Orr walking around. I'm not sure who that is walking down there actually.
No, that is Ali Orr. Don't know who it is in the Sussex.
It might be James Kirtley or Grant Flower, one of the two. Could be Grant Flower, who would know Ali very well from his time at Sussex. I gather he's been scoring a lot of runs in the second 11 for Hampshire.
Yeah.
And was apparently very close to playing at Edgbaston last week. Ali Orr, but anyway.
What we were saying off air, was it disappointing for Sussex to lose such a key player like Ali Orr at the start of last summer, and then to see him not playing. Obviously, he got a bad injury which sort of stopped him last year, but then to not play at the start of this year, frustrating for Sussex maybe. He would have been playing in their side, I don't know, as that one's worked leg side, hits the pads of Fletcher Middleton, but not really much interest from anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think the situation was that an offer came in from Hampshire for Ali, and he decided to take it, and a lot of Sussex members are saying, well, why is a young player who's been developed leaving? But certainly Sussex have I say coped well without him, but Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes have come in, and it was ultimately Ali's decision to move on.
Running towards us, Finn Hudson-Prentice bowls, and that's quietly played into the ground by Fletcher Middleton. And he did come, at the beginning of sort of not the winter, just gone the winter before,
yes,
and worked a whole winter, and then ended up starting for Hampshire. It was just that unfortunate injury that was quite nasty actually, and broke his arm.
Well, he'd barely played the season before for Sussex because he hurt himself at the Oval in a T20 and missed a lot of the season. Then in his comeback, he was playing, I think, for Eastbourne, and broke his thumb in a club match.
He's just stopped breaking things, the boy. Right arm over the wicket. Finn Hudson-Prentice to Fletcher Middleton, who's quietly defending again, but it's a good challenge for Fletcher Middleton. He started striking at close to 130. He's now down at 68, so he's been kept quiet in the last couple of overs or so. Good bowling from Sussex.
Yeah, I've been really impressed. Hudson-Prentice, his fifth over, no wicket for 11. Really been keeping it tight.
Yeah, change from the openers has really worked for Sussex, who didn't do anything wrong necessarily, but weren't as challenging as these two seem to be. As I say that, full deliveries clipped up through mid-on. I'm not sure the fielder's going to get there. No, just trickles over the boundary. And it was well timed. Yeah, he might have taken it over, actually, over the boundary edge. It was a good chase from Carvallis.
Yes, it was.
But it didn't quite get there in the end. So 4 more to Fletcher Middleton. He moves on to 32. Hampshire 38 for no loss. The deficit getting closer to 100. It's now 105. It just ticks over to 5 o'clock.
I'm reliably informed it is Grant Flower, who was chatting away to Ali Orr and would know him very well because he'd have done a lot of coaching with Ali during his time at Hove.
Middleton waits. Hudson-Prentice in bowls, and that's well defended by Middleton. Plays it backward of square on the offside this time, and picked up by, is that Ollie Carter, number 11?
Yes, it is. Who opened the batting.
Yeah,
someone who's had limited opportunities. He was when Ben Brown left. Well, Ollie Cusick sort of took over the wicket keeping before Ben left, but I think he may become a very good wicket keeper in his time, Ollie. But at that time, Sussex felt they needed someone else behind the stumps, and John Simpson's very much been that man.
With experience and captaincy as well, it's pretty hard to ignore. As an under edge. Oh, it's an LBW decision given by the umpire. It looked a bit short.
Well,
hence why Fletcher Middleton decided to pull the ball into the leg side.
Let's just see this again.
And it's, I think it's been given out LBW.
Let's just see.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, it was a strange shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not particularly short. I mean, the pull shot was probably on. Did keep it a little bit low and hit the top of the pad, just above the knee roll.
Strange shot, wasn't it? I was expecting to get up a little more than that. Let's watch this again. Yeah, I think it was. I think it did keep it a little low.
And skidded on and hit Fletcher Middleton in front of all three, really. So he's got to go. He made a bright start, Fletcher Middleton. Another start for him. Another one in the 30s. 32 from 45. Hampshire 38 for 1. And there are 105 runs behind Sussex's 297 here at Utilita Bowl. And it will bring Nick Gubbins, Vice-Captain Nick Gubbins, out to the middle. Left-hander's going to meet left-hander out here for Hampshire. He needs a big score or two, Nick Gubbins. He's short of runs at the moment in the last game and in the first innings of this one, so he'll be wanting to make an impact.
John Malone from Bexhill has been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Just before that wicket went down, he says, time to get the spinners on and bowl into those footmarks. Well, we may see a bit of that before the close of play, but Sussex have now picked up a wicket. So effectively, Hampshire are minus 105 for 1.
I'm going to leave you in the capable hands, Adrian, of Amelia Clark.
Thank you. So the break has been Hudson-Prentice had a good day, making 74 with the bat. And now picking up that wicket of Fletcher Middleton. And Henry Crocombe is poised at the end of his run. He's going to come in to bowl to the left-handed Mark Stoneman. Hello, Amelia.
Hello.
3 slips. Crocombe on his way. Right time around the wicket. Bowls to Stoneman down the leg side. John Simpson doesn't take it cleanly. There was a stifled appeal, but I'm pretty certain that Mark Stoneman didn't get anything on that. The rest of the field, there's a backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. A deep square leg. Jack Carson about 10 yards in from the fence, and a fine leg. But he's warming up now, is Jack Carson. What have you heard our message about the spinners? He's twirling his arms around vigorously. This is a bit chilly out there. Grey overcast. It's been like this all day, but at least we've had play. No interruptions thus far. As Crocombe makes his way around the wicket again. Bowls to Stoneman. Clips nicely through mid-wicket. McAndrew is in hot pursuit. But Carson beats him to the ball, running around from his position. Deep square leg. 2 more to Mark Stoneman, who goes to 8. Hampshire 40 for 1, in arrears by 103. If you're just joining us, the innings of today from John Simpson, he made 106 in the Sussex total of 297, a partnership of 173 with Finn Hudson-Prentice, who made 74. Sussex losing their last 4 wickets for just 1 run. In comes Crocombe. Bowls. Cut away firmly. Good shot by Stoneman. A little too wide from Henry Crocombe, with the point up, saving the single. The ball whistled past Ollie Carter down to the boundary edge for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 12. Hampshire to 44 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. You may be watching via the Hampshire Cricket Club live stream. I'm Adrian Harms, Amelia Clark and Charlotte Taylor. The 3 of us commentating today. Kevin James' familiar Hampshire voice back tomorrow as in comes Crocombe around the wicket. Bowls, and Stoneman is solidly forward, plays into the offside, no run.
Previous 4, Adrian, also took the Hampshire deficit to under 100 now, so although the dismissal of Middleton's just happened, Hampshire are on 44 for 1, so positive, all things considered, for Hampshire, who've managed to sort of beginning to get themselves in a bit more of a positive position than they were in this morning.
Crocombe around the wicket. Stoneman is forward, plays onto the onside and picks up a single, does Mark Stoneman. He goes to 13. Hampshire to 45 for 1.
He's got 3 slips in place for Gubbins here.
Yes. It's of no real interest, but I know some of our Sussex listeners are big Brighton and Hove Albion football fans.
Yeah.
And Brighton have signed a player for next season. Just break off for a moment. In comes Crocombe. Around the wicket. Bowls. And Stoneman defends, fielded by Coles at 3rd slip, and there is no run. 45 for 1. Stoneman 13, Gubbins yet to score. A guy called Tom Watson, they signed him from Sunderland. Well, he's just scored what looks like the winning goal for Sunderland in the playoff final.
Oh,
So you score the winning goal for Sunderland in the playoff final, and you're joining Brighton. Amazing, isn't it? Really?
brilliant, absolutely.
So there you go. But
Yeah.
anyway, that's football. This is cricket. If you're a football fan, you want to listen to football tomorrow. It's the final day of the Premier League, isn't it? And I'm sure that there'll be coverage on BBC Solent of Southampton. They're playing Arsenal tomorrow, and Brighton's last game of the season away at Tottenham.
Yeah, Bournemouth are also playing.
Bournemouth
so
are playing,
we've
yes.
got a lot of football on tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a big day, isn't it? Well, I imagine Tottenham might still be celebrating, so it might be a good time to play them.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
So we've got Hudson-Prentice in to Stoneman here as he bowls, and this is well defended. Past 3rd slip, that's going to trail down. I think the roving fielder will just get there. Yes, he will. That was very nicely done. They've run through. Managed to get 2 for that. Score moves to 47 for 1. Deficit 96. Hampshire will be looking to close that down this evening. We still have a minimum of 18 overs left. All possible to do that. Hudson-Prentice in to Stoneman again. This time well left by Stoneman. Goes zipping past him, carried through. So elsewhere in the Division 1 County Champs, we have Durham leads Somerset by 263 runs with 1 wicket remaining. That could all be very wrapped up quite soon. Surrey and Essex. Essex leads Surrey by 58 runs and 10 wickets. Warwickshire lead Worcestershire by 98 runs and 9 wickets remaining, as that was very well defended by Stoneman. Yorker by Hudson Prentice. And Nottinghamshire lead Yorkshire by 212 runs with 8 wickets remaining. All of the Division 1 matches are all in their 3rd innings, almost 4th in some cases. As here at Hampshire versus Sussex. Hampshire are 47 for 1 in their 3rd innings. As Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls, and this time it's worked leg side down to the deep 3rd man. They'll run through for 1, 48 for 1, deficit of 95. Slips keeping everyone or trying to keep everyone engaged. Lots of cheering and clapping and vocalization from them. Hudson Prentice is taking his time at getting to the top of his mark. I think he's let nearly... Oh, that was a very loud sneeze coming from somewhere.
Yeah.
I think that was down below
Yes.
us. Wherever you are, bless you.
Maybe he's got a hanky.
Yeah. I think that caught him off guard. It sounded like it was a surprise. As comes in again by Hudson Prentice, this time left alone by Gubbins. The slip cord and make the...
Excellent spell this by Finn Hudson Prentice. It really is.
Yeah. He's done very well. He's really making Hudson as another sneeze. I don't know if that was as Finn Hudson Prentice collects the ball once again. Gives it a good shine. Hudson Prentice once again in. Past the umpire and bowls. And Gubbins just clips that off to the leg side. They'll run through for 1, square of the wicket. Total moves to 49 for 1. Deficit is 94. End of the over. Just as you were talking about Sunderland, yeah, it has been confirmed that they've been promoted to the Premiership
There you go.
next season.
So well done to them. And well done to Tom Watson, who... Not Tom Watson, what's his name? Is it Tommy Watson? Yeah, I think it is. Tom Watson, yeah. Tom Watson, the footballer, not as opposed to Tom Watson, the golfer.
Yeah, be a bit confusing if he was there.
Yeah. Henry Crocombe, 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 7. He's going to come in to bowl to the left-handed Nick Gubbins. Back, both of these are left-handers. Gubbins with a single to his name. Round the wicket comes Crocombe, bowls and let go by Gubbins outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. No runs at the arrears, down to less than the 3 figures. 94 the arrears, still a substantial lead for Sussex. Now, who's that warming up down below? So I think it might be Nathan McAndrew, who's doing a bit of limbering up, a bit of Pilates. There he goes, look, the stretching.
Well, Hampshire are already in a healthier position than they were in their 1st innings. Their 1st innings, they lost their 2nd wicket at 43 for 2, so we're already past that.
Crocombe in, balls drilled by Gubbins to mid-off, and there is no run.
Hampshire on 49 for 1. Crocombe bowling well here. Got 2 dots so far for this over. Hampshire still chased by 94 runs. Yeah, they're at 49 for 1. Too many 9s and 4s there. I'm getting a bit muddled. Yeah, 49 for 1.
Crocombe in again. Plays across the line, does Gubbins there. Plays to mid-wicket, fielded by McAndrew. There is no run.
Gubbins is on 1, 5 deliveries. Stoneman 16, faced 48 deliveries. Crocombe yet to get a wicket, but looking very steadfast and consistent for Sussex.
He's in and bowls and defends, does. Gubbins down the offside of the track. There is no run. good tight bowling by Sussex. You know, I just wonder, in the absence of Ollie Robinson, who's not leading the attack, you know, it means everybody just has to step up to the plate a little bit more. And
Yes.
and suddenly, you know, Henry Crocombe, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Nathan McCandrew have all done it in this game. Crocombe again. Under cloudy skies. In and bowls. Oh, it's a cracking delivery. That's an absolute belter. And Gubbins is beating all ends up. We might see a replay of that. That was a very fine delivery. Gubbins was comprehensively beaten. Let's just see this again. He's around the wicket, is Henry Crocombe. Well, that's a very good delivery. Gets applause from his slip cordon. He's asking plenty of questions here, is Henry Crocombe. In and bowls and cut away, not with any great conviction by Nick Gubbins. It's another good over by Henry Crocombe, who's now bowled 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket, 4-7. Good spell here by these Sussex seamers who have certainly put the brakes on.
They have indeed, yeah.
Oh, I think we've got a glimmer of sunshine.
I think.
Or is that my eyes deceiving me?
Well, the few ground staff that were down on the hover have since sort of retreated back to the
They have.
the tunnel. So, yeah, ever chance that there is a little bit of sunshine coming in. I must say, I was just doing when I was doing my last update. Connor Mosley was presenting our Saturday sports show, and he said to say hello to you because he does a bit of work with you sometimes. This Connor Mosley.
Connor, yes, he does. Yeah.
He said say hello.
Ah, say hello to, well, say next time, say hello to Connor.
I will indeed.
We have got a bowling change. Finn Hudson-Prentice out of the attack, and it's going to be Nathan McCandrew who's going to come back into the attack.
Yeah, it's the first time he's come in from the pavilion end this innings. We're at a very nice junction. We've had 17 and we've got 17 overs left to go.
Just wondering here, did Finn Hudson-Prentice go off the field then? Just wondering if we've got a replacement fielder in here at backward point.
I didn't see him go.
I thought I saw.
Maybe though.
Just maybe it's my imagination.
McAndrew comes in, Stoneman on strike. This is well defended, quite high.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I think that is a replacement. Is that a backward point? Let's just wait for him to turn round. He's so high up here. Because he's not going to turn round now, is he?
No.
Is 64 on his back? Backward point, yes.
Yes, it is 64.
So there's a replacement on the field. Now, I'm not sure who that is. That there were a number of players named. It could be George Rogers, who's the former Somerset opener who signed in the closed season. I'll wait to get confirmation of that.
McAndrew in once again. Stoneman waits on strike. This time he drives, but down to mid-wicket. No run. Another 2 dots to open McAndrew's over. A lot of people here, still here on this overcast day. It's a nice Saturday, second day of Hampshire Sussex. We've got McAndrew is just about to begin his run up. Stands at the top of his mark and brings his feet together before he sets off. Bowls, and this is no, not cool.
Delivery.
It was a good delivery. It was a good delivery.
It is George Thomas. Thank you.
It was a good guess.
Thank you.
Yeah, Stoneman did well to get his bat out of the way of that last delivery. McAndrew wanders all the way back to the top of his mark. Very long run up, some of these Sussex seamers. Stoneman waiting on strike still. He comes in, right arm around the wicket, and it's blocked all the way back to him, and he'll do his own fielding. Stoneman's off 16 of 52 deliveries. Gubbins on 1 of 9. Yeah, well defended on that last ball by Stoneman, just watching the replay. Hampshire still trail by 94.
Yeah, sorry.
That's right.
I mean,
it's good cricket indeed.
It really is. It's just tight cricket, isn't it? No quarter being given, none asked.
Absolutely. both looking for the breakthrough as McAndrew comes in and bowls, and that was very tight, and it's been given.
Yes.
And Stoneman's been given, caught behind, and he looked as if he was in trouble the last few deliveries, and he hangs his head down as that is another breakthrough that McAndrew needs, and the commentator's curse sort of strikes again. That was bowled by McAndrew and caught by Simpson behind. It just caught an outside edge and carried through to Simpson in the gloves. And yeah, John Stoneman, he looked in trouble earlier on, and we thought it may have been an earlier delivery, but he was lucky. But he has to go on 16.
Well, that's a good bowling change, isn't it? Everything that John Simpson has done today. A little nick through, Simpson does the rest. Can't believe it, can Mark Stoneman. He was pinned on the crease. And a second wicket goes down. Well, we did say if Sussex would pick up 2 or 3 this evening, I mean, they're right in the box seat here. No question whatsoever about that. And there are still another 17 overs to be bowled tonight.
Yes.
Mark Stoneman wanders off. Hampshire would have been desperately hoping to get through tonight without losing a wicket, but Sussex, what's the arrears now? 94.
4, and they're 2 down.
They're effectively minus 94 for 2.
Yes. Yes. So we're going to have, looks like Tom Prest is going to come out and join Gubbins in the middle. Yep, he's going to be the next Hampshire batsman in. Oh, Hampshire will be pinning a lot of hopes on these two. They need to stay and bat the course. But the way that Sussex are batting, they're not giving them a lot of bowling. Sorry, they're not giving them a lot of choice.
I think the bowling has been excellent for Sussex.
I agree.
I really do. In the absence of Robinson spearheading the attack, they've really stood up to the plate. And credit John Simpson. Brings McAndrew on for the top end. He picks up a wicket, and it's just been one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a very clever change, because I mean McAndrew had been bowling from this hotel end,
he had,
and he just hadn't been finding the breakthrough, and it was like, right, let's change it up, taking from the pavilion end. First over in for the 5th ball, first over from that pavilion end, and bam, he gets one. We're going to have a change in commentary.
We are.
We can go and take a little break, as Charlotte Taylor's going to join me for the commentary here. So Press just doing a bit of guarding and taking his guard. McAndrew comes in again. And well left by Prest. The slip cordon getting even louder. If you want to get in touch with us, it's solentcricket@gmail.com. Please do send us your emails and your thoughts on the way that today is going. And how long do you think it's going to go on for? That was a wicket maiden from McAndrew. His 6 overs, 3 maidens, and
That one came back
12
in
runs.
as well.
It did, yeah.
Just jagged the movements there for Sussex. It's a challenge now. They're bowling pretty well out there. Yeah, it was a bit of a mistimed shot really from Mark Stoneman. He just sort of held his bat there really with no conviction to get behind the ball. Henry Crocombe to start a new one from the hotel end. He's given LBW. That's another one for Sussex. That's plumb straight front. It's too quick for Nick Gubbins, it looked like. It was straight, it was full, and the umpire did not hesitate to raise his finger as it kept a little bit low once again, but Gubbins couldn't do anything about that. He knew he was out, the angle in, and it was hitting all 3. And they've lost 3 this evening, Hampshire, since they came back out to bat after tea. And Henry Crocombe, he's got his first of this second innings. It was quick and it was full, and Gubbins has had to go for 1 from just 10 deliveries. Hampshire 49 for 3, and they still trail by 94.
Yes, I think very much Sussex have just turned the screw all of a sudden. They found a line, they found something that's worked, and they found a breakthrough. And I mean, that is 2 wickets falling for no runs. That is, from 38 for 1, we're now at 49 for 3, and you have to credit the Sussex bowling. It's just been pinpoint accurate and relentless, I think is the word. From both ends, there's not been a single let up of speed and precision.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Amelia. Just they're really now looking at, can they win the game in the next sort of maybe not today. Would
15
be
overs.
Yeah, well, that would be quite impressive. But you know, can they win the game within inside 3 days and make a real indent? Can they get 2, 3, 4 more of Hampshire's wickets in quick succession? I mean, if they keep bowling like this, it's tough to start.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to dig in. It brings the captain Ben Brown to the crease. He made 50 in the first innings, so he knows how to knuckle down. And especially against his old side, he won't want to be rolled over here.
Not at all.
Ben Brown. There'll be something in the back of his gut saying, "No, this is not happening to me.
I will
This is
lead
not
from the
happening
front."
for my team." And he will be sure to dig in as best he can.
But yeah, as you say, it's hard to start, but we've now got 2 very fresh players right at the
They
crease.
face 1 ball between them.
Yeah, and that's tough. I mean, they're 2 very experienced players, but it's hard to come in and both be completely fresh.
Crocombe started his run up, bowling quickly here, gets one to go past the outside edge of Ben Brown, who leaves that one alone. An email here from Ralph Brooker. Hi Kev, Adrian. Kev's not here. Adrian, Nikki's not here. Amelia and Charlotte, though not entirely sure who's in the box. Just to confirm, Adrian, Amelia and myself are here today. Just rejoined after Northampton Saints defeat. I'm a Saints cricket and a Saints football fan. Until Stoneman failed yet again, I thought we'd clawed our way back again. Oh, and now Gubbins has gone, he just says. So, yeah, Ralph, I'm sorry about that, as Crocombe comes in again, and that looks quick, and it's hooked nicely, actually, by Ben Brown in front of square on the leg side. He's going to pick up 4. He didn't look particularly comfortable, actually, Ben Brown, but he gets away with that one. It goes away to the boundary. I mean, the quicker they come onto the bat, the quicker they go off, really.
Yeah.
Brings up the Hampshire 50 in the 19th over. They've lost 3 wickets to get there, though. So, yeah, sorry, Ralph, about that. Just as you emailed in, another one fell. But yeah, they're going to have to battle again, Hampshire, if they want to draw level in this game. They're still 90 behind, Hampshire, having lost 3 wickets. We sort of, Adrian said earlier today about can they just lose maybe maximum of 1 overnight and then really dig in tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they've lost 3.
It's becoming difficult, isn't it? It's a good delivery from Henry Crocombe once again. Solidly in behind it, though, is Ben Brown. He'll have a bit between his teeth, Ben Brown. He won't want to get rolled over here. He'll want to fight against his old side. But if there's a bit of variable bounce and he's just nipping around, it's not going to be easy for the batters out there. Then it might be a little bit of luck on their side. 3 slips waiting. Crocombe into Brown, who's wafting outside the off stump, and it goes flying past the slips for 4. Might have gone over the slips, in fact, but it's a flick of the wrist from Ben Brown, and he's not afraid to play his shots here, that's for sure. As it goes wide of 3rd slip for 4. There's nobody down at 3rd, and he moves on to 8. Ben Brown, Hampshire 57 for 3, 86 behind Hampshire. It looks like he's going to play a few shots to get them closer to the deficit. Maybe that's the way. If the pitch is misbehaving, there's no point waiting for it. Come and meet it head on. Defending is Brown, solidly in behind that one. Good delivery from Henry Crocombe. It's been a bit of a mixed bag of an over. A couple of boundaries, but the wicket off the first, an important wicket of Nick Gubbins. And Crocombe's bowled 5 overs now, 1 for 15. 3 of them have been maidens. And he's bowled quickly, he's bowled well since he's come on. To go with his 4 wickets in the first innings. Yeah, he's been quite impressive over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I have been very impressed by him, actually. He's kept it tight. He's found wickets when Sussex really needed it. And yeah, as I say, it's been just relentless from either end. It's been very, very impressive from both Sussex, well, from all Sussex bowlers. It's just Charlotte having a little sneezing fit in the corner, if you can hear that. She's all right. Are you okay now?
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay. I was more worried about you.
No, I'm okay.
Just sneezing continually.
Yeah, well, sometimes it doesn't stop, does it?
No, I know the feeling.
And then you just think, now shut up. Now it's become too far.
Now it's attention seeking.
Yeah.
McAndrew coming in from the pavilion. It's going to be right arm over, bowls, and this is swept through the covers, and that's going to run away for 4 on the offside.
They're playing a few shots, these 2.
Yeah.
They're not afraid to climb onto anything that's not on the stumps. Just stood up, Tom Prest, and carved it through the offside for 4. Lovely shot. Got on top of the bounce, and it was slightly wide, only marginally wide from Nathan McAndrew, and Tom Prest said, yep, I'm going to help myself to 4.
I'll have that, thank you. 61 for 3, they still trail by 82. Preston Brown fairly new to the crease as we lost Stoneman at 49 for 2, and then Gubbins on 49 for 3, unfortunately. As McAndrew comes into press now, waiting, and this is defended into the offside. That was a Yorker length, that was good defence there.
Good delivery from McAndrew. He's been good in his second spell, actually, changing ends. He started off at the hotel end, he's changed to the pavilion end, and he's looked a bit more comfortable running the ball back into the right-hander, actually, from that end. Naturally suits his action and his way of bowling maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I think
Bit of a wicket from that end, so
he'll be looking for another one. McAndrew coming in, right arm over the wicket, bowls. This is blocked nicely into the leg side. Prest does good work there.
he's going to be wanting some runs as well. Tom Prest. He's got a big opportunity to make a real big impact here, Tom Prest. How did he do in the first innings? To refresh my memory, it wasn't many. How many was it? Let's just have a little look. Wait for my phone to catch up with the day's play. He made 18 in the first. That one's left alone by Prest outside the off stump. Good carry through to John Simpson. So yeah, 18 for Gubbins and Prest in the first innings. So mini starts, I would say. So wanting to capitalise in the second innings. Ben Brown obviously made 50 from 98, including 6 fours in the first innings. He was the only real batter that sort of dug in, really, for a decent length of time. No, bowled out for 154, so they're going to do better in that in the second innings, that's for sure. And they're 61 for 3 at the moment. Nathan McAndrew bowls, and Tom Prest's off stump has gone flying. That's a good length delivery, and he's too good for Tom Prest. McAndrew, that one just angling back in, maybe a bit of nip off the seam away, just carried on its line actually, and crashed into middle and off stump. Tom Prest just playing the wrong line altogether. He's had to go for 4 from just 5 deliveries. Hampshire now are 4 down for just 61. They're still 82 behind here, and Sussex are in the driving seat in this South Coast derby after 10 years of these two sides not meeting in this competition, being in 2 separate divisions. Sussex now look like the dominant team here at Utilita Bowl. Tom Prest is walking off ever so slowly, and he probably doesn't quite believe that he's missed it. He's just missed a straight one. It's not done an awful lot. A bit of angle back in, which he's been doing all day, but nothing, you know, no extravagant movement or no real hooping from the hand or anything like that. It was just angled in and kept its line, and Tom Prest just played inside it. So he would be disappointed with that, Tom Prest. And brings Liam Dawson out to the crease. These two together in the first innings stuck around a little bit, because Dawson himself made 30. So when he was dismissed, they put on 60 together, Dawson and Brown. So if they can at least do that once again, it will be useful for Hampshire. It'll get them somewhere close to the deficit at least, but they're effectively minus 82 for 4. They're not in a great position, Hampshire, now. Sussex need 6 wickets to win this game. And with rain around on Monday, this could be really, really important phase of the game for Sussex, because if they're able to keep taking Hampshire's wickets tonight, and when they come back tomorrow, if there's no play on Monday, then it's going to be a really key phase of the game tonight, that they make big inroads into this Hampshire batting lineup. I don't think Liam Dawson thought he was going to be batting today at all, but he's out there now. Hampshire 4 down. He comes in at number 6. He's one of the best players in Hampshire colours in the last few years. It's a good start, good positive start. He takes a couple of steps down the wicket and drives into the offside for no run, but Sussex are up and about. They're moving, they're running between the overs, buzzing around. You can hear them out there. really getting behind their bowlers, and it's really good to see. 14 overs remaining in today's play. Ben Brown 8 not out. Dawson's just faced the one delivery out there. But they're really fighting Sussex. And Hampshire don't really have many answers at the moment for these two, especially these two that've got the ball in hand, Crocombe and McAndrew. Crocombe to start a new over from the hotel end. Dawson just pulls away for a moment. Brown, sorry, just pulls away, makes him wait. There's 3 slips waiting for Crocombe. They're quite close. There's not an awful lot of pace in this wicket. And that's a good shot from Ben Brown. He carves it in front of point on the offside. There's a fielder coming round and does really well to pull that back in about a metre inside the rope. I think that's... Who's that down there? That's Finn Hudson-Prentice pulls it back in. And we're just going to welcome our listeners on BBC Sports Extra. Welcome to this, the second day of Hampshire's fight against Sussex. Really, it's a big fight at the moment, because
it is that
Sussex are definitely on top of this game. Hampshire bowled up for 154 in the first innings, Sussex with 297 in reply, so the deficit is 79 as Hampshire is 64 for 4 in the third innings of this game. We've got 13 and, well, just a touch over 13 overs to go today, late on day 2, and Dawson and Brown are together at the crease, but they're battling at the moment against Crocombe. And he's forward this time, Ben Brown. That's a lovely shot from, oh, sorry, Dawson. Carving the ball through point with real power as it goes through point for 4. That's a brilliant shot. Tiny bit of width on offer from Henry Crocombe. And Dawson just pounces on it. Lovely shot. Picks up 4. He moves on to 4 himself. And Hampshire 68 for 4, but they're battling, aren't they?
I think battling is almost an understatement at this rate. They're fighting for their life. Every time I sort of turn my back or go off to for a moment, it seems to be, oh, and another wicket's falling. But Sussex, you just can't fault them at the moment. As I said before, they are faultless. They've been pinpoint accurate from both ends. They've been relentless. They've been attacking the stumps and forcing Hampshire to play shots. And that's why we're 68 for 4.
Crocombe in, bowls a back of a length delivery, and Dawson thinks about a single as he drops it into the offside, but himself and Ben Brown decide against it in the end. No run taken. 68 for 4 Hampshire. So I've been really impressed by Crocombe, in this, I know he bowled well yesterday in this period of the game when he was bowling at sort of the middle and the lower order, and he's going to do the same today. Whether there'll be something in the back of these batters' minds. He got Dawson, he got Fuller, he got Albert, and he got Abbott as well as a good length delivery, driven up to mid-off. It's fielded in front of us, and there is no run taken. So whether he's just got that bit in the back of his mind saying, I've got all these batters out in the first innings, like I could just do it again. It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you've done something once, you can repeat it and you can do it again. And
also the batters will be thinking, oh my gosh, he got me
out
in the first
one.
Yeah, he did this, he did that. So it's always going to be an interesting point in play. Crocombe in again over the wicket to Liam Dawson, who's driving on the up to mid-off. No real timing though. It's picked up by the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run.
So elsewhere in the county championships, Division 1, we've got Somerset require 258 runs to win with 10 wickets remaining. They're playing Durham.
We've got 2 days left to do that pretty much if there's no rain.
Yeah, absolutely. And
it's doable.
It is doable indeed. So they're in very much the last innings of that match. I'll tell you the rest after this ball.
Over the wicket on the pads. No, it's going down the leg side before you get too excited. Sussex. It was drifting down the leg side. Dawson tried to whip it through the leg side and missed it, but it did hit him high, and it was going down the leg side. So a stifled appeal.
That was absolutely brilliant. It was as if you were the umpire then.
No,
you were so quick. No, absolutely not. Going down the leg side. Calm yourself down. It was brilliant. It was like, actually, you should be out there. You could be doing that job.
No, I definitely can't. I can't stand still for that long. See, I mean, I'm bobbing around all the time. 13 overs remaining in the day. What's going on elsewhere? Sorry, Amelia, you're giving us an update.
That's all right. No, Essex leads Surrey by 75 runs with 10 wickets remaining. Warwickshire, Worcestershire has bad light. I think has delayed play, so I think
Because they
may
can't
be.
turn the lights on.
Yeah, so
It's
that
just
may
crazy.
be done for the day. And Nottinghamshire lead Yorkshire by 251. It's just changed. Runs with 7 wickets remaining as McAndrew comes in for the pavilion end and bowls a good length delivery, and that's swept through onto the leg side by Brown.
It's a proper swat.
That was.
Like it was a really annoying bee.
Yeah,
Or
go
wasp.
away.
It was just swatted away from him. And there's a fielder down here for that. So whether it's a bit of a plan to see if they can get a leading edge or something. It's not quite a short ball plan, I would say, because the field's not particularly set for a short ball plan against Ben Brown. But yeah, there was somebody lurking down there just for that reason, maybe.
Yeah, the clouds have definitely lifted. It looked quite dark and as if threatening.
I would say it was quite pleasant.
Yeah, right now I would say.
I'm not cold.
No, my hands are a little chilly, but they're always a bit chilly. McAndrew comes in again, right arm over the wicket and bowls a good length delivery straight to Dawson, who just blocks that out.
Well, when I'm going to call him Tech Man Wes, he's not really Tech Man Wes, but when he came over earlier, he had about 3 pairs of gloves in his pocket. So you might want to leave a pair of those for me later.
He always has his coat and his hat
Yeah.
on. Always like, even in the warm, I'm like, where's he? You're not too hot. But I think he's one of those people that all those layers is just the perfect temperature.
Yeah. And he fixed our live stream along with the help of Cassie,
He
so we
did.
don't mind.
We love them for that. We're forever indebted to that because we can work it out. As McAndrew comes in once more, as the seagulls buzz around us up here in the gantry, and that's blocked very well back down by Dawson.
I wonder whether any seagulls decided they could just fly in here. There's a big expanse
No.
up here.
Don't
Okay.
even put that out there.
Because I've never seen it, but you just
Yeah.
think, I mean, maybe it's because there's a white wall behind us, so they
Yeah.
just couldn't go anywhere.
And we are here.
But yeah, but I just think that now there's some coming really close. But there's such a big expanse. You think there's no reason why they couldn't just sort of fly in here and just see what's going on. If
Absolutely,
it
or
was food
land
around
on
or
one of the
whatever.
banisters. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've never seen it happen. But there we go.
I wish never to see it happen.
Okay, well let's just not manifest that then.
McAndrew coming in to Dawson, right arm over the wicket and bowls, and this tries to sort of drive it down, but didn't quite get enough on it, and mid-on will be there to collect.
Since I've said that, they're getting so
They
much
are
closer.
Getting closer. I think they're listening to you. Honestly, if one of them comes in, that's it. I will be under this desk.
I've never seen it before, so
We've
I'd
got
be
nothing to
really-
defend ourselves. We'll have to be spraying them with our water bottles. One definitely. Yeah, they're thinking about it.
But you see so many times, like you see, I've seen so many times that it's happened a couple of times in glass windows where birds have just flown
Yes,
into it, not
and
really
you see the
known.
outline.
Yeah, and that's just never happened. It's such a big window of opportunity to come straight in here.
McAndrew in and blocked again by Dawson. You're right, but maybe it is because of the white wall. Maybe it's because
Yeah.
there's a few of us here, and the windows are windows, but they're pushed across so that we can see nice and clearly. And they only really sort of needed when it's raining, obviously, but we don't play cricket in the rain.
Famously.
Famously.
One more delivery in this over, and then I will make way for Adrian Harms.
Hampshire are
I suppose I could just do that
69
now,
for
couldn't I?
4.
Says Adrian, awkwardly waiting. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Amelia Clark, and then you'll be shortly joined by Adrian Harms.
McAndrew begins his run up in from the pavilion end and bowls, and that's well defended by Dawson. End of the over. There was just one off of that over. It was a good bowl from McAndrew. Hampshire still trail by a deficit of 74, and they have lost in this afternoon session 4 quick wickets, and that is not what they will have wanted, but it's exactly what Sussex would have wanted, isn't it? Hi, Adrian.
Hello, Amelia. It's been an excellent day for Sussex, hasn't it?
You seem too glee.
Well, beginning the day on 110 for 5, a partnership of 173 between Finn Hudson-Prentice and John Simpson. John Simpson scoring his 3rd century of the season, taking his overall average this season to over 80. Quite extraordinary from the Sussex wicketkeeper. That lead of 143, and now reducing Hampshire to 69 for 4. That being said, Ben Brown will not give up easily, the former Sussex skipper, now in charge at Hampshire, so still much work to do, but it's been a good performance by the Sussex attackers, I think particularly without Ollie Robinson, who's their spearhead. So Finn Hudson-Prentice, Nathan McAndrew and Henry Croker all really stepped up to the mark in this second innings. But now we're going to get some spin. It's going to be left arm spin of James Coles here On 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent, Adrian Harms, Amelia Clark and Charlotte Taylor, your commentary team. John Simpson just setting the field for James Coles. He's got a slip and a leg slip in place. Give you the rest of the field in a moment as in comes Coles around the wicket bowls and forward comes Ben Brown, who clips that away down towards fine leg. There's runs here. Ollie Carter is in hot pursuit down towards
I don't think he's going to get there.
Final back. Oh, he just gets there, just overhauls the ball, but not before Brown comes back for 3 runs.
Yeah, you could see it was just that outfield was just slowing up. There's sort of a stripe where it crossed over, and as soon as it crossed that stripe, it just slowed right down. And yeah, you could see the fielder suddenly thought, oh, I will be able to get this here.
Brown goes to 15, 72 for 4. Ben Brown, who top scored in the Hampshire first innings, making 53 not out. And these two actually added 61. It was the highest partnership in the first innings for Hampshire. Coles, left arm around the wicket bowl, short. Looks to pull it away on the leg side, does Liam Dawson. The ball hits the pad and dribbles in front of him. There was a stifled appeal from behind the stumps. And there is no run. We've still got another 11 overs to be bowled tonight after this one, as Coles is in, bowls, Dawson is forward, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. So the arrears at the end of first innings were 143. Hampshire now 72 for 4. They're still in arrears by 71.
Yeah, in that first innings, Hampshire obviously lost their first in the first over.
Coles in again, bowls 2.
They lost their second for 43 runs and their third and fourth for 70. Whereas comparatively in this innings, they lost their first at 38, but they lost their second and third at 49 runs and their fourth on 61. So it's very tight and very close and very similar to their first innings, which doesn't bode well.
Coles bowls to Dawson, who clips that down to mid-on, fielded by Ari Cavelos in his white sun hat, which hasn't been needed today. It's been very overcast in Southampton, but we started on time. We haven't lost any time at all. We've been very fortunate with the weather here today.
And dare I say, the sun is trying to break out there.
Coles in, bowls to Ben Brown, who plays into the offside to short extra cover, and there is no run. 73 for 4 are Hampshire. Dawson on 5, Brown on 15. James Coles is opening over. That's just cost the 4 runs. So in this Hampshire second innings, Stoneman out for 16, Middleton 32, Gubbins for a single, Tom Prest for 4, 2 wickets for Nathan McAndrew, 1 for Henry Crocombe, 1 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Just to say, going back to that Sussex innings, bowled out for 297. At one stage yesterday, 83 for 5. Then that partnership of 173 between Simpson and Hudson-Prentice. But Sussex did lose their last 4 wickets for just 1 run. A mini collapse at the end. But Nathan McAndrew is going to carry on.
From the pavilion end, Dawson on strike. Comes in and bowls right arm over the wicket. Oh, that was carried through to Simpson in the gloves. They thought he might just have a little bottom edge on that, but I think he managed to just get his bat out of the way.
It was a slightly careless shot, wasn't it, by Liam Dawson?
Yeah.
Just watch this again.
Meant to play this, or?
Well, he did,
He
yeah.
did,
I mean,
absolutely.
it
Completely mistimed that. Sort of bounced underneath his bat.
It was it just moved away off the pitch, but it was a slightly reckless shot. But maybe they just feel the best form of defence is attack here, these two.
McAndrew once again, Hampshire 73 for 4, and this is played into the leg side. Dribbles down, excuse me, to mid-wicket.
Somerset 16 without loss. Need another 249 to beat Durham up at the Riverside. That's all could be set fair for a good third day tomorrow. Essex going really nicely at the Oval. 145 without loss. Leading Surrey now by 83. Paul Walter 89 not out. Dean Elgar on 46.
McAndrew turns and faces, puts his feet together before he starts his long run up in and gains speed and bowls. That was a good shot there, as Dawson just blocks that into the offside square of the wicket.
Janet New Road, they're off for bad light. Warwickshire 43 for 1, leading Worcestershire by 99. And Nottinghamshire going along nicely at Headingley in their second innings, 194 for 3, leading Yorkshire by 263. Joe Clark 48 not out earlier. Ben Slater making 78 for Nottinghamshire.
Here, Hampshire are 73 for 4. They still trail Essex by 70. was 4 wickets just in this afternoon as McAndrew comes in again,
Shot.
and this is driven down the offside, and that will go for 4 because that's chasing mid-wicket, but he won't get there.
That's a lovely shot, wasn't it? Just drilled away through extra cover by Liam Dawson. Beautifully played. Briefly, the second division, Kent 166 for 2 in reply to Derbyshire's Mammoth 587 for 5. Middlesex 113 for 6, trailing Glamorgan by 270. Terrific day for Leicestershire, 428 for 7, leading Lancashire by 206 centuries there for Lewis Hill and Rian Ahmed. Leicestershire top of Division 2 and having a cracking start to the season.
McAndrew in once more, and this is blocked down past the diving cover, who does get a hand on it, so slops it, but it still goes through, and he will get there. And just halt that on the boundary. And then through for a few there.
Picked up a couple, I think.
Yeah.
And finally, in the Division 2, Gloucestershire 152 for 3 in reply to Northamptonshire's 469. And you're right, we are just getting the merest sight of the sun.
Yeah, first time all day.
I think it is, yeah. But I think we've been lucky there, but there have been one or two little interruptions. As I say, bad light down at Worcester, had some interruptions down in Cardiff as well. So we've been lucky today, really.
We have indeed. 79 for 4 are Hampshire. McAndrew coming in from Sussex, still very much in the hunt for that next wicket, and that's played down straight square of the wicket. Block there. End of the over. Hampshire are 79 for 4. They still trail by 64 runs. Sussex put up a score of 297.
They did indeed. So we've got another 10 overs to be bowled tonight here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Adrian Harms alongside Amelia Clark. Charlotte Taylor will be back with us shortly. It's going to be James Coles who's going to carry on bowling his left arm spin from the hotel end here at Utilita Bowl. Coles bowling with a slip and a short leg to the former Sussex skipper, now Hampshire skipper Ben Brown, who's 15 not out. Hampshire 79 for 4 as in comes Coles. Bowls and Brown turns it onto the leg side. He's always busy at the crease, is Ben Brown, looking to pick up runs where he can, and picks up a single to go to 16, reduces the arrears down to 63. Coles waits. So a slip and a leg slip with the close fielders, a backward point, extra cover and a mid-off saving one, a sweeper on the cover boundary. Coles is in and looking to turn that on the leg side is Liam Dawson. Hits the thigh pad and bounces to Ollie Carter, who's in there at leg slip. The leg side field, there's the leg slip. There's a deep square leg on the boundary edge, a mid-wicket and a mid-on as in comes Coles again. Bowls and forward comes Dawson very carefully. Plays onto the onside and there is no run. Sussex without an away win in the County Championship this year. They've been excellent at Hove under Paul Farbrace, where they haven't lost a game so far under his tutorage since he came 2 years ago. In comes Coles. Bowls driven firmly at extra cover. Good sprawling save by Tom Clark. And talk of Paul Farbrace, he's coming walking around the boundary edge now. The Sussex coach maybe trying to get a message out to one of his players or to the skipper. Coles again. Round the wicket, bowls and hits the pad, maybe a bit of an inside edge. There was a Ollie Carter diving forward there from leg slip. I think it's Ollie Carter and there he's a little way away from us.
Yeah, he is definitely trying to...
Yeah, he's just getting some instructions out, is Paul
he?
Farbrace. Just talking to Jack Carson. In comes Coles. Bowls driven away on the offside and Carson has to stop talking to the coach. He's got to run in and field the ball, which he does so successfully, but not before a single has been taken by Liam Dawson. It's the end of the over. Dawson on 12, Brown on 16. Hampshire are 81 for 4 in their second innings. Stoneman for 16, Middleton 32, Gubbins for a single, Prest for 4. The men out. 2 wickets for Nathan McAndrew, 1 for Henry Crocombe, 1 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. If you missed it earlier on in the day, 106 for John Simpson, the 18th century of his first-class career, his third century of the season, and he has just been in magnificent form for Sussex. He tops the averages. He isn't the leading run scorer quite. He's the third highest behind Adam Lyth and Hasif Hamid, but it really has been a tremendous season for John Simpson. Paul Farbrace has got that message out. He's just standing arms crossed on the boundary edge. And it's going to be Nathan McAndrew who's going to carry on from the pavilion end.
He is indeed. Dawson is just waiting on strike. Just taking guard again, actually. Just making sure he's happy. Taps his bat a few times. He's on 12 of 26 deliveries. As McAndrew comes in, the field creeps with him. That's driven down to mid-off. No run scored, and Dawson turns and walks back quite defiantly away.
A couple of results in the women's vitality blood in the County Cup. The Blaze beating Kent women. The Blaze make 177 for 4. Kent all out for 71. And Yorkshire out for 138. The Bears women 139 without loss.
Wow.
Convincing.
McAndrew just standing at the top of his mark. He's just giving the ball a little shine. 3 slips in place. They're hunting for a 5th there end today, as this is driven out past the covers on the leg side, and that will go for 4. Very nicely played by Dawson. Brings up another 4 for him. Deficit for Hampshire moves to 58, 85 for 4. That's happened a lot actually in this run chase so far for Hampshire. It's been 85 for 4, and then their deficit is 58, so there's too many of the same numbers. It happened for 49 and 94 earlier. For a dyslexic, there's a lot too many of the same numbers in different orders.
Good shot that, wasn't it?
It was a brilliant shot.
Nicely played.
McAndrew comes in again, bowls. Oh, and this went down. Oh, there's a big cheer as if there was an outside edge, but the umpire is unmoved.
Yeah, I
So
think
much so that Simpson, I mean, threw the ball in the air. He was mid-celebration already, and the umpire stone still. No enthusiasm.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of kidology there down the leg side, wasn't it? They were trying to convince the umpire maybe it flicked off of Liam Dawson's glove, but Paul Farbrace is continuing his walk around the boundary edge in his blue trainers. He's just had a chat down here to Henry Crocombe on the boundary edge.
McAndrew comes in again, trying to dismiss Dawson as he bowls, and this is blocked well by Dawson. Very nicely into the offside. Sort of walks around in a circle, and after the momentum that took him forwards. And here he comes in his blue trainers.
Well, he's no question he's transformed Sussex cricket. You know, he came 2 years ago. Sussex were not in a good state, and he's come in. He's made some changes. He's not afraid to make hard decisions, is Paul Farbrace, and that's exactly what he's done. But he'll know this is a vital game for Sussex.
In now again. Bowls, and this is blocked by Dawson. Wow. 85 for 4 are Hampshire. They still trail by 58.
Yeah, he's just trying to get 1 or 2 messages out to the middle there, isn't he? He can't speak to his skipper because his skipper is wicket keeping. Yes, he stood exactly behind actually his skipper. Yeah, he's dead down. McAndrew will be thinking, well, I've got to bowl well now. Well, totally.
The coach is right in my eye line.
Yeah.
And he in and he bowls, and that was a good delivery, and that's carried all the way through to the keeper. Only 4 off that over. Still Hampshire remain on 85 for 4, puts Ben Brown on strike, and their deficit is 58. We've got 8 overs remaining.
It's been very good by the Sussex seamers today. Nathan McAndrew 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 27. Finn Hudson-Prentice 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. I think he was probably the pick of the Sussex seamers, to be honest. Henry Crocombe 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22. Harry Cavalis has been sparingly used, 2 overs for 11, and James Coles is going to bowl his 3rd over. No Jack Carson so far, the Sussex off spinner. It is going to be Coles who's going to bowl to Ben Brown. 16 not out, 85 for 4 are Hampshire. Coles is in and bowls. Brown is hit on the pad. The ball bounces out onto the offside, fielded by Tom Clark. Short extra cover. There is no run. The arrears now 58. Coles does rattle through his overs and is in again. Bowls and cut away by Ben Brown, but only as far as Jack Carson, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. 1 more to Brown, who goes to 17. Total to 86 for 4. I'm just looking at that over rate. I can't see, my eyesight can't see that far. Does that see +2 or -2? I'd imagine it probably says +2. Yeah. So that's good news as far as Sussex are concerned. Coles again. Around the wicket bowls. Dawson is solidly forward, bat and pad close together, plays it down the offside of the wicket fielded by Coles, and there is no run. I can see Jack Carson is warming up. I wonder whether we might be able to get spin from the off spinner. We shall see. Coles again. Bowls stretching forward is Liam Dawson, plays into the offside. Clark fields again. There is no run. 7 overs to go after this one. An enthralling day's cricket. Coles, left arm spin around the wicket, bowls to Dawson, who's back and cuts firmly. Nice looking shot by Liam Dawson. It's racing down towards the third man boundary. No one's going to be able to cut that off. Nicely played. Just leant back and cut the ball nicely away through backward point. Dawson goes to 20. Hampshire to 90 for 4. Arrears down to 53. If you're just joining us and wonder what's been going on here today, Sussex making 297. A lead of 143. That innings really built around a wonderful partnership of 173 between John Simpson, who made 106, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who made 74. Simpson's 3rd century of the season and 8th since he joined Sussex last season. Just an amazing record by John Simpson in the last year and a half. Coles in again, bowls to Dawson, who repeats the shot, but this time it's well cut off at backward point by Tom Alsop. There is no run. End of the over. James Coles has bowled 3 overs. No maidens, no wicket for 11. Hampshire 90 for 4. Dawson on 20, Brown on 17. Something of a recovery from these two, and that was the case in the first innings as well, because they added 61 and looked largely untroubled. But a feature of this game has very much been when wickets have gone down. They seem to have gone down in little clusters.
Yes. Long
periods without anything happening, and then all of a sudden 3 or 4 wickets go down very quickly. And indeed, we speculated we may see spin from both ends.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what we're going to get. Jack Carson coming into the attack.
I'm going to make way as Charlotte Taylor is going to come and join you for a bit of commentary.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Amelia. And Charlotte Taylor is going to come and have a little natter. For those who don't know, Charlotte is the assistant coach for Sussex women. Looking forward to a day at Lord's on Thursday when the T20 Blast starts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a double header. Sussex women and Sussex men both playing at Lord's, and what an occasion that's going to be for some of the Sussex women who maybe have never been to Lord's or certainly never played at Lord's. Jack Carson is going to come into bowl from the pavilion end. Around the wicket, bowls to Ben Brown, who defends out into the offside. And there is no run. It's been quite the day here, really, hasn't it? It's ebbed and flowed. But Sussex will know the job's not done here, Charlotte, because these two are very capable of digging Hampshire out this hole.
Yeah, definitely. Paul Farbrace is down in front of us.
Yes, he is.
And he's not very happy about something.
No, I agree.
He's flapping his arms around.
In comes Carson, bowl swept by Brown to backward square leg, no run. I thought as he came out, actually, from the dressing and walked round, he sort of had the air of, I want to get a message out here.
Yeah, and it needs to be with purpose. And I thought maybe it was the introduction of spin, because as soon as James Cole started to bowl, he sort of stormed out, and maybe it was the but then he's had a word with Jack Carson, and now he's bowling, so...
Carson bowls, he picks up a wicket. Jack Carson has bowled Ben Brown. Brown has gone for 17. The introduction of Carson has done the trick. Every time John Simpson has changed the bowling, a wicket has gone down. Paul Farbrace is unmoved down below us, but Sussex, that's a huge wicket as far as they're concerned. Brown is gone for 17, and now Hampshire are 5 wickets down, and Sussex in a tremendous position here. Hampshire 90 for 5, still trailing by 53. Lovely bit of bowling by Carson.
Yeah, it was beautiful, wasn't it? A bit of dip and turn, and it castled Ben Brown. It was too good for him. There was a bit of turn on offer there as well, which did for him. So we were going to watch it again on the replay. Jack Carson, right arm over the wicket. Yeah, big turn through the gate. Too good for Ben Brown. It pleased Paul Farbrace momentarily. He was clapping. There was, so I don't know whether it was just
that did turn.
Maybe it was a match-up thing, and maybe it was that Jack Carson is a better right arm off-spin option against these two, and he should have bowled above Coles. Maybe that was the argument, because as soon as James Coles leaked a few runs in that over, there was some flapping from Paul Farbrace in front of us, as if to say, what is going on? Why is this guy still bowling? He wasn't bowling badly, James Coles, but maybe he just thought that they'd maybe had a discussion about Carson bowling before Coles or something, because he's definitely probably a more of an attacking option as Jack Carson, and he's got his reward. So whatever he said, Paul Farbrace, it seems to have worked. Hampshire trailing still by 53. They're 90 for 5 at the moment. Toby Albert comes out at number 7, batting a little bit lower in the order this year than maybe he has done in the past. He's found himself at 4 or 5 in the past and pressed, and normally always above pressed, but he's found himself down at number 7 this season so far. He's in need of a score as well, but Hampshire are in need at the moment of survival, really. They're sort of looking down the barrel of defeat tomorrow if this carries on. They've got 6.5 overs left to survive this evening.
In comes Carson, bowls and played down the offside by Albert, and there is no run.
So yeah, it's looking quite ominous for Hampshire at the moment. And at one point they were looking like they were sort of on top last night. How 24 hours can change a story.
Carson in again, bowls, drives across the line. Does Toby Albert play to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It's a good introduction of Jack Carson into this attack. He's really challenged the batters since he's come on. He's obviously got that vital breakthrough of Ben Brown, the captain, that scored 50 in the first innings.
Carson in again, bowls. Albert turns the ball to short leg. On the bounce, fielded in there by Ollie Carter, there is no run. So end of the over, Paul Farbrace claps his hands down below. So the introduction of Jack Carson, a wicket maiden from Jack Carson. And Hampshire in all sorts of trouble here. They're 5 down, 2 wickets for McAndrew, 1 for Hudson Prentice, 1 for Henry Crocombe, 1 for Jack Carson. Just mindful, people joining us all the time here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Solent. Hampshire 90 for 5, still trailing. The scoreboard unhelpfully just changes then, doesn't it? And my maths isn't good enough to work out the arrears. I'm sure they'll come back up in a moment's time.
I think it's around 53.
And in fact, they have changed the bowling, and James Coles is now out of the attack, and they're bringing Henry Crocombe back into the attack, who took 4 wickets in the first innings, his first appearance of the season.
There we go, and Paul Farbrace is clapping now, so maybe that's what he wanted.
He wanted Crocombe back in the attack.
He wanted Carson from that end, and he wanted Crocombe back in.
Yes.
And maybe Crocombe was too polite to say to his captain, I need to bowl right now. Whereas I bet Ollie Robinson wouldn't have that problem, as Crocombe's back into the attack, bowling right arm over the wicket, and driving on the up is Liam Dawson. And doesn't really connect with that one, and it falls to mid-off for no run. But yeah, maybe that's... He's not going to complete his lap either, by the looks of things, Paul Farbrace. He's got his message out, and he's going to take the quickest route, possibly, back to the pavilion. It's very rare that you see a head coach come out and deliver a message like that, isn't it? Usually you get somebody to come and deliver it for them, but he felt so strongly that he needed to come out and do it himself. A back of a length delivery, defended on his toes by Liam Dawson back to the bowl. He's going to have some fight in him in the next 5 overs or so to survive until tomorrow.
If you're just joining us, expecting to listen to the Test match, well, that finished up at Trembridge a little while ago. England winning by an innings and 45 runs. Zimbabwe bowled out in their second innings by 255, I should say. Shoaib Bashir taking 6 for 81.
Crocombe in once more, slashing through the offside is Liam Dawson. He's going to pick up a boundary, I think.
Oh, well fielded.
And no, it's just dribbled over the rope. It's just dribbled over the rope. It's a really, really good effort down at third. I don't know who that is down there.
I think it's Jack Carson, who never gives up anything, herring around the boundary edge.
And he was racing, but the ball was racing just as quickly.
Yes.
And Liam Dawson wins that small battle between bat and ball. He picks up 4, 24 to his name now, and Crocombe has to start again. There's a little bit of width on offer from that delivery. He comes in again past the umpire, bowls a good length delivery on the legs of Liam Dawson. He clips that to mid-on, and there is no run taken.
Yeah, Yes, England winning by an innings and 45 runs. Sean Williams making 88 for Zimbabwe in the second innings, just to reiterate. Shahab Bashir picking up 6 for 81. So all over at Trent Bridge. We're not all over here at Utilita Bowl, where we've still got another 5 overs after this one to be bowled tonight.
Crocombe in bowls, a back of a length delivery defended solidly by Dawson. You can always tell when that ball cannons into the middle of the bat. You can hear it on that stump mic quite clearly. It's picked up by RFX mic as well. I almost fell off my chair. That would not have been a good end to the day. I've done so well.
Elsewhere around the country, Somerset 35 for 1, needing another 230 to beat Durham at the Riverside. Josh Davey, the man out there, for 15. Lewis Gregory going on nicely. He's 20 not out.
Dawson waits for Crocombe, who bowls a shorter delivery. Dawson's riding the bounce, runs it down to third. They'll come back for a second, I think. Dawson's quick. He will come back for 2 as the throw comes in. And it's gathered by John Simpson, the captain, John Simpson. So everything he touches turns to gold at the minute, doesn't he? With his batting and the bowling changes, and he just seems to be in control.
He does.
Of the game, just personally.
And as well as making a very good 106, he's not out, I should say, his 3rd century of the season. Listening to 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms, Charlotte Taylor, assistant coach, head coach, I'm going to say, at Sussex Women. We were saying earlier, big day at Lords coming up for Sussex Women on Thursday. I'll get his comment on the women's results today in a moment.
Yeah, I will do, because it's going to be an all Tier 1 final, I think, in the County Cup.
Jack Carson in and bowls a loose delivery down the leg side. He's rather fortunate to get away with that. It's pulled only as far as Henry Crocombe at short fine leg.
Yeah, that was a real gift.
There is no run. At the Oval, Essex 166 without loss in their second innings, now leading by 104. Paul Walter 104 not out. Dean Elgar has made 50, so the county champions not having it their own way at the Oval. Carson in bowls, and nicely floated off break, gave that plenty of air. Forward came Albert, hit on the pad. The ball dribbles onto the leg side. There is no run. Warwickshire, they finished for the day down at New Road. Warwickshire 53 for 1 in their second innings, leading Worcestershire by 99. Headingley just break off as Carson is in again. Bowls. Oh, well, that turned a long way. I don't know if that came out of some footmarks, but it's going to race away for 4 byes. Beat John Simpson. That turned a long way. But it's 4 more to the total. And the 100 is up for Hampshire. That turned a long. I reckon that turned about a foot or so.
Yeah, it was a long way. It was angled down the leg side to start with, but it just turned miles past. John Simpson didn't stand a chance to stop it. It's really unfortunate that then goes for byes in red ball cricket.
So the
Didn't
arrears.
really stand a chance.
No, the arrears down to 43. Carson again with a slip and a short leg in on bowls and turned past short leg. They'll take a very quick single. The throw comes in from Henry Crocombe at fine leg, throwing up the non-striker's end. Well backed up there by Eric Havela. So just a single to Toby Albert. He's on his way. Hampshire to 101 for 5.
I think Ollie Carter looks disappointed there. They didn't get a hand on that. It'd been a difficult chance.
Very much so, yeah.
But he looks disappointed of himself. They didn't get a fingertip to it at short leg.
Nottinghamshire 206 for 3 at Headingley, leading Yorkshire by 275. At Derby, Kent 194 for 3. In comes Carson Bowl as Dawson uses his feet, clips away through mid-wicket and picks up a single, fielded at deep mid-wicket by James Coles, who's come trotting in. 1 more to Dawson, much depending on Liam Dawson if Hampshire are going to make a fight of this. He's 27 not out of 43 balls, 102 for 5. The arrears down to just 41. Carson is in again. Bowles gives that plenty of air. Albert is forward, slightly unconvincingly forward. The ball bobbles out on the offside. There is no run. 4 overs to go in the day. Carson 2 overs, figures of 1 for 2. Just these other scores in the county championship. Middlesex 122 for 7 in reply to Glamorgan's 383 all out. And another good day for Leicestershire, 444 for 9 in reply to Lancashire's 206. A century there for Rian Ahmed, a century for Lewis Hill as well. And at Wantage Road, Gloucestershire 156 for 4 in reply to Northamptonshire's 469. And in the County Cup, wins for the Blaze and the Bears women. Charlotte, what do you make of that?
Yeah, well, it's an all Tier 1 finals day. in the week at the end of the week for the Women's County Cup, as all Yorkshire were the last Tier 2 side left in there, with Kent as well, and they've both been knocked out today as Crocombe starts a new over from the hotel end, and it's a good length delivery defended by Liam Dawson. So yeah, the Blaze quite convincingly victorious there at, was that game at Beckenham? Where was that one? Let's have a look. It was it's at Canterbury at the Spitfire ground, because obviously Kent men are away. So yeah, they were 71 all out, Kent, in reply to the Blazers 177 for 4, 94 not out for Sarah Bryce, and 3 wickets for Cassidy McCarthy, ex-Sussex girl, come up through the age ranks and now finds herself at the Blazers. That one's carved back at a point by Liam Dawson. Just think about 1 and settle for 1. Takes him on to 28, the deficit now 40. And then the other game was Yorkshire versus the Warwickshire Bears. Yorkshire were 138 not out. Lauren Winfield-Hill didn't make any runs, and neither did Stair Callis, and they're usually quite reliant on those 2 players at least. The Bears, they did it for the 4 with no wickets to fall. Davina Perrin and Abby Freeborn both making 58 and 78 not out respectively to get over the line. So it's an all Tier 1 final. Those 2 teams, the Warwickshire Bears and the Blaze, will meet Lancashire and Surrey at finals day.
Excellent. Thank you, Charlotte.
Henry Crocombe runs away from us and bowls to Toby Albert for the first time, and the umpire's right arm is out. Is that a no ball? No, maybe not.
Just to say, anybody wanting to listen to Essex going so well down at the Oval, you can hear that over on BBC Sports Extra 2. Meanwhile, we'll continue the commentary here on 5 Sports Extra, with just 3 overs remaining on what's been a terrific day's cricket down here today.
And it's all in favour of Sussex at the moment. Hampshire battling hard. Crocombe a wider one outside the off stump. He's still bowling astronomically quick. That was quick, that one. It's pushed through, and John Simpson took it over his right shoulder.
I would say that Henry Crocombe has bowled quicker than anybody in the match, to be honest.
Agreed.
I think he's bowled with really good pace.
And consistently as well.
Yes, and his first appearance of the season, he's had this shoulder problem. He spoke to us last night and was just saying how exasperating it's been getting a correct diagnosis for what was wrong. But he's making up for lost time in this game.
A straight delivery pushed up to mid-on by Toby Albert. He's battling here as Toby. 1 from 11.
You can see full far brace is still standing on the boundary
I thought he was going to make his way back round, but he sort of just loitered.
Yes, he's just keeping an eye, isn't he, on... Now, he'll know this isn't done when you've got a dangerous cricketer like Liam Dawson. You just never know what might happen in county cricket. Sussex look to be in control, but the deficit is only 40 runs.
Number 5 on his back, Henry Crocombe bowls a ball. Back of a length delivery that's defended solidly by Toby Albert into the pitch and into the offside. Ollie Carter just trots in and picks up the ball, polishes it on his jumper. That's the end of Henry Crocombe's 8th over. He's bowled brilliantly today once again. He's 1 for 29 off his 3 overs to add to his 4 for 27 in the first innings. He's been really impressive his first game back. Hampshire 103 for 5 with 3 overs remaining in the day.
And just other sporting news today. Sunderland promoted to the Premier League. Have beaten Sheffield United by 2-1 at Wembley. The winner scored by Tommy Watson, who is going to be on his way to Brighton and Hove Albion. But what a way to sign off for Sunderland. In the big rugby match of the day down in Cardiff, Bordeaux beat Northampton by 28 points to 20 to win the Champions Cup. 3 overs to go here. Jack Carson is going to bowl the first of them. Over the wicket comes in and bowls, and swept by Liam Dawson. Nice looking shot down towards fine leg. Henry Crocombe very quickly round from fine leg to field. But Dawson picks up another run. He goes to 29. Hampshire to 104 for 5, trailing here by 39. There's a slip and a short leg of the close fielders. And Jack Carson, the off spinner, in and bowls, and he's picked up another wicket. He's bowled leg stump, 2nd wicket for Jack Carson. I have to say, I think that's a really poor shot by Toby Albert. He's bowled leg stump, a 6th wicket goes down. Jack Carson celebrates, the Sussex players all in a huddle, and I think when he looks back at that, he won't be very proud of that shot. He's looking to sweep the ball. He's bowled leg stump. Albert has gone And Sussex just needing 4 wickets for what would be their first away victory of the season after defeats at Somerset last week and Trent Bridge prior to that. And Sussex without Ollie Robinson and Daniel Hughes, the Australian. Daniel Hughes, the Sussex opener, whose partner's expecting their first child. He's not playing in this game, and Ollie Robinson has been troubled by an ankle injury for much of the season. So Sussex will be absolutely thrilled with the way they performed in this game. I'm just looking down at Paul Farbrace. He's now on the outfield and he's making a point to one of his players. He's pointing away. I'm sure he's very, very pleased with the way he's talking to Tom Haynes about something or another. Look at him. He's directing operations down. I don't know who it was.
He stood at, for people that can't see, well, actually you can't see on the stream anyway, there's a big graphic over the front of it. He's at deep mid-wicket as we look, chatting to...
He's talking to Tom Haynes. I think Tom Haynes has been called over to speak to Sergeant Major Farbrace, and Tom Haynes is now running back to convey the instructions. But no one from Sussex will mind that, because the transformation for Sussex under Paul Farbrace has been extraordinary in the last couple of years. Hampshire 104 for 6. They still trail by 39, and Jack Carson with the impressive figures of 2 for 3. He's in his 3rd over. So
yeah, this is not looking good for Hampshire now to try and drag this out into a draw, if nothing else. I mean, they've got to survive tonight, which is looking difficult. And they've got four wickets to play with, but they're still 39 behind. So Sussex now can look to put their foot on the gas and win this game comfortably within 3 days.
Well, the weather forecast down here is good tomorrow. They'll want to get that done as well, because the forecast here for Mondays is not the best. So Sussex very much in the box seat, but as I say, you never know with county cricket, and Liam Dawson's still there, absolutely. So Sussex with men gathered around the back. There's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. As in comes Carson and bowls, and forward comes Brad Wheel. He's beaten outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and there is no run. Just to reiterate, John Simpson, very much the star of the show for Sussex yet again today.
Yeah, you've got to chat to him tonight, haven't you?
I think so. 106 not out. His 3rd century of the season. Carson in again, bowls. That kept a little low, taken by Simpson, no run. And that partnership of 173, Charlotte, between Hudson Prentice and John Simpson, completely out of context with the rest of the game, really.
Yeah.
No other partnership has gone beyond 60, or 63, I should say.
Yeah, it's crazy in the comparison to the first innings and the way Hampshire batted in general in that partnership.
Carson in bowls, gives that plenty of air. Forward comes Wheel, and the ball dribbles out into the offside. There is no run. Simpson nips from behind the stumps to field.
Yeah, when he's bowling like this, Jack Carson, and turning the ball into the right-hander, your technique is tested, isn't it, as a batter? Your bat and pad have got to be so close together. If there's any sort of gap, which there was there from Brad Wheel, and it did turn back through the gate, you're in trouble. So it's going to be a real test of Brad Wheel's technique.
Carson in again, bowls. That's a quick delivery that Wheel plays on the bounce to short leg, fielded there by Ollie Carter, who's in at short leg. Jack Carson takes his jumper and his cap from the umpire, wanders away to his fielding position. So 2 overs to go here on 5 Sports Extra on BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms and Charlotte Taylor with us here to describe those final 2 overs. Hampshire 104 for 6. Dawson on 29. Wheel yet to score. The arrears still 39. Have you got any special instructions for your players on Thursday going to Lords, for those who haven't played there, because many of them won't have done? But it's quite a wonderful experience.
It'll be interesting to see how they react to the slope, actually.
Yeah.
Because they probably haven't played on many grounds with a slope such as Lords, and the sort of event that comes with playing there. So, but I think my biggest instruction would just be to enjoy it. Henry Crocombe then to bowl this penultimate over of the day, bowls a good length delivery to Liam Dawson, who's forward in defence. So yeah, I've played a couple of times at Lords, and I think that every time you do it, you just got to enjoy it, because you don't know when you're going to get that opportunity again.
Yeah.
So especially in this Tier 2 cricket, it will be a really good opportunity for the girls to show their skills on Thursday. Henry Crocombe then comes in past the umpire, bowls a delivery. It's driven firmly by Liam Dawson, goes through the hands of the fielder at extra cover, who's now holding his wrist. There's another fielder after it, won't catch up with it, as he cannons into the hover cover. It goes for 4. It was hit with such force from Liam Dawson. Not sure whether, I think it's Ollie Carter at extra cover has hurt himself trying to get his hand behind that.
Yes, it is Ollie Carter.
But he's holding
stung
his
him.
he's holding his wrist on his left hand. It was hit with some force from Liam Dawson. He's going to climb on anything that's full and outside the off stump, which that one was. It was a bit of a gift from Crocombe. Dawson moves to 33 from 48, 108 for 6. The deficit 35. That's how many Hampshire are behind Sussex at the moment, coming to the end of day 2 here in this county championship match. The last one before the Vitality Blast kicks off. That's again driven firmly through the offside. Will the fielder catch up with that one? It's, yep, pulled in just inside. Brilliant fielding. Jack Carson does the job with the ball and then has to do the job in the field as well. Saves 2.
He's an excellent fielder, Jack Carlson. He's such a determined cricketer, racing around the boundary edge. Excellent piece of fielding. Just come back to your first appearance at Lords. What was that like? I mean, what did you feel like?
It was quite. It was. I wasn't playing in the first game. I played in the. I was in the 100 final in the first year when we were sort of involved in that, and I was on the bench that day. And even that day felt massive for me, even though I wasn't actually in the playing 11, but I was involved in the game as Henry Crocombe comes in and drifts onto the pads of Brad Wheel, tucks that neatly into the leg side actually for no run. But the first time I actually bowled a ball, it was like, oh, you get there and you think, well, the slope is actually quite, quite significant. And I had to use it to my advantage, but it was, you just try to block all that sort of external noise out on the occasion and just try to focus on what you were doing. And that's probably the only thing that I'd say to the girls is it's just another game of cricket that you've just got to enjoy. Crocombe in bowls and straight and defended by Brad Wheel, who can bat actually.
Yep.
Does tend to throw the bat a little bit, so he's going to have to maybe rein it in. If they're going to sort of edge their way, and he's going to work with Dawson to get up close to being level and then try and somehow get in front of Sussex's score.
I mean, you just never know, do you? You
No.
know, Kyle Abbott comes in, smashes a few, I mean, Sussex clearly in a very strong position here, but they won't consider this job is done. Certainly Paul Farbrace won't.
Crocombe in once again, a full delivery driven nicely by Will, square of the wicket on the offside. He's going to pick up at least 2, and it will actually trickle over the rope for 4. So that's a good shot from Brad Wheel as he picks up his first boundary, gets off the mark with a boundary. That deficit goes to 30. Hampshire 113 for 6. And we're into the last over of the day.
We are. With, just to reiterate some of the other scores, if you're tuning in expecting to listen to the test match, that finished a little while ago. Zimbabwe beaten by an innings and 45 runs, despite 88 from Sean Williams. Shoaib Bashir taking 6 for 81, England winning by an innings and 45 runs. Durham, Somerset 64 for 1. Needing another 201 to win. At the Oval, Essex going along very nicely, 180 without loss against the county champion Surrey. You can listen to that game over on Sports Extra 2 live from the Oval. Finished for the day at New Road, Warwickshire 53 for 1, leading Worcestershire by 99. Still playing up at Headingley, Nottinghamshire 212 for 3, leading Yorkshire by 281. In the second division, Kent 202 for 3, trailing Derbyshire by 385. As in comes Jack, well no he doesn't, he just pauses for a moment and goes back to his
What
mark.
a tease.
And the other game in Division 2, Leicestershire 457 for 9, leading Lancashire by 251. In comes Carson, over the wicket bowls, and an attempted sweep by Liam Dawson, which seemed a slightly extravagant shot in the last over of the day, but he gets away with it. The ball dribbles down to backward square leg, where Henry Crocombe fields. Dawson goes to 35, Hampshire to 114 for 6, trailing by 29.
You'd think he'd just try and get in behind this last
Yes.
over, wouldn't you, and survive until tomorrow? But that's just Liam Dawson for you.
Fielders
Fearless.
fielders all round the back. There's a slipper, a leg slip, there's a short leg, there's a very straight mid-wicket as in comes Carson bowls, hits the pad, there's a loud appeal. They all look in the direction of umpire Lungley, who says that is not out. Brad Wheel survives. 4 more balls to go in the day. A day that's seen Sussex make 297. John Simpson making 106 has put Sussex in a very strong position with a lead of 143.
I think that might have done a little bit too much. Jack Carson turning the ball into the right-hander and hit Brad Wheel on his front pad.
In again, Bowles, and Wheel is forward to a ball of good length, just prods the ball out into the offside, fielded there by Haynes, who comes running around from slip to field. What have we got? 3 more balls left in the day.
It's quite a pleasant evening, isn't it, actually?
Yes, it is. We've been lucky we had no interruptions. It's been gloomy for much of the day. We haven't had the lights on. Carson in again, Bowles to Will. There's a stifled appeal from Jack Carson. Difficult to see where that pitched from. We're right behind Brad Will. We'll see a replay of that delivery in a moment's time, but Sussex are right on their toes in the field, knowing they need 4 more wickets to win the game. Now, Nathan McAndrew has gone running off the field. He's gone to pick up one of the helmets, which is just on the boundary edge at the far end of the ground. So they get a delay here for the last 2 balls of the day. In fact, he came on with one helmet. He's now been summoned to get the other one, I think. No, he hasn't brought any of them back. That's extraordinary. He ran off to get a helmet. Now I think he's been told not to bother. So we've got to...
I bet he's quite annoyed about that.
I bet he is, because he's run all the way from his fielding position at mid-on all the way back to the boundary, to the pavilion. In fact, I think they're bringing out another helmet. Well, come on, there's only 2 balls remaining in the day. Maybe the helmet that they want is a different size or something. So we've got a break in play. Hampshire 114 for 6. Just to summarise the day's play, I think you have to say very much Sussex's day, very much John Simpson, and let's not downplay the role played by Finn Hudson-Prentice with both bat and ball, Charlotte.
Yeah, they've been brilliant, haven't they? That partnership worth 173 was just the game-changing moment, really, for Sussex, and really put them in a controlling position to get them with that really brilliant lead going into tea, and then to take the wickets and start the way that Hudson-Prentice and Crocombe did after the openers started proceedings. They just sort of really put the foot on the throat, and Jack Carson, and he's just picked up 2 wickets in the last few overs and changed the game and turned the screw again. So yeah, it's a really good performance by Sussex today, and they are well in the box seat going into tomorrow.
4 men around the bat. We are ready at last. Carson in, Bowles to Wheel, who's solidly forward. The ball just dribbles to that fielder at silly point, and 1 more ball to go in the day. There's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, a silly mid-off. Sussex crowding around Brad Wheel, hunting for one of the final 4 wickets that they need to win this game. Carson in, Bowles, Wheel is forward, defends, plays out into the offside, and that is it. Hampshire closed on 114 for 6, 35 for Liam Dawson, 4 to Brad Wheel. Hampshire's hopes pretty much resting on Liam Dawson. You never know, he's a fine cricketer, and Sussex will be thinking that the job is almost but not quite done. But as we were saying, Charlotte, very much Sussex's day. Yeah,
definitely. That partnership worth 173, we've said it time and time again, has been the real changing moment between Hudson-Prentice and John Simpson. And then when they came back out after lunch with a lead of 143, Sussex have just put the screws into Hampshire and turned them ever so tightly. Liam Dawson out there, 35 not out. Small contributions down the order, not much really. A little bit from Fletcher Middleton, but nothing else really for Hampshire. And wickets spread, 2 for Carson, 2 for McAndrew, 1 for Hudson-Prentice and 1 for Henry Crocombe. So they'll come back tomorrow in the box seat. Thank you very much for listening. It's been Charlotte Taylor for BBC Radio Solent and Amelia Clark, and from BBC Radio Sussex it's been Adrian Harms, and we will see you, well, I won't see you tomorrow. You'll hear from Adrian tomorrow, you'll hear from Amelia tomorrow, and Kevin James will be back tomorrow for more of Hampshire versus Sussex Day 3.